The Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Hari Prasad Shastri. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Book 5, Sundara-Kanda. Chapter 1, The Departure of Hanuman. Then that scourge of his foes, Hanuman, prepared to follow the path of the Tiranas in quest of the place to which Sita had been borne away by Ravana. Desirous of accomplishing this difficult feat without hindrance, impossible to any other, that powerful monkey stretching out his head and neck like a bull, frightening the birds, uprooting the trees with his breast, and destroying innumerable creatures like a lion overflowing with energy, joyfully bounded over the grassy slopes resembling the sea. On that mountain plateau, frequented by the chiefs of the serpent race, embellished by blue, red, yellow, rose, and various colored metals, thronged with celestial beings, yakshas, kinnaras, and gandharvas, able to change their form at will, that foremost of monkeys stood like a naga in a lake. Then, having paid homage to the sun god, Mahendra, Pavana, Swayambhu, and all beings, he prepared to set out on his journey. Turning towards the east and saluting his sire, the resourceful Hanuman, having resolved to cross the ocean to fulfill Rama's purpose in order to reach the southern region, expanded his body under the eyes of the leaders of the monkeys, as the sea increases under the full moon. Assuming an immense stature, desirous of traversing the ocean, he pressed the mountain with his hands and feet, and that immovable peak shook under his weight, and all the blossom from the tops of the trees fell in a shower, wholly covering it with a mass of fragrant blooms. Under the extreme pressure of that monkey's weight, water gushed forth from the mountain like ichor from the temples of an elephant in rut. Trampled underfoot by that mighty forest dweller, the mountain let loose innumerable streams of gold, silver, and collyrium, and from that rocky mass, enormous boulders detached themselves containing red arsenic, so that it resembled a brazier wreathed in smoke. Crushed on every side by the monkey, those creatures dwelling in the caverns, bruised and stifled, emitted strange cries, and the formidable clamor created by them filled the whole earth and other regions. Great serpents, rearing their distinctive hoods, vomited fire and bit the rocks with their fangs, and those great crags, split by the venom, broke into flames and were shivered into 1,000 fragments. The medicinal herbs also, which grew there, were affected by the poison which they were unable to neutralize. Then the ascetics, terrified, reflecting that the mountain was being riven by great beings, fled away, as well as the Vidyaharas with their attendant women. Forsaking their golden seats, goblets, and precious vessels with the ewers of gold in the feasting hall, abandoning the priceless sauces, wines, and viands of every kind, and the hides and swords with guards of Kanaka gold. Intoxicated, their necks encircled with jeweled chains, adorned with garlands and red sandal paste, their eyes resembling blue lotuses, they rose into the air. And those fair ones, wearing strings of pearls, rings, and bracelets, startled, ascended smiling into the sky close to their loved ones. Witnessing this great marvel, Maharishis and Vidyaharas stood in the firmament gazing down on the mountain, and they heard those pure-minded ascetics saying, "This Hanuman, born of the wind, endued with great energy, desirous of crossing the ocean, the abode of Varuna, in order to carry out Rama's purpose and that of the monkeys, is eager to reach the further shore, a most difficult feat." Hearing the words of the ascetics, the Vidyaharas beheld that foremost of monkeys on the mountain, bristling and quivering like a flame, emitting a great roar like the rumble of thunder. Then raising his tail, which twitched convulsively like a snake shaken by an eagle, he waved it to and fro, and lying curled across his back, it resembled a great serpent borne away by Garuda. And that monkey, stiffening his arms like unto two immense clubs, girded up his limbs, and crouching down, contracted his neck and arms, summoning up all his strength and courage. Scanning the path he was to take and examining the distance to be covered, he drew in his breath, pressing his 2 feet firmly on the ground, and that elephant among monkeys, Hanuman, flattening his ears, leapt forward, and, full of energy, addressed the forest dwellers, saying, "As an arrow loosed by Raghava flies with the speed of wind, so shall I course to Lanka, which is guarded by Ravana. If I fail to find the daughter of Janaka there, I shall repair with the same speed to the region of the gods, where, if despite mine efforts I do not recover Sita, I shall bring back the king of the Titans in chains. Either, achieving success, I shall return, or uprooting Lanka from its foundation, I shall bear it hither, together with Ravana." With these words, Hanuman, the foremost of monkeys, without pausing for breath, deeming himself to be a second Suparna, sprang into the air, and such was the force of his leap that the trees growing on the mountain, tossing their branches, were sent spinning on every side. In his rapid flight, Hanuman bore away those trees with their flowering boughs, filled with lapwings, intoxicated with love, into the Empyrean. Carried away by the impetus of his tremendous bound, those trees followed in his wake, like relatives accompanying their dear one setting out on a journey to a far country. Uprooted by the force of his motion, Sala and other forest trees followed in Hanuman's wake, like an army its leader. Surrounded by countless trees, the crests of which were laden with blossom, the monkey Hanuman, resembling a glorious mountain, was wonderful to behold. And those great trees, full of sap, fell into the sea, as formerly the mountains, in fear of Indra, plunged into Varuna's abode. Covered with flowers of every kind, as well as young shoots and buds, that monkey shone like a cloud, or a hill aglow with fireflies. Torn away by his leaping, those trees, scattering their blossom here and there, plunged into the sea, like friends who, having escorted one of their company, return. Borne away in their fragility by the wind produced by the monkey's impetuous flight, which had detached them from their stems, the multicolored flowers fell into the sea. Covered with a drift of fragrant blooms of diverse tints, that monkey, in his flight, resembled a mass of clouds, embellished by lightning, and the waters strewn with the blossom of his leap looked like the firmament when the enchanting stars appear. His two arms outstretched in space resembled two five-headed serpents issuing from the summit of a mountain. Sometimes that monkey seemed to be drinking up the ocean with the multitudinous waves, and sometimes it seemed as if he would swallow the sky itself. As he thus followed the wind's path, his eyes, shining like lightning, sparkled like two fires that have been kindled on a mountain. The eyes of that tawny-hued one resembled the sun and moon in juxtaposition, and his coppery nose lent his countenance the same hue as the solar orb at that approach of dusk. His uplifted tail caused that offspring of the wind to appear like the raised banner of Indra. With his coiled tail and white teeth, that exceedingly sagacious son of Anila, Hanuman shone like the star of day circled by a halo of rays, and his plump form, of a coppery hue, caused him to resemble a mountain, which is being excavated for its deposits of red ochre. Bounding over the waters, the air imprisoned in the armpits of that leonine monkey emitted a sound like thunder. As in space, a meteor from a higher region rushes through the skies, so did that elephant of monkeys appear, or like a great bird soaring into the air, or a great tusker tightly bound by a girth, whilst the reflection of his body cast on the deep resembled a vessel foundering in a storm. Wherever that great monkey passed, the sea rose tumultuously under the force of his bounds, and rushing on with extreme speed, with his breast like a great prow, he caused the salty sea to surge mountainously. Pushing those high heaving billows before him, that lion among monkeys seemed to be separating heaven and earth. The waves that rose up resembled Mount Meru and Mandara, and breasted by him in his impetuous course, the waters lashed by his speed overspread the sky like autumnal clouds. Whales, crocodiles, huge fish and turtles were uncovered in turn, like the limbs of one shedding his attire, and sea serpents, beholding that lion among monkeys traveling through space, took him to be Suparna himself. The shadow of that great monkey, 40 miles in extent and 30 wide, grew larger in the rapidity of his flight, and resembling a mass of white clouds falling on the salty waters, looked exceedingly beautiful. That supremely illustrious and mighty monkey of vast body appeared like a winged mountain as he followed his aerial path without rest. Wherever that mighty elephant among monkeys passed, the sea was instantly transformed into a fountain, and, following the path of the birds, Hanuman, like the king of the feathered tribe, thrust aside the massed clouds like the wind god himself. Great clouds, red, blue, pale or dark, scattered by the monkey's flight, looked exceedingly beautiful, and he, now entering into them, sometimes hidden, sometimes visible, resembled the moon. Seeing that Plavaga coursing with such speed, the gods, Gandharvas and Danavas, began to rain flowers on him, and as he sailed on, the sun refrained from tormenting him, and the wind ministered to him for the sake of Rama's enterprise. Then the rishis praised that dweller of the woods as he was coursing through the sky, and the gods and Gandharvas extolled him in song. Seeing him bounding in space, Nagas, Yakshas, and Rakshasas of various races lauded that excellent monkey, and the ocean, ever solicitous for the honor of the house of Ikshwaku, reflected, "If I do not lend assistance to this lord of monkeys, I shall be an object of obloquy to all those gifted with speech. Was I not reared by Sagara, the foremost of the race of Ikshwaku? This monkey is their counselor. It is therefore incumbent on me not to let him perish in the waves. It behooves me to act in such wise that he may rest, and thus relieved by me, he will happily traverse the remaining way." In this magnanimous thought, the sea addressed that most excellent of mountains, the golden-hued Mainaka, which was covered by waves, saying, "Thou hast been placed here by the king of the celestials as a rampart against the Asuras inhabiting the nether regions. Their power is well known, and lest they rise up anew from that hell of immeasurable dimensions, thou art here to prevent their escape. Nevertheless, thou art able to move upwards and downwards and from side to side. I command thee, therefore, O best of mountains, to rise up. That lion among monkeys, performer of mighty exploits, engaged in Rama's service, overcome with fatigue, is passing over thee. Thou art witness of his exertions. Now, lift thyself up." Hearing the ocean's words, the golden-breasted mountain, Mainaka, with its tall trees and creepers, instantly rose from its watery bed, and as the sun with its burning rays divides the cloud, that great mountain, which the waters had concealed on Sagara's request, exposed its golden peaks inhabited by chimeras and great serpents, shimmering like the sun at dawn, as if it were licking the skies. The summits of that high mountain, shining like a sword, possessed the brilliance of gold, and its gilded crests emitted a dazzling light, lending it the luster of 1,000 suns. Beholding that mountain suddenly emerge before him from the middle of the sea, Hanuman reflected, "This is an obstacle." And that mighty and impetuous monkey crushed that stony mass with his breast as the wind scatters the clouds. Then that foremost of mountains, recognizing the power of Hanuman, shouted for joy. Thereupon, assuming the form of a man, stationing himself on his own summit, with a glad heart he addressed Hanuman, saying, "O most excellent of forest dwellers, thou hast undertaken an arduous task. Take thine ease on my crest and continue without fatigue. The Ocean King was born in the house of Raghu, and seeing thee engaged on Rama's behalf, offers obeisance to thee. To render service for service is the divine decree. Desirous of serving Raghu's race, he is worthy of thy consideration. To do thee honor, the sea god adjured me thus. Traversing 100 yojanas through the air, this monkey is worn out by his exertions. Let him rest a while on thy summit and continue his way without fatigue. Do thou therefore remain here, O best of monkeys, and repose thyself. Having feasted on these many sweet and fragrant fruits and roots, proceed on thy course at thy leisure. O foremost of monkeys, the sum of thy virtues is well known in the 3 worlds. O son of the wind, all of the Plavagas who abound in energy, I esteem thee to be the chief, O lion among monkeys. Even an ordinary man is honored as a guest by one conversant with his duty. How much more one such as thou? Thou art the son of Maruta, the foremost of the celestials, and dost equal him in speed, O best of monkeys. In honoring thee, who art conversant with virtue, one is honoring thy sire. Therefore thou dost merit my reverence. Hearken, there is a further reason for this. In olden times, dear child, the mountains, endowed with wings, began to range the 4 quarters with the speed of Garuda, and journeying thus, the companies of celestials, ascetics, and other beings trembled with fear lest they should fall. Then, highly enraged, the god of 1,000 eyes, the performer of 100 sacrifices, severed the wings of those hundreds and thousands of mountains with his thunderbolt. When, full of wrath, the Lord of these celestials approached me, brandishing his mace, I was suddenly swept away by that high-souled wind god. O foremost of monkeys, I was thus cast into the salty waves, and retaining my wings was preserved unhurt by thine ancestor. On account of this, thou art an object of adoration to me, and this is the powerful bond which unites us, O chief of the monkeys. The time for honoring the benefit conferred having come, it behooves thee to accord this felicity to the ocean and myself, O illustrious one. Repose thyself, therefore, and accept our homage, who are worthy of thy respect, O venerable Hanuman. Happy am I to see thee here." Thus accosted by Mainaka, the foremost of mountains, that excellent monkey answered, saying, "I am grateful for thy welcome, but time presses, and I have vowed not to rest on the way. Day is declining. Let nothing disturb thy serenity." Then, touching the mountain with his hand, that line among monkeys, smiling, sailed on through the air, whereupon the mountain and the ocean offered him their respect and gave him their blessings. Rising high into the sky, he looked down on the mountain and the vast ocean and proceeded unsupported in the pathway of the wind. Seeing Hanuman achieve this difficult feat, the celestial beings and the ascetics acclaimed him. Then the gods present in their turn applauded the action of that golden mountain of beautiful slopes, as did Indra, the thousand-eyed deity also, and, supremely gratified, the consort of Sachi paid homage to that illustrious mountain personally, saying, "O Lord of mountains, I am extremely pleased with thee. I grant thee full security. Proceed therefore where thou desirest, O friend. Thou hast fearlessly offered assistance to Hanuman, who was exhausted after crossing 400 miles of sea, despite every hazard. It is on Rama's behalf, the son of King Dasaratha, that the monkey has undertaken this journey, and thou hast welcomed him to the best of thy power. I am well pleased with thee." Beholding the king of the gods, Shatakratu, highly gratified, that foremost of mountains, experienced supreme felicity, and having received that boon from Indra, resumed its former place. Then Hanuman, in a short pace, sped over the sea. Thereupon the gods, Gandharvas, and Sitas, with the ascetics, called upon Surasa, the mother of serpents, who resembled the sun, saying, "The effulgent son of the wind is crossing the main. It is for thee to delay him a while. Assuming the form of a terrible Rakshasi, as high as a mountain, with monstrous jaws and coppery eyes, do thou reach up to the sky. We desire to test his strength and measure his fortitude to see if he is able to overcome thee, or if he retires discomfited." At these words, Surasa, having been honored by the gods, rose from the ocean in the form of a female demon, deformed and hideous, inspiring terror in all beings, and, staying Hanuman in his flight, addressed him, saying, "O foremost of monkeys, thou hast been destined by the Lord of the world to be my food. I am about to devour thee. Do thou enter my mouth. This boon was formerly granted to me by Datar." With these words, she opened her vast mouth wide, placing herself in Maruti's path. Having listened to Surasa's speech, Hanuman, smiling, answered her, "Rama, the son of Dasaratha, who retired to the Dandaka forest with Lakshmana his brother and Vaidehi his consort, as a result of a certain exploit, became the enemy of the demons. His beloved wife, the illustrious Sita, was subsequently carried away by Ravana. I have been sent to her on Rama's behalf, to whom thou shouldest proffer assistance, O thou who inhabitest his dominion. Having found my Thili and rejoined Rama, whose deeds are memorable, I shall return and enter thy mouth. This I promised thee in good faith." Thus addressed by Hanuman, Surasa, who was able to change her form at will, answered, "None shall pass me alive. This is the boon I have received." Then, seeing him continue on his way, the mother of serpents added, "I have received this favor from Brahma. First enter my mouth, then go thy way." Thereafter, extending her capacious jaws, she placed herself in front of Maruti. Surasa's words incensed that lion among monkeys, and he said, "Open thy mouth wide enough to swallow me." Having said this in anger, Surasa extended her jaws to the width of 40 miles, and Hanuman increased his girth accordingly. Thereat, Surasa enlarged her mouth to 50 miles, and seeing the jaws of Surasa wide open with its long tongue, terrible to look upon, resembling a mountain, measuring 50 miles, Hanuman enlarged himself to that extent also. Then Sarasa increased her mouth to 60 miles, and the heroic Hanuman to 70, whereupon Sarasa widened her jaws to 80 miles, and Hanuman, resembling fire itself, to 90 miles. Then Sarasa enlarged her mouth to the extent of 100 miles, and Hanuman, reducing his body like a cloud to the size of a thumb's breadth, entered into her mouth, and re-emerging from it, standing in space, addressed her, saying, "O Dakshayani, salutations to thee. I have entered thy mouth. Now I go to seek out Vaidehi. Thy boon has been honored." Seeing Hanuman emerging from her mouth like the moon from the mouth of Rahu, that goddess, assuming her own form, said to the monkey, "Go, O best of monkeys, accomplish thy mission. Thou hast done well, O friend. Now restore Sita to the magnanimous Raghava." Seeing this third supremely difficult feat accomplished by Hanuman, all beings extolled that monkey, crying, "Excellent, excellent," paying obeisance to him. And he, flying into the sky with the speed of Garuda, went on across the sea, the abode of Varuna, coursing through the air which was filled with clouds, where birds ranged and which was frequented by Vidyaharas and shining vehicles drawn by lions, elephants, tigers, and winged serpents. And Maruti, scattering the clouds like the wind itself, sailed on like Garuda through that firmament, which was illumined by flashes of lightning, resembling the 5 fires, inhabited by beings, who by their merits had conquered heaven, occupied by the deity of fire bearing the sacrificial oblations. Adorned by the constellation of planets, the sun, the moon, and hosts of stars, thronged with Maharishis, Gandharvas, Nagas, and Yakshas, pure, stainless, immense, inhabited by Vishvavasu, trodden by the elephant of the king of the gods, that orbit of the sun and the moon, the canopy of the world, stretched by Brahma over the earth, was visited by countless heroes and aerial beings. Mighty clouds, shining with the tints of Kalaguru, red, yellow, and black, sparkled with brilliance as they were dispelled by Hanuman, and he, penetrating those cloudy battlements, emerged once more as the moon in the rainy season disappears and reappears in the clouds. Everywhere the son of Maruta could be seen cleaving the air like the king of the mountains furnished with wings. Seeing him sailing through space, a female demon of immense size named Singika, who was able to change her form at will, said to herself, "Today, after a long time, I shall be able to satisfy my hunger. That great creature has appeared in answer to my wish." Reflecting thus in her heart, she seized Hanuman's shadow, and he, feeling it held fast, thought, "My power has suddenly been dissipated like a mighty bark which is retarded in its course by an adverse wind." Then, looking round on every side, Hanuman perceived that immense being rising from the salty waves. Seeing that monster, the son of the wind god reflected, "This is without doubt that creature of wonderful form, possessed of exceeding power, given to securing its prey by means of their shadow, who was described to me by the Monkey King." Concluding by her action that it was Singika, that sagacious monkey expanded his frame to gigantic proportions, so that he resembled a massive cloud during the rains. When the demon saw the enlarged body of that mighty monkey, she extended her jaws so that they resembled the sky and the nether regions, and, roaring like thunder, hurled herself upon him. But marking the proportions of her mouth and the vulnerable parts of her body, that intelligent monkey, hard as a diamond, contracting his limbs, threw himself into her jaws. And the Siddhas and Charanas beheld him diving into her mouth, disappearing like the moon devoured by Rahu at the time of eclipse. And Hanuman, with his sharp nails, tore the entrails of that demon, and with the rapidity of thought emerged, having slain her by his acuteness, endurance, and skill, and having overthrown her, began to expand once more. Thereafter, that hero among monkeys suddenly regained his power, whilst Singika, deprived of life by him, torn asunder, sank into the waves, Swayambhu having created him for her destruction. Perceiving Singika speedily overcome by him, all the beings who ranged the skies addressed that foremost of monkeys, saying, "Tremendous is this deed that thou hast performed this day. Mighty was this monster whom thou hast slain. O illustrious monkey, now pursue the purpose dear to thine heart without hindrance. He who, like thee, possesses the 4 attributes: fixity of purpose, circumspection, wisdom, and ability does not fail in his enterprise, O Indra among monkeys. Honored by those whose wishes are fulfilled, as he merited to be, that monkey flew into the sky like Garuda, the devourer of serpents. Then, having reached the further shore, Hanuman, looking round on every side, observed countless woods 100 miles distant, and as he went on, that leader of forest dwellers saw an island adorned with trees of various kinds and thickets belonging to the Malaya Mountains. And he surveyed the sea and the lands bordering it, and the trees growing on its shores, as also the mouths of the ocean's consorts. Gazing down on his body, which resembled a great cloud covering the sky, that self-contained monkey reflected, "Observing mine immense stature and the rapidity of my flight, the demons will be seized with curiosity concerning me." Thinking thus in his great prudence, he contracted his body, which was the size of a mountain, and assumed his ordinary form, as one whose wits have been scattered resumes his normal state. Abandoning his gigantic dimensions, he took on his native form, as did Vishnu, the depriver of Bali's power, when he made the 3 strides. Constantly mindful of his mission, Hanuman, who was able to assume various graceful forms, having crossed the sea, a feat not to be accomplished by any other, reduced his body to its former size. Thereafter, that high-souled one, resembling a cloudy pavilion, alighted on the summit of the glorious mountain Samva, of many splendid peaks, which was covered with Kitaka, Udalaka, and Narakela trees. Reaching the shore of the sea, the monkey, beholding Lanka on the top of the foremost of mountains, descended, having assumed his native form, causing agitation among the deer and birds. Through his valor, having traversed the ocean, heaving with waves and abounding in Danavas and Panagas, Hanuman, alighting on the further shore, beheld Lanka, which resembled the city of Amaravari. Chapter 2. Hanuman's Arrival in Lanka. Having crossed the unconquerable sea, that mighty monkey, standing on the summit of the Trikuta mountain, surveyed Lanka, and that ape endowed with great prowess was covered by a shower of blossom that fell from the trees on every side, nor did that fortunate monkey, who had just traversed many hundreds of miles of sea without pausing for breath, experience any fatigue. "I am able to journey many hundreds of miles. What then is this ocean measuring 400 miles only?" Thus thinking, that foremost of monkeys, endowed with great energy, turned quickly towards Lanka, having crossed the mighty ocean, and he passed between green fields and dense thickets fragrant with the scent of honey, and traversed the mountainous district covered with trees and blossoming woods. Stationing himself there, the son of the wind god beheld forests and groves, and Lanka itself perched on the summit of the mountain. Sarala, Karnikara, Karjura trees in full flower with the balmy Priyala, Mutralinda, Kutaja, Kitaka, and Priyangu trees heavy with scent. Nipa, Saptachada, Asana, Kovadara, and Karavira trees laden with buds and flowers, whose crests, waving in the wind, abounded with birds, were seen by him, and ponds filled with swans and waterfowl and carpeted with white and blue lotuses. Flower gardens with ornamental fountains, and marvelous parks planted with every kind of tree which yielded fruit and flowers in every season. Drawing nearer to Lanka, which was protected by Ravana, surrounded by a moat embellished with blue and white lotuses, the auspicious Hanuman noted that a strong guard had been placed round it since Sita's abduction, and demons with formidable bows ranged it on every side, and that great and marvelous city was encircled by a golden wall, its buildings as high as mountains, resembling autumn clouds. The main highways were lined with tall white buildings with hundreds of turrets decorated with flying pennants and banners. Most wonderful with its golden archways festooned with climbing plants, the city of Lanka appeared to Hanuman to be like the city of the gods. Built on the summit of a mountain, with its palaces of dazzling white, it resembled an aerial city. Constructed by Vishwakarma and ruled by the Lord of the Titans himself, it seemed to that monkey to be suspended in the sky with its ramparts as the thighs, the stretches of water and woods the raiment, shatagnis and spears the hair, the terraces the diadem. Lanka resembled a woman, a creation of Vishwakarma's thought. Reaching the northern gate resembling Mount Kailasha, which seemed to cleave the skies and support the firmament with its splendid lofty towers, and observing that city thronged with ferocious titans, like a cavern full of venomous snakes, protected by the ocean, and recollecting that terrible adversary, Ravana, the monkey reflected. Even should the mighty-armed Raghava succeed in reaching this dread and impregnable city protected by Ravana, what could he do? It is not possible to enter into negotiations with these demons, nor could one win them over by bribes, nor succeed in sowing dissension among them, nor overcome them in fight. Among the monkeys, only 4 have power to reach this place: Bali's son Nila, the sagacious Sugriva, and I. But first let me ascertain if Vaidehi still lives or no. After seeing Janaka's daughter, I shall consider these matters further. Then that elephant among monkeys, stationed on the summit of the mountain, bethought himself how he could discover Sita, the delight of Rama. In this shape I shall not be able to enter the city guarded by valiant and ferocious demons, nor outwit those warriors full of courage, energy, and prowess. In order to find Janaki, I must enter the city by night at a favorable moment, in a form which will not attract attention, so that I may carry through this great enterprise. Beholding that city, inaccessible even to the gods and asuras, Hanuman, sighing deeply, reflected within himself, "How can I succeed in finding Matili, the daughter of Janaka, without being discovered by the perfidious Ravana, lord of the demons? How may the work of Rama, who is consignant of the self, not be brought to naught? How may I see the daughter of Janaka alone and in secret? Undertakings fail in the face of hindrances, raised by time and place, or through the fault of an incompetent messenger, as darkness is dispelled by the rising sun. When it concerns that which should be undertaken or avoided, the best laid plans may come to naught through the heedlessness of a messenger, nor do they appear in all their splendor. A presumptuous messenger may spoil all. How shall I act so that there shall be no incompetence on my part? How may my crossing of the ocean bear fruit? If I am discovered by the demons, the project which the sagacious Rama has formed, who desires the destruction of Ravana, will miscarry. Even if I assume the form of a demon, I cannot remain here long without being discovered by them, how much less in some other shape. Even the wind is not able to circulate here unrecognized, I deem. Nothing escapes the vigilance of these formidable titans. If I remain here in my native form, I shall be courting disaster, and the purpose of my master will be frustrated. Therefore, reducing my size, I shall enter Lanka as a monkey in order to carry through Rama's design. Entering this inaccessible city by night, I shall penetrate into every dwelling in order to find Janaka's daughter." Having thus resolved, Hanuman, eager to find Vaidehi, waited for the sun to set. When the day's orb had sunk behind the Asta mountain, Maruti reduced his body to the size of a cat, extraordinary to behold, and in the dusk, the mighty Hanuman, springing up, entered that marvelous city traversed by wide streets with rows of houses adorned with golden pillars and balconies, which lent it the appearance of a city of the Gandharvas. Then he beheld that capital containing 7- and 8-storied buildings with marble floors inlaid with golden mosaic and golden archways, lending it a great brilliance, and seeing the unimaginable splendor of Lanka, in his eagerness to find Vaidehi, he experienced both sadness and delight. With its garlands of palaces rivaling each other in whiteness, and the arches interlaced with gold of great price, that magnificent city protected by Ravana was encircled by intrepid warriors of great prowess. And the moon at its full with its flocks of stars seemed to be ministering to Hanuman, and with its myriad rays filled the worlds with its light. Then that hero among monkeys gazed on the moon shining like a conch shell, white as milk, or a lotus stalk that, floating all luminous in space, resembled a swan swimming on a lake. Chapter 3. Hanuman enters the city. Having rested on Mount Samva of lofty summits that resembled a great cloud, Hanuman, the son of Maruta, that lion among monkeys, confident of his own strength, entered Lanka by night, with its wealth of ravishing groves and waters guarded by Ravana. That enchanting city with its dazzling palaces resembling autumn clouds, where the sound of the sea could be heard, the breezes of which it inhaled day and night. Prosperous, surrounded by great forces resembling Vittapavari with its white gates and decorated arches, protected by infuriated elephants, splendid as Bhogavari filled with huge serpents, similar to the city of Indra, embellished by hosts of stars, resounding to the clamor of blustering winds, encircled by a golden rampart, re-echoing to the pealing of innumerable bells and adorned with banners. That city was approached by Hanuman in exultation, his heart full of wonder. And as he surveyed it on every side with its golden gates, the lintels of emerald and the pavements studded with pearls, crystals, and gems, with its steps inlaid with precious stones and floors of lapis lazuli, the grills of refined gold and parapets of silver, the stairways of crystal that, free from dust, were possessed of emerald treads, and there were charming rooms, which on account of their elegance seemed to be built in the air. The cries of curlews and peacocks could be heard, and geese frequented that place, whilst swans floated majestically on the lakes. Everywhere the sound of the beating of drums and the tinkling of ornaments resounded, and beholding Lanka that resembled Vasvakara and seemed to be built in space, the monkey was filled with rapture. Gazing on that splendid city belonging to the Lord of the Titans, that no other surpassed in opulence, the sagacious Hanuman reflected, "This capital, protected by Ravana's warriors, is not to be subdued by force, and is only accessible to Kumuda, Angada, and that mighty monkey Sushena, or Maenda and Devivida, or the offspring of Vivaswata, or the monkey Kushaparva or Rikshya, that foremost of monkeys, or myself." Thereafter, recollecting the valor of the long-armed Raghava and the prowess of Lakshmana, the confidence of that monkey was restored. And that mighty monkey surveyed Lanka, the capital of the Lord of the Titans, that had the sea as her raiment, cowsheds and stables for her pendants, the armories her breasts, decked out like a woman, where darkness was dispelled by the bright light of torches and the gleaming of the stars. And as that tiger among monkeys, son of the great wind god, entered the city, the deity who presided over the capital protected by Ravana, she of monstrous aspect, rose up and barred the way of that heroic son of Vayu. Emitting a great roar, she challenged the offspring of the wind god, saying, "O dweller of the forest, who art thou, and for what purpose hast thou come hither? Answer truthfully if thou dost value thy life. Under no pretext wilt thou be able to obtain entry into this Lanka, protected by the forces of Ravana, which patrol it on every side." Then the valiant Hanuman answered her, who stood before him, saying, "I shall tell thee all about that on which thou questioneth me anon, but say first who thou art in this hideous form, and why thou dost admonish me in anger, O irascible one." Hearing Hanuman's words, the goddess of Lanka, able to change her shape at will, waxed wrath, and in harsh tones addressed the son of the wind god, saying, "Obedient to the mandate of the magnanimous Ravana, the king of the Titans, I guard the city. None may pass me, yet if any should contrive to enter here, he will soon fall under my blows, deprived of his life breaths. I am the city of Lanka itself, and whatever betide, I shall remain true to the words I have uttered." Hanuman, born of Maruta, the foremost of monkeys, stood motionless like a rock, and beholding her in the form of a woman, that lion among monkeys, endowed with intelligence and courage, spoke to her thus, "I wish to behold this city with its turrets, walls, and arches, and have come hither for this purpose. Great is my desire to see it and explore its woods, groves, and gardens, as also its great buildings." Hearing these words, the presiding deity of Lanka, who was able to change her form at will, was still further provoked and answered in anger, "O insensate one, O last of the monkeys, without overcoming me thou canst not behold this city today, which is ruled over by the king of the Titans." Then that lion among forest dwellers replied to that female ranger of the night, saying, "After viewing the city, O auspicious one, I shall return from whence I came." On this, Lanka emitted a terrible cry and struck that excellent monkey with the palm of her hand. Under the force of her blow, the valiant son of Maruta let out a roar, and, closing the fingers of his left hand, pushed her away with his fist. Reflecting, "She is a woman," he controlled his anger. Nevertheless, the demon fell to the ground instantly, her face distorted, and seeing her lying on the earth, Hanuman, who was full of courage and nobility, had compassion on her, she being but a woman. Thereupon Lanka, exceedingly agitated, addressed that monkey in low and faltering accents, saying, "O mighty armed one, have pity on me. Spare me, O best of monkeys. Those endowed with strength and prowess stay their hand betimes. O thou of great might, thou hast overcome me by thy valor. hear the following truth from me, which was proclaimed by Swayambhu, who prophesied, saying, In the hour that a monkey overcomes thee by force, the Titans will cease to be invincible. That time, fixed by Swayambhu, has come, as is shown by thy presence here today. The truth ordained by the Self-Create is unalterable. The destruction of the unrighteous King Ravana, together with all the Titans, is imminent, in consequence of the abduction of Sita. Therefore, O best of monkeys, do thou enter this city, which is protected by Ravana, and accomplish all thou desirest. Entering this splendid city protected by the Lord of the Titans, which is doomed, go about freely wheresoever thou wilt, in search of the chaste daughter of Janaka. Chapter 4. Hanuman observes the city and its inhabitants. By his valor, the mighty Hanuman, foremost of monkeys, having triumphed over Lanka, that splendid city, able to change her form at will, without passing through the gate, leapt over the wall, and by night penetrated into the center of the capital. Hanuman, faithful to the interests of the king of the monkeys, having found his way into that city, thus placed his left foot on the heads of his foes, and that excellent son of Maruta, entering by night, proceeded along the royal highway, strewn with flowers, and continued to advance through that enchanting capital where the sound of musical instruments blended with laughter. That magnificent city with its innumerable dwellings, bearing the mark of the mace and the goad, with windows of diamond, resembled the sky adorned with clouds. Lanka, belonging to the Titans, with its opulent mansions like white clouds, adorned with lotuses and swastikas hung with garlands, highly decorated, was viewed by Hanuman with delight, who ranged it on Rama's behalf and in the interests of Sugriva. That illustrious monkey, passing from house to house, observed the many dwellings of varying forms on every side, and listened to the melodious chanting in triple modulation of women sick with love who resembled celestial nymphs. He heard the tinkling of their girdles and the clashing of their anklets as they ascended the stairways of those dwellings belonging to the great ones, and here and there the sound of clapping of hands and the clicking of castanets. He heard also the intoning of sacred formulas in the dwellings of the Titans and the recitation of those occupied in the study of the Veda. He also saw Titans who were singing the praises of Ravana in a loud voice, a great company of them being stationed on the royal highway which they obstructed, and he observed a large concourse of spies in the central courtyard who had been initiated, some with matted locks, some shaven, some wearing deerskins, and some stark naked, bearing handfuls of darba grass, braziers, picks, clubs, and staves, and others in rags who had only a single eye or ear or breast which twitched. And some were dwarves, hideous to behold, and there were bowmen, swordsmen, and warriors bearing clubs and iron bars, or effulgent and curious armor. Some were neither exceedingly fat, nor too lean, nor unduly tall, nor short, nor extremely fair, nor dark, nor humpbacked, nor dwarfed. Some were deformed, some handsome, some distinguished, and there were also standard-bearers, and some who carried flags and every kind of weapon. And Hanuman observed that some were armed with spears, darts, harpoons, arrows, slings, and other weapons, and many ranging about at will wore garlands and were daubed with paste, sprinkled with perfume, clothed in rich stuffs, and adorned with magnificent jewels. Some of these mighty warriors were furnished with javelins and maces, and hundreds and thousands of them were garrisoned in the central courtyard, engaging in guarding the private apartments with vigilance by order of their king. And he saw the famous palace of the Lord of the Titans built on the summit of the mountain, with golden arched gateways surrounded by a moat, embellished with pale lotuses and completely encircled by a rampart, resembling heaven itself, and it was marvelous, resonant with pleasant sounds and filled with the neighing of superb steeds and well-bred beasts and the noise of chariots and elephants. And there were 4 tusked elephants resembling great clouds and many herds of deer. Then the monkey entered that palace protected by the Titan king, guarded by thousands of mighty Yatuddanas, the portals of which were richly decorated with beasts and birds, and he penetrated to the inner apartment, encircled with walls of hema and jambu-nada gold, its ceilings adorned with pearls and gems of great price, and pervaded by the fragrance of aloe and sandalwood. Chapter 5. Hanuman ranges the city without finding Sita. Then the fortunate Hanuman beheld that brilliant orb of the night in the midst of the stars, covering all beings with its light, like a bull inflamed with desire in the midst of a herd of cows, and that heroic monkey gazed on that moon, floating in the sky, white as the sheen of a conch or a lotus stalk, that star of cooling rays which destroys the sorrows of the world, draws up the tides, and sheds its light on all beings. That brightness which shines on the summit of Mount Mandara and at dusk sparkles on the sea, as well as on the lotuses of the lake, now blazed from the face of that nocturnal planet. Like a swan on its silvery nest, or a lion in a cave of the Mandara mountain, or a warrior on a proud elephant, so was the splendor of the moon in the heavens. Like a humpbacked buffalo with pointed horns, or the lofty mountain Sveta with its high peaks, or an elephant with gold-encircled tusks, so did the moon appear with its clearly defined prominence. Just as the great orb of the sun dissolves the ice and frost on muddy pools, so was darkness dispelled by the brilliance of the auspicious moon, whose symbol is the hare, so that even the dark patches on its surface appeared bright. Like the king of beasts issuing from his cave, or the lord of elephants entering the deep woods, or a sovereign of men ranging his dominions, so did the moon appear in its full splendor. The brightness of its rising had dispelled the night, accentuating the swarthiness of the Titans, those eaters of flesh, and awakening thoughts of love in the lover. Women whose melodious voices had charmed the ear, having disported themselves, now slept in the arms of their lords, whilst Titans of strange and terrible deeds went forth marauding. And the sagacious Hanuman beheld mansions where intoxication and folly reigned, where chariots, horses, and golden seats were seen everywhere in luxurious and warlike abundance. He beheld Titans in violent debate, raising their great arms, discoursing wildly, railing at each other, and exchanging acrimonious words. And some were striking their breasts and brandishing great bows, whilst others adjusted their attire or embraced their consorts. And Hanuman observed courtesans performing their toilet, whilst others slept, and incomparably lovely women laughing or frowning in anger. Here gigantic elephants trumpeted, there worship was being performed, whilst warriors were uttering threats, so that the city resembled a lake filled with angry serpents. And he beheld in that place persons full of intelligence, able debaters, pious men, leaders of fashion and observers of ritual, and beholding those magnificent beings endowed with every attribute in accord with their nature, Hanuman was delighted. Such was their splendor that even those who were ugly appeared fair. And he saw their consorts, full of nobility and of great beauty, worthy of adornment, like unto stars in the excellence of their conduct, who were filled with affection for their protectors, some casting tender glances, others exchanging tokens, and some drinking. And by night Hanuman observed lovely women being embraced by their paramours, affecting modesty or passion, like birds sporting with their mates, whilst others in their homes lay peacefully on the breasts of their lords, full of tenderness and faithful to their conjugal duty. Some, lying without raiment, deserted by their lovers, had the radiance of gold and were marvelously beautiful with their golden skins, graceful limbs, and complexions like the moonlight. Then Hanuman saw other women in their homes, experiencing the height of joy with their lords, full of delight, decked with flowers, charming the hearts of their consorts with their beauty. These lovely women of radiant countenance, resembling the moon, possessing marvelous eyes with sweeping lashes and slanting lids, and adorned with innumerable jewels, seemed to Hanuman to resemble flashes of lightning. But of the nobly born Sita, offspring of a royal house, fixed in the path of virtue, resembling a delicate flowering creeper, or the frail Trijata plant, sprung from the mind of Brahma himself, he could find no trace. Sita, established in the path of chastity, her gaze ever fixed on Rama, ever absorbed in his contemplation, his very mind and heart itself, exalted above all women, a prey to burning grief, her bosom wet with tears, she who was formerly adorned with priceless ornaments, Sita with her charming lashes and enchanting throat, resembling a blue-necked pean disporting itself in the woods, or the blurred outline of the moon, or a golden ingot covered with dust, or a scar left by a wound, or a golden arrow snapped by the wind. And that monkey, after his long search, not finding Sita, consort of that lord of men, Rama, the foremost of those skilled in speech, was overcome with grief and bereft of all courage. Chapter 6. Hanuman explores Ravana's palace. Wandering here and there at will on the roofs of the houses, that monkey, able to assume any form he chose, ranged the city of Lanka, and that auspicious one came to the abode of that lord of the Titans, encircled by a shining wall, sparkling like the sun, and guarded by terrible demons, as is a mighty forest by lions. And that foremost of monkeys beheld that marvelous palace with its fretted archways, inlaid with silver and embellished with gold, abounding in splendid courts and gateways, filled with the drivers of elephants and indomitable warriors, irresistibly swift horses harnessed to chariots and curious wagons, covered with lion and tiger skins that were embossed with images of gold and silver and hung with jingling bells. Strewn with precious stones and furnished with rich seats, this was the favored haunt of the Maharathas and their meeting place. Rare deer and birds of every species and variety abounded here, whilst disciplined sentries protected it. Everywhere noble and distinguished women could be seen, and the palace was filled with the tinkling of their ornaments. There the foremost of the Titans dwelt, and it was decorated with royal symbols and fragrant with sandalwood. Crowded with great beings, like a forest filled with lions, resounding to the beating of gongs, tambourines, and the blare of conchs, it was also the place of worship of the Titans, where offerings were made at the times of the moon's change, sometimes in fear of Ravana, silent as the sea, and sometimes resounding like the waves. That vast abode belonging to the mighty Ravana was strewn with precious gems, and that great monkey beheld it blazing in splendor and filled with elephants, horses, and chariots. "It is the jewel of Lanka," reflected that illustrious monkey Hanuman, wandering about the outskirts of the palace, and he began to range the dwellings of the Titans and their gardens, and he bounded into the abode of Prahasta, and then plunged courageously into the palace of Mahaparashva. Thereafter, that mighty monkey entered the residence of Kumbhakarna, which resembled a mass of clouds, and also that of Bibhishana. Then, in turn, he visited the dwellings of Mahodara, Virupaksha, Vidyunjiva, and Vidyunmala, and with a bound, he entered the house of Vahudanstra, and that of Sukha, and the intelligent Sarana. Then the mansions of Indrajit, Jambumala, and Sumala were explored by that foremost of monkeys, and thereafter he passed on to the abodes of Rashmikitu, Suryasachu, and Vajrakaya. And next, the offspring of the wind gods searched the habitations of Dhumraksha, Sampati, the grim Vidyadruna, Fana, Vigana, and Sukanaba, Shakra, Shata, Kapatha, Hrasvakarna, Danshtra, and the demon Lomasa, Yudhyonmata, Mata and the horsemen, Dwajagriva, Sadin, Vidyujiba and Vijiba, as also that of Hastamukha, and of Karala, Vishala, and Sonataksha. The illustrious son of Maruta then searched the dwellings of other prosperous Titans, one after the other, marking their affluence. After having searched all the residences belonging to those Titans in every way, that fortunate monkey approached the palace of the king. Then the foremost of monkeys observed demon women of menacing looks prowling outside the apartments where Ravana slept, bearing darts and maces in their hands and equipped with spears and clubs, and he beheld innumerable bands of them in the abode of the Titan king, and gigantic demons brandishing weapons of every kind. He beheld steeds of exceeding swiftness, red, white, and black, and wonderfully bred elephants, vanquishers of hostile tuskers, trained for every suitable purpose, and equal to Aravata himself in conflict. And these elephants, the destroyers of hostile armies, resembled scurrying clouds or moving hills, and their trumpeting was like the crash of thunder. Then that monkey, the son of the wind god, beheld thousands of the Titan host in that palace, and cars of gold and glittering mail which shone like the rising sun. He saw also many litters of different shapes, and bowers, picture galleries, gymnasiums, mountains constructed of wood, pavilions and entertainment halls, and in that palace belonging to Ravana was a charming edifice as beautiful as the Mandara mountain, and pens for peacocks, and banners and flagpoles. Heaps of jewels lay about, and a great accumulation of treasure had been brought there by the exploits of those valiant Titans, so that it resembled the palace of Kuvera. On account of the luster of those gems, and the resplendence of Ravana himself, that palace glittered like the sun with its myriad rays. And that monkey chief beheld couches and seats of gold, and vessels wrought with pearls overflowing with wines, and the dimensions and magnificence of that place caused it to resemble the mansion of Kama, or the abode of Kuvera, and that palace resounded with the tinkling of anklets and girdles, with drums and cymbals and other musical instruments, and was thronged with women as lovely as pearls and surrounded by great ramparts. Chapter 7. Description of the aerial chariot Pushpaka. Then that mighty monkey continued to explore those dwellings fitted with golden windows, studded with emeralds, resembling a mass of clouds in the rainy season, sent by lightning and traversed by flocks of cranes. And he beheld various halls and buildings stored with conchs, bows, and weapons of war, furnished with turrets as high as hills, and these mansions, containing treasure of every kind, were held in regard by both gods and titans, and were flawless and constructed by Ravana by his own power. Hanuman, having scoured the mansions of that lord of Lanka, meticulously furnished with every comfort as if Maya had created them, thereafter visited the palace of that king of Rakshasas himself, which surpassed all others and resembled a mass of towering clouds. Of incomparable loveliness, it seemed as if heaven itself had descended on earth, and its beauty was dazzling. Teeming with innumerable gems, trees of every kind covered it with flowers like the summit of a mountain on which snow has fallen. Beautiful women served as its ornaments, and it shone like a cloud riven by lightning. Such was its splendor that it resembled a marvelous chariot drawn through the skies by ravishing swans. Like the peak of a mountain rich in ore, or the firmament adorned by the moon and stars, or like clouds of many hues, it glistened with innumerable gems. Artificial rocks made of clay, resembling mountain ranges, planted with counterfeit trees, laden with heaps of flowers, fashioned with stamens and leaves, could be seen there, and improvised dwellings, dazzlingly white, with pools covered with flowering lotuses possessing golden stamens, and diverse groves and ravishing fountains. The monkey gazed on the vast aerial chariot, named Pushpaka, which gleamed like pearl, planed above the highest buildings, and contained birds of emerald, silver, and coral, and serpents marvelously fashioned of various metals, and life-sized horses, and birds with charming beaks and wonderful wings, which contracted and expanded, their plumage like that of Kama himself, posed on gold and coral flowers. And there were elephants with tapering trunks, bearing lotus leaves, engaged in showering water on the goddess Lakshmi, who, seated in a pool, held lotuses in her fair hands. Such was the marvelous creation which met the astonished monkey's gaze, which resembled a mountain of charming caverns, or a tree from whose hollows delicious fragrance escapes in the springtime. Yet that monkey, searching that exalted city, protected by the 10-headed Ravana, was unable to find the daughter of Janaka, so highly regarded and deeply afflicted, and who had been conquered by the virtue and valor of her lord. And not finding Janaka's daughter, despite his investigations and the vigilance of his search, the illustrious Hanuman, who was virtuous and generous of soul, felt a burning anguish take possession of his heart. Chapter 8. A further description of the aerial chariot Pushpaka. Halting there, the intelligent monkey, born of Pavana, regarded that splendid chariot, encrusted with gold and gems, more carefully. Fashioned of plated gold, embellished with lovely images, regarded by Vishwakarma himself as an incomparable artistic achievement, traveling in space like a guiding light in the orbit of the sun, it was immeasurably resplendent. No detail of that car had been executed unskillfully, no ornament but appeared to be a jewel of great price, nor was there anything surpassed by the chariots of the gods, every part being excellently wrought. By the merit of his asceticism and contemplation, Ravana had obtained it, and it repaired wheresoever its master directed it by the power of his thought. Irresistible and swift as the wind, a source of happiness to those magnanimous beings given to pious deeds, who had reached the peak of prosperity and glory, capable of ranging the firmament, containing many apartments and furnished with innumerable works of art, captivating to the mind, stainless as the autumnal moon, resembling a mountain with splendid peaks, borne by thousands of demons whose cheeks were graced with earrings, voracious eaters of large unwinking eyes who traveled through space with exceeding velocity day and night. That aerial chariot, Pushpaka, splendid to look upon, covered with flowers, fairer than spring itself, drew the gaze of that prince of monkey warriors. Chapter 9. Hanuman searches the Harem. Within these precincts, a magnificent building, remarkable for its spaciousness and splendor, arrested the attention of Hanuman, the son of Maruta. It was 2 miles in width, 4 in length, and belonged to the king of Titans himself. And Hanuman, the slayer of his foes, ranging here and there in search of the princess of Videha, the large-eyed Sita, beheld that goodly residence where the Titans dwelt together, and he approached the palace of the king, surrounded by 3 and 4-tusked elephants and guarded in its entire length by warriors bearing weapons in their hands. He beheld that dwelling, thronged with Titan women, consorts of Ravana, and also the daughters of kings who had been forcibly carried away by him, which resembled an ocean teeming with crocodiles, sharks, whales, enormous fish, and serpents, agitated by the force of the tempest. And the splendor of the abode of Ravana, Chandra, and Harivahana was reflected in Ravana's palace, a splendor that was unequaled and changeless, and the prosperity of the residences of Kuvera, Yama, and Varuna were rivaled, nay surpassed, by that of the Titan's abode. In the center of that palace, the offspring of the wind saw yet another edifice, well constructed and furnished with innumerable grills. Formerly created in heaven at Brahma's wish by Vishwakarma, that noble car embellished with gems was called Pushpaka, which Kuvera had acquired by prolonged austerities, and of which the king of the Titans, having vanquished him by his might, took possession. And that mighty monkey ascended that splendid car, containing figures of wolves made of Kartsavara and Hiranya gold, and adorned with slender pillars of dazzling splendor, furnished with private rooms and gleaming pavilions, resembling the Meru and Mandara mountains, licking the skies and blazing like the sun. This masterpiece of Vishwakarma had many golden stairways and a superb and marvelous ceiling. It contained balconies and galleries of deep blue sapphire and other precious gems. The floors were encrusted with rare pearls, which rendered it blindingly beautiful. Built of red sandalwood and shining like pure gold, it resembled the rising sun, and subtle perfumes rose therefrom. That mighty monkey, stationed there, smelt the rich odor of wines and viands, which rose on every side, and those ambrosial and penetrating fumes seemed to him to be the embodiment of Anila herself, and were inhaled by him as coming from an intimate friend, and that aroma seemed to say, "Hanuman, come hither where Ravana is to be found." And he proceeded further and beheld a vast and glorious hall. Now that spacious apartment was very dear to Ravana, who looked on it as a greatly cherished woman, and its jeweled stairways and galleries of pure gold gave it a dazzling appearance, the floors being of crystal with inlay of ivory, pearl, diamond, coral, silver, and gold. It was adorned with many jeweled pilasters, which were symmetrical, straight, elegant, and inlaid with exceeding artistry, and it was supported by tall pillars of equal size, resembling wings, so that the building seemed to be flying in the air, and the floor was covered by a carpet, wide and four-cornered like the earth, and patterned as with varied countries, kingdoms, and dwellings, and there the song of birds could be heard, and it was pervaded by a celestial fragrance. Hung with rich tapestries, darkened by incense fumes, spotless and pure as a swan, garlanded with leaves and flowers, lending it the resemblance of Kamendenu, bringing delight to the heart, color to the cheek, giving birth to prosperity and banishing all sorrows. The apartments of the king of the Titans gratified every sense as if it were a mother. Entering that abode, protected by Ravana, Hanuman asked himself, "Can this be paradise, or the region of the gods, or Indra's capital, or the state of supreme bliss?" And he examined the golden lamps, which resembled gamblers absorbed in their dice, who, defeated by their opponents, are plunged in thought. And Hanuman perceived that the brilliance of the lamps and the luster of Ravana and the splendor of the decorations illumined the apartment. He beheld innumerable women lying on the rugs, attired in every kind of raiment, with wreaths on their heads, who, under the influence of wine, had fallen asleep, having ceased to disport themselves, half the night being spent. And on account of the silence, that great company, decked with ornaments, the tinkling of which was no longer audible, resembled a vast lake filled with lotuses, where the sound of the swans and the humming of the bees has ceased. Maruti gazed on the faces of those lovely women with eyes and mouths shut fast, emitting a flower-like fragrance, and they resembled lotuses that, folding their petals at evening, wait for the dawn to open them once more, or like water lilies which the bees, intoxicated with love, visit continually. With just cause did that noble and mighty monkey compare them to nymphoeae, for the harem was bright with their radiance as the starry heavens on a serene autumnal night, and in their midst the king of the Titans blazed like a fair moon, encircled by attendant stars. Then that monkey said to himself, "Those planets that have fallen from the firmament, their merit exhausted, are all reunited here." And in sooth, those women in their grace, beauty, and magnificence shone like dazzling meteors. Some lay wrapped in slumber into which they had fallen in the midst of dancing and feasting, their hair and crowns in disarray, their ornaments scattered here and there. Others amongst those lovely beings had lost their anklets, and the tilaka mark on their foreheads had been effaced. Some had allowed their garlands to fall aside, some had broken their pearls, and their raiment in disorder, their girdles loosened, resembled disburdened mules, whilst others, bereft of earrings, their garlands torn and crushed, looked like flowering creepers trodden underfoot by great elephants in the forest. Sometimes the loosened pearls, like the scintillating rays of the moon, lay between the women's breasts like sleeping swans, whilst chains of emerald resembled drakes, or those of gold looked like chakravata birds. And those women were like unto rivers, their thighs being the banks, where swans, geese, and other waterfowl disport themselves, or, sleeping, resembled streams, the golden bells on their girdles, the ripples, their faces, the lotuses, their amorous desires, the crocodiles, their grace, the banks. On their tender limbs the marks of the ornaments looked like bees, whilst the veils of others, rising and falling with their breath, fluttered gracefully before their faces like bright streamers of many-colored yarn, and the earrings of others vibrated gently with the circulating air. Their subtly perfumed breath, impregnated with the aroma of sugar-sweetened wines which they had drunk, caused Ravana delight, and some of his consorts, in dream, savored the lips of their rivals again and again, deeming them to be the kings. Passionately devoted to their lord, these lovely women, no longer mistresses of themselves, offered their companions marks of their affection. Some, in their rich attire, slept leaning on their arms laden with bracelets, some rested on their companions' breasts, some on their laps, their bosoms, their thighs and backs, and under the influence of wine, clinging amorously to one another, those women of slender waist slept, their arms intertwined. Those groups of damsels enfolding one another resembled a garland of flowers visited by amorous bees, or like creepers opening to the caress of the vernal breeze that intertwine, forming clusters of blossom or the interlocking branches of great forest trees full of swarming bees. Thus seemed this gathering of Ravana's consorts, and on account of the proximity of these women, sleeping close to one another, it was impossible to distinguish to whom the jewels, veils, and garlands covering their limbs belonged. While Ravana slept, the beauty of those women resembling golden lamps seemed to watch over him, and there were daughters of Rajarishis, giants and celestial beings, who had become his consorts, and that warlike Titan king had acquired them after subduing their relatives, though some had followed him of their own accord from love. None had been forcibly borne away who had not been attracted by his prowess and qualities, and none had belonged to another, save the daughter of Janaka, whose heart was set on Rama. None was devoid of nobility, beauty, intelligence, and grace, and each was the object of Ravana's desire. Then the Lord of the Monkeys, endowed with virtue, reflected, if the consort of Raghava were as one of these women, the king of the Titans would indeed be blessed today, but Sita is far superior to them on account of her great qualities, which is evident, since for her sake that mighty monarch of Lanka has committed this wicked deed. Chapter 10. Hanuman sees Ravana surrounded by his wives. Looking round, Hanuman observed a splendid dais worthy of the gods, made of crystal encrusted with pearls, furnished with couches of emerald, mounted on ivory and gold, and covered with rich and priceless rugs. And he saw a white canopy in that place, festooned with celestial garlands that gleamed like the moon. And he observed a magnificent couch inlaid with gold, flaming like fire, and bearing garlands of Ashoka flowers, around which figures were waving fans to and fro, creating cooling drafts, and perfumes of every kind wreathed it with delicious fragrance. Spread with soft woolen cloths and decked with chaplets of flowers, it was adorned on every side. And there, resembling a thundercloud, the sovereign of the Titans lay with bright and flashing earrings, reddened eyes, golden raiment, his limbs smeared with saffron and fragrant sandal, like a purple cloud at dusk, riven with lightning. Adorned with celestial ornaments, magnificent to behold, able to change his form at will, as he lay asleep, he resembled the Mandara mountain with its trees, groves, and bushes without number. Having ceased from dalliance, decked with priceless ornaments, the delight of the Titans, and dear to all the Titan women, his feasting over, he lay sleeping on the golden bed, breathing like a serpent. And Hanuman, filled with awe, shrank back in fear, and stationed himself on a landing of the stairway, pressing himself against the inner wall. Then that courageous monkey looked down on that lion among Titans, lying there in a drunken stupor. And as the king of the Titans lay sleeping, his luxurious couch resembled a great waterfall by which a mighty tusker in a mutsta is resting. Hanuman looked down on the two outstretched arms, encircled with golden bracelets of that gigantic monarch, resembling the standards of Indra, which had formerly been pierced in combat by the sharp tusks of Airavata and torn by the discus of Vishnu, and the great shoulders that had been lacerated by Indra's mace. Those vast arms, firmly set with well-formed, powerful muscles, and thumbs and nails bearing auspicious marks, rings covering the fingers. Those arms, thick as clubs, rounded like the trunk of an elephant, that lay along the opulent couch as it were two snakes with 5 heads, smeared with sandal of the color of hare's blood, fresh, extremely rare, and of a delicious fragrance, massaged by women of sovereign beauty with precious unguents. Those arms that had caused yakshas, panagas, gandharvas, devas, and danavas to cry out in terror, that monkey gazed upon as they lay along the couch, like 2 great and angry reptiles sleeping in a cave on the Mandara mountain. And with his 2 great arms, the chief of the Titans resembled Mount Mandara with its twin peaks. The scent of the mango or punaga tree, impregnated with that of the bakula, blended with the savor of viands, and the aroma of wine issued from the vast mouth of that monarch of Titans during sleep, and seemed to fill the whole apartment. His diadem was decorated with rubies and precious stones, gleaming with gold, and he was adorned with earrings, smeared with red sandal, his well-developed chest bearing a string of pearls. A white silken cloth, flung aside, revealed his scars, and he was covered with a costly yellow coverlet. Like a mass of light he lay, hissing like a serpent, so that it seemed as if an elephant lay asleep in the deep waters of the Ganges. 4 lamps, set on golden pillars, cast their light to the 4 sides, as lightning reveals the surface of a massive cloud. Then that foremost of monkeys saw the wives of that great monarch of the Titans sleeping at the foot of their lord, their faces bright as the moon, wearing precious earrings and fresh garlands. Skilled musicians and dancers, they lay in the arms and on the breast of that Indra of Titans, attired in beautiful raiment, and the monkey gazed on those women wearing golden bracelets and earrings set with diamonds and emeralds, their faces fair as the moon, illumined by the reflection of their glittering earrings, lighting the hall as stars illumine the firmament. Overcome with drinking and amorous dalliance, those slender-waisted wives of the king of the demons lay fast asleep where they had been seated, and one, possessed of lovely limbs, skilled in the dance, slept there, wearied by her graceful motions, whilst another, embracing her vina, looked like a lotus that had fallen into the water, clinging to a passing raft. A third dark-eyed maiden held her menkuka in her lap, as a youthful woman would her child, while yet another with graceful limbs and shapely bosom slept with her tambourine pressed to her heart, as one embraces his love after a long absence. This one, with eyes like lotuses, had fallen asleep clasping her vina, as a beautiful girl enfolds her beloved one affectionately in her arms. Here, one of restrained sense lay beside her lute, which she encircled with her arms, resembling one affianced lying by the side of her chosen one. There, one whose limbs gleamed like Kannada gold, dimpled, ravishing, her eyes heavy with wine, though sleeping, was striking her drum. One of slender waist and flawless beauty, worn out by feasting, slept with a cymbal in her lap, and yet another held a dindima, and had another slung on her back, so that she looked like a young mother with her husband and her child. One with eyes large as lotus petals, clasping her adambara tightly to her breast, had fallen asleep under the influence of wine, and yet another, her water vessel overturned, resembled a flowery wreath that is sprinkled with water to keep it green. Another, falling under the sway of sleep, with her hands, covered her breasts resembling two golden cups, and one, with eyes like lotuses, fair as the moon, had fallen asleep embracing one of her companions possessed of lovely hips. Peerlessly beautiful women, clasping musical instruments, pressed them to their bosoms like lovers to their chosen ones. And that monkey beheld a marvelous bed set apart, on which one of these lovely women lay, richly attired, adorned with pearls and precious gems, who seemed to lend radiance to that magnificent apartment. Clad in silk, bright as Kanaka gold, Ravana's favorite queen, Mandodari by name, that slender-waisted woman of gracious features, lay fast asleep, adorned with ornaments, and, seeing her, that offspring of the wind god said to himself, "This one, endowed with the wealth of youth and beauty, may be Sita," and he rejoiced exceedingly. Thereafter, in his delight, he leapt into the air, waving his tail and manifesting his joy by his antics, frolicking, singing, climbing up the pillars from whence he dropped to the ground, thus demonstrating his monkey nature. Chapter 11. Description of the Banqueting Hall. Then that mighty monkey dismissed this thought concerning Sita and began to reflect further. Separated from Rama, that lovely woman would be unable to sleep, eat, or adorn herself, nor would she submit to any other, were he king of the celestials himself, for Rama has no equal even among the gods. This is therefore some other. In this conviction, that foremost of monkeys began to search the banqueting hall anew, anxious to discover Sita. Leaning on their tambourines, drums, and salikas, or stretched on luxurious couches, all these women slept soundly, worn out with playing, singing, dancing, and drinking. And that leader of monkeys saw thousands of women beautifully adorned, some having fallen asleep discussing each other's charms, some debating the art of singing, some skilled in discerning time and place, discoursing on circumstance, some given over to merriment, and elsewhere also he observed beautiful and youthful women who had fallen asleep talking of beauty, or full of perspicacity, deciding what was opportune. And in their midst, the Lord of the Titans resembled a bull in a spacious stall surrounded by graceful kine. Encircled by those women, that king of the Titans looked like a mighty tusker accompanied by female elephants in the forest. In the abode of that powerful Titan king, that lion among monkeys searched the banqueting hall throughout, furnished with every desirable object, and he beheld the flesh of buffalo, deer, and bear in separate dishes together with peacock and fowl on golden platters that had not been broached, and porcupine, deer, and peacocks seasoned with curds and social salt, and goats, leverets, and fish half consumed, with portions of dressed venison and sauces. There were wines of superior vintage, and rare dishes with salted pies spiced with vinegar, and diverse confections capable of stimulating the appetite. Costly bracelets and anklets were scattered here and there, and fruit was arranged in small dishes, whilst flowers were spread about, lending the whole floor an air of splendor, and elegant couches and seats set round that place of feasting caused it to shine like fire. In addition, meats of every kind and flavor, seasoned with diverse substances and dressed by skillful cooks, were placed round the hall, and Hanuman observed delicious beverages made of a variety of ingredients, some from sugar, some distilled from fruit and flowers, or impregnated with fragrant powders. The vast floor reflected the innumerable garlands, golden vessels, crystal bowls, and cups lying everywhere, and looked exceedingly beautiful, and that mighty monkey saw golden wine jars studded with gems, some of which were full of wine, some half full, and some wholly drained, and there were many wines that had not yet been served, and various kinds of viands that remained untouched. Elsewhere he saw many couches that were unoccupied, and some where women of unsurpassed beauty slept, clasping each other in their arms. One of these youthful women had forcibly possessed herself of another's quilt, and wrapping herself therein, had fallen asleep. The gentle breathing of these women barely stirred their attire, or the garlands that adorned them, but caressed them as it were, and a gentle breeze, laden with the odor of sandal and the sweet-tasting sidhu, with the diverse floral wreaths and flowers, perfumed bark prepared for ablutions and incense, spread over the aerial car Pushpaka. And in that residence of the Titan, there were women of incomparable beauty, some dark-skinned, some the color of Kankana gold, who, overcome by slumber and worn out with dalliance, resembled sleeping lotuses. Thus that mighty monkey searched every quarter of Ravana's private apartments without seeing Janaki anywhere, and having scanned the faces of all these women, he was filled with apprehension, fearing lest he had failed in his purpose. Then he reflected, "Beholding the wife of another while she is sleeping is undoubtedly an infringement of the moral law. Verily, to look on another's wife was never my intention, but here I have seen one who hath lusted after the wives of others." Then another thought came to that sagacious monkey, single-mindedly bent on the execution of his duty. "All these consorts of Ravana have been beheld by me without their knowledge, yet I find no fluctuation in the tenor of my mind. The mind is the motive power of every movement of the senses, whether it be good or evil, and mine remains untroubled. Further, how could I search for Sita otherwise? It is amongst women that one should look for women. Every being is to be sought amongst its own kind. None searches for a woman among deer. Therefore, with a pure heart, I have explored Ravana's inner apartment, but I have not seen the daughter of Janaka." And Hanuman scrutinized the faces of the daughters of Devas, Danavas, and Nagas without finding Sita, and not finding her in that place, he left the banqueting hall and began to search elsewhere. Leaving that place of feasting, the offspring of the wind god began to look for Sita in another quarter. Chapter 12. Hanuman becomes despondent. Remaining in the precincts of the palace, Hanuman searched the arbors, galleries, and the sleeping apartments, eager to discover Sita, but without being able to find that lady of gracious appearance there. And not finding the beloved of that descendant of Raghu, the mighty monkey reflected, "Since, despite mine exertions, I am unable to find that daughter of Mithila, assuredly Sita is no longer alive. That youthful and virtuous woman, anxious to defend her honor, has been slain by the wicked lord of the Titans for remaining faithful to her conjugal duty, or the daughter of King Janaka has died of fright on seeing those consorts of the sovereign of the Titans, who are deformed, sallow-skinned, misshapen, and who possess huge heads and monstrous forms. Failing to discover Sita, my valor has been expended in vain, and a large part of the term allotted to the monkeys has run out. I dare not present myself before Sugriva, who is powerful and given to meting out harsh punishment. I have explored the inner apartments thoroughly, but the gentle Sita was not to be found there, and I have spent myself in vain. Further, on my return, the assembled monkeys will inquire of me, saying, 'O valiant Hanuman, having reached the further shore, what didst thou accomplish there? Tell us. Not having seen Janaka's daughter, what shall I answer? The term fixed having passed, assuredly it is meet that I should fast to death. And what will the aged Jambavan and Angada say with all the assembled monkeys, since I have crossed the ocean to no purpose? Yet perseverance is the root of success. Perseverance is the root of prosperity. Perseverance brings supreme felicity. Therefore I will search all those places still left unexplored by me. Moreover, it is my intention to put forth fresh efforts and investigate all those regions not yet visited by me, and the banqueting halls, the gardens, the sports, the pavilions, the courtyards, dwellings, highways, alleys, and chariots, though already searched by me, shall be examined once again." Having thus resolved, Hanuman set about exploring the basements, temples, and many-storied dwellings, going up and down, to and fro, opening doors and closing others, entering here and making an exit there, till there was not even the space of 4 fingers left unscrutinized by him, and he visited the galleries running inside the ramparts and terraces, supported by stanchions, and the groves and lotus pools, and he saw there hideous and monstrous female titans of every shape, but not the daughter of Janaka, and the illustrious consorts of Vidyaharas fell under his gaze, but not the beloved of Raghava. Hanuman beheld there also the daughters of Nagas, of lovely limbs whose faces shone like the full moon, who had been forcibly brought there by the lord of the Titans, but not the cherished daughter of Janaka, and not seeing her among all those lovely women, a profound despair seized that warrior, born of Maruta. Reflecting that the exertions of all those leaders of monkeys and the crossing of the ocean had proved vain, the son of Anila became extremely anxious and descended from that aerial car. Thereafter, Hanuman, born of Maruta, grew pensive, and a great melancholy invaded his soul. Chapter 13. Hanuman's Dilemma. Descending onto the ramparts from the aerial car, that leader of monkeys, the agile Hanuman, resembled a flash of lightning athwart the clouds, and having searched the apartments of Ravana without finding Sita, Videha's daughter, he said to himself, "Seeking the object of Rama's affection, I have explored Lanka again and again without finding the daughter of Janaka of immaculate form. Many times have the marshes, pools, lakes, streams, rivers, banks, forests, and inaccessible mountains been scoured by me without any trace of Sita being found. The king of the vultures, Sampati, affirmed that Sita was in Ravana's palace, but I do not see her there. How can this be? Or has the daughter of Videha, Matili, born of Janaka, who was carried away against her will, being wholly helpless, surrendered to Ravana? Or perchance, fearing Rama's arrows in his rapid flight, that Titan has allowed Sita to slip from his grasp, or she, seeing herself borne away on the path of these Sitas and beholding the ocean, has yielded up her life. Who can say whether that noble large-eyed lady has not succumbed on account of the great speed assumed by Ravana and the pressure of his arms? It may happen that while Ravana flew over the sea, the daughter of Janaka, struggling to free herself, fell into the waves, or, alas, far from her lord, seeking to defend her honor, was devoured by that vile Ravana. May not that innocent dark-eyed lady have become the food of those impure consorts of that Indra of demons? Ever absorbed in the contemplation of Rama, whose countenance resembles the moon, has she breathed her last, bewailing her lot and crying, "O Rama, O Lakshmana, O Ayodhya"? Or having been banished to the dungeons of Ravana's palace, is that youthful woman grieving like a caged bird? How could the slender-waisted consort of Rama, born of the blood of Janaka, possessing eyes like lotus petals, submit to Ravana? But whether she be slain or is lost or has died, I dare not speak of it to Rama. To tell him would be an offense, yet it is also wrong to withhold it from him. What should I do? I am perplexed. In such a dilemma, how should I act? Thus thinking, Hanuman added, "If, without finding Sita, I return to the city of that lord among monkeys, in how far will my courage have availed me? My crossing of the ocean has come to naught, as also my entry into Lanka and my survey of the Titans. When I come to Kishkinda, what will Sugriva and the assembled monkeys say to me, or those twin sons of Dasaratha? If I approach Kukusta with these fatal tidings, saying, 'I have not found Sita,' he will give up his life. Hearing these cruel, terrible, heart-rending, and barbarous words, he will not survive, and when his mind has been withdrawn into the 5 elements, the sagacious Lakshmana, deeply attached to Rama, will also cease to exist. Then, hearing that his 2 brothers are dead, Bharata will yield up his life, and Shatrugna will renounce his existence also. Beholding their sons dead, their mothers, Kaushalya, Sumitra, and Kaikeyi, will undoubtedly surrender their lives, and, seeing Rama's plight, his grateful and loyal friend Sugriva will give up his life. Then the grief-stricken Ruma, distracted and crushed with sorrow, will perish on account of her lord, and the Queen Tara, already inconsolable on account of Bali's end, worn out by suffering, will be unable to continue living. The loss of his parents will lead the youthful Angada to the brink of death, and, overwhelmed by the passing of their leader, the inhabitants of the woods, having been cherished with gentleness, gifts, and regard by their illustrious monarch, will strike their heads with their fists and die. Thenceforth, those foremost of monkeys will no longer assemble to disport themselves in the woods, among the rocks and caves, but with their sons, wives, and servants, in despair on account of their master's death, will hurl themselves from the height of the rocks into the abysses and chasms, and they will take poison or hang themselves or enter the fire or fast to death or fall on their own weapons. It is certain that a great calamity will follow my return, and the house of Ikshwaku and the inhabitants of the forests will meet with destruction. But if I do not return, Those two virtuous and great car warriors, as also the swift-footed monkeys, will continue to live in the hope of receiving tidings of Sita, and I, not having found Sita, shall exist by that which falls to my lot, living a life of privation and subsisting on fruit and roots in the forest. Preparing a funeral pyre on the shores of the sea, in a place abounding in roots, fruits, and water, I shall enter the flames, or allow myself to die of hunger, then without fail offer my emaciated frame as food for the birds and beasts of prey. In my belief, this is the death the sages envisaged for themselves. Either I must find Janaki or enter the sea. My bright garland of glory, so nobly plaited and begot of courageous acts, has perished because I have not been able to find Sita. I shall therefore become an ascetic living under the trees, but return I will not without having seen that dark-eyed damsel. If I go back without finding Sita, neither Angada nor the other monkeys will survive. Yet incalculable ills lie in store for one taking his own life. If, however, I continue to live, I may achieve success. Therefore, I shall maintain my existence. If I live, the reunion of Rama and Sita may be effected. Revolving these innumerable and painful considerations in his mind, that lion among monkeys sought to prevent himself from being overcome by despair. Summoning up all his courage, that mighty monkey said to himself, "I shall slay Dashagriva, the terrible Ravana, and thus avenge the abduction of Sita, or, crossing the sea, I shall drag him before Rama as a beast is offered up to Pushpaka." Reflecting thus, that monkey, who was filled with anxiety and grief, not having been able to find Sita, thought, "So long as I do not find the illustrious consort of Rama, I shall not cease from searching the city of Lanka on every side. If, according to Sampati's words, I bring Rama hither, Raghava, not beholding his consort, will burn all the monkeys with the fire of his wrath. Therefore, I shall stay here, living a life of abstinence with my senses under control, lest all men and monkeys perish through my fault. Here is a great Ashoka Grove, containing huge trees, which has not yet been searched by me. Having paid reverence to the Vasus, the Rudras, the Adityas, the Ashwins, and the Maruts, in order to increase the torment of the Titans, I shall enter it. Having vanquished the demons, I shall restore the divine Sita, the delight of the house of Ikshwaku, to Rama, as the fruit of austerity is bestowed on an ascetic." Having thus reflected for a space, the mighty offspring of the wind god suddenly rose and said, "Salutations to Rama, accompanied by Lakshmana and Anila. Salutations to Chandra, Agni, and the Maruts." After paying obeisance to all the gods, as also to Sugriva, the offspring of the wind god, surveying the four quarters in imagination as it were, advanced towards that magnificent grove and began to consider what should be done further. He reflected, "This Ashoka Grove, which is sacred with its dense thickets, must be filled with Titans. Its trees are surely protected by trained guards, and the blessed Vishvatam himself refrains from blowing vigorously here. In Rama's interests, I shall contract my form so that I may not be detected by Ravana. May all the gods, as also the hosts of sages, confer success on me. May Swayambhu, the celestial beings, as also the ascetics, the god of fire, the god of the wind, the bearer of the thunderbolt, Varuna, the moon and the sun, the high-souled Ashwins, and all the Maruts grant me success. May all beings and the Lord of all beings, and those unknown who are met with on the way, confer success on me. When shall I behold that noble and irreproachable queen with her arched nose, pearly teeth, sweet smile, and eyes resembling lotus petals, bright as the king of the stars? Oh, when? Oh, how will that frail and virtuous one, ruthlessly borne away by that wicked and vile wretch, the scourge of human beings, who masks his savagery under an alluring disguise, disclose herself to me?" Chapter 14. The Ashoka Grove. Having meditated for a space, Hanuman, who had rejoined Sita in thought, leapt from the rampart on the surrounding wall, and, trembling with delight, that mighty monkey standing there beheld every variety of tree and flower. It being early spring, he saw Sala, Ashoka, Bhavya, Champaka, Udalaka, Nagavriksha, mango, and Kepamuka trees in flower with clumps of amaranth intertwined with hundreds of creepers. And Hanuman, leaping down into that enchanting grove, like an arrow shot from a bow, entered that garden resembling the rising sun, which re-echoed to the song of birds, planted with gold and silver saplings and containing flocks of birds and deer, with trees of varying fragrance which filled him with wonder. Abounding in trees of every kind, laden with flowers and fruit, where cuckoos called deliriously and swarms of bees hummed, where all creatures expressed happiness in their movements, where the cries of the peacock could be heard and waterfowl teemed, the heart of the beholder was ravished. And Hanuman, searching for that princess of beautiful and faultless limbs, woke the birds that had been sleeping sweetly, and blown by the wind, set up by the wings of those birds in flight, a shower of variegated blossom fell, covering Hanuman, the son of the wind god, in the midst of the Ashoka Grove, lending him the loveliness of a hill covered with flowers. Then all the creatures, beholding that monkey, as they darted from all sides, thought, "It is the god of spring." Wholly hidden in blossom which had fallen from the trees, the earth looked like a bride covered with jewels, and shaken in diverse ways by the motion of that impetuous monkey, the trees rained down a shower of multicolored blooms. And those trees, whose tops were stripped of leaves, from which both blossom and fruit had fallen, looked like gamblers who have staked their raiment and possessions only to lose all. Buffeted by Hanuman's leaping, those lovely trees speedily let their flowers, leaves, and fruit fall to the ground, and, deserted by the birds, no longer able to seek shelter there, on account of the shaking administered by Maruti, presented their bare branches only, so that the Ashoka Grove, battered by the blows of the monkey's feet and tail, resembled a youthful woman with her locks disheveled, the brightness of her lips and teeth dimmed, her tilaka mark effaced, and her arms and legs scarred. And in his haste, that monkey snapped the clusters of creepers as the wind dispels the clouds during the rainy season. Ranging here and there, that monkey observed places that were paved with gold and silver, with ponds filled with translucent water, their steps encrusted with valuable gems, pearls, and coral, their floors being of crystal, and the banks set with trees of kankana gold, which emitted a dazzling light. These pools were covered with clumps of lotuses and lilies, whilst waterfowl enhanced their beauty, and they re-echoed to the cry of natuas, swans, and geese. Broad and beautiful streams, bordered on every side by trees, fed them with their waters, which resembled amrita, and glided under variegated shrubs decorated by hundreds of creepers, the ground being carpeted by rhododendron and oleander flowers. Then that foremost of monkeys beheld a high hill, bright as a cloud, crowned with lofty peaks, many kinds of trees, and filled with caves, and it was one of the wonders of the world. And he beheld a river falling from those heights, like a youthful woman tearing herself from her lover's arms in order to leave him, and the branches of the trees, sweeping the water, looked as if the companions of that damsel were detaining her, whilst further down, Hanuman beheld that stream returning on its course, as if the maiden, appeased, were reconciled to her beloved. Thereafter, at some distance from the river, a pool filled with lotuses, frequented by birds of every kind, drew the gaze of that lion among monkeys, Hanuman, born of Maruta. And he saw a fountain of fresh water with enchanting steps made of precious gems, its basin strewn with pearls, which was embellished on every side with countless herds of deer, ravishing groves, and mansions built by Vishwakarma himself, adorned with artificial woods and trees laden with fruit and flowers, their branches spreading like umbrellas giving shade, whilst the ground beneath was paved with gold and silver. And that great monkey beheld a single golden shingshapa tree, surrounded by a golden dais, and he saw many flower beds and trees which resembled flames, the radiance of which rivaled Mount Meru and caused him to think they were made of gold. Seeing those beautiful golden trees with their flowering crests, buds and shoots agitated by the wind, emitting a sound like the tinkling of many ornaments, Hanuman was astounded. Climbing quickly into that many-leafed shingshapa tree, Hanuman reflected, "From here I may perchance behold Vaidehi, that unhappy being who sighs for Rama's presence, and who, filled with grief, wanders aimlessly to and fro. Without doubt, this Ashoka Grove, embellished by Kandana, Champaka, and Vakula trees, belongs to the wicked Ravana. Here by this lovely pool frequented by birds, that princess and royal spouse, Sita, will certainly repair. She, the beloved of Raghava, accustomed to wander in the woods, bereft of Rama, will assuredly come hither. That lady, whose eyes resemble a doe's, tormented with grief on account of separation from Rama, fond of roving in the woods, will certainly walk in this grove. She, the chaste and virtuous wife of Rama, Janaka's daughter, who ever loved the creatures of the forest, anxious to offer up her devotion, will come to this river of translucent waters for this purpose. Truly, this beautiful grove is worthy to be the abode of that chaste consort of the king of men, Rama. If that goddess whose countenance resembles the moon still lives, she will inevitably visit this river of cool waters. Thus reflected the high-souled Hanuman, expecting the consort of that Lord of Man to appear, and concealing himself in the Shingshapa tree, covered with leaves and flowers, gazed out over the whole scene. Chapter 15. Hanuman sees Sita. Seated in the tree, glancing round in the quest of Sita, Hanuman surveyed the entire grove, filled with trees intertwined with creepers and redolent with celestial odors. Manifesting every aspect of beauty, possessing the splendor of the Nandana gardens, it was inhabited by various animals and birds, embellished by palaces and temples, and re-echoed to the call of the cuckoo. Adorned with pools filled with golden lotuses and silver water lilies, furnished with seats and cushions, buildings and courtyards, with its ravishing trees laden with fruit and flowers in every season, and the blossoming Ashoka trees, it resembled the effulgence of the rising sun. Seated there, Maruti never wearied of gazing on those lovely woods, whose foliage was almost concealed by hundreds of birds disporting themselves there, and the beauty of those Ashoka trees, bending under the weight of their flowers, so that their blossoming seemed to extend to their very roots, dispelled all sorrow. The entire region seemed ablaze with the brilliance of the Karnikara and Kimshuka trees in flower. The giant-rooted Punaga, Saptaparna, Champaka, and Udalaka blazed forth in blossom, and there were thousands of Ashoka trees, some of a golden color, some like flames of fire, and some as dark as collyrium, so that the whole place resembled the garden of Nandana, or the enchanting domain of Chaitarata, or even surpassed them. This celestial, unimaginably beautiful region was like a second heaven, having flowers for its constellations, or a fifth ocean, its pearls being the blossoms scattered there. Planted with trees which bloomed in every season, emitting honeyed scents, that garden was filled with the cries of birds and beasts, and redolent with exquisite scents, a delicious spot, equal to that king of mountains, a second Gandhamadana. Now in that Ashoka Grove, that lion among monkeys observed at a short distance a splendid temple as white as Mount Kailasha, flawless, supported by 1,000 pillars, its steps of coral, its floors of refined gold, dazzlingly beautiful, blinding to the eyes, and of such a height that it seemed to kiss the sky. Then, all at once, he beheld a woman, in soiled raiment, surrounded by female titans, and she was emaciated through fasting, sorrowful, heaving frequent sighs, immaculate as the moon's disk in its first quarter, resplendent with a radiance which now shone but dimly, so that she seemed like a flame wreathed in smoke. Clad in a soiled robe of yellow silk, divested of every ornament, she resembled a lotus pool stripped of its flowers. Oppressed, racked with grief, and tormented, she was like unto Rohini pursued by Ketu. Her face bathed in tears, distressed, worn out by privation, plunged in anxiety, and separated from her kith and kin, no longer able to behold Rama and Lakshmana, but only the Titans, she appeared like a gazelle surrounded by a pack of hounds. With her long hair resembling a black serpent hanging down her back, she looked like the earth with its dark blue forests in the rainy season. That large-eyed lady, worthy of happiness, not having known adversity till that hour, sunk in woe, and emaciated, was attired in soiled raiment. Then Hanuman, beholding her, for many reasons deduced that it was Sita, and reflected, "That princess, borne away by the Titan able to change his shape at will, must be this woman before me." Her face shone like the full moon, and she possessed beautiful brows and gracefully rounded breasts. By her radiance, she dispelled the darkness in all regions. Her neck was of a bluish tint, her lips like the bimba fruit, her waist slender, and her carriage full of dignity. Her eyes, resembling lotus petals, equaled those of Rati, the beloved spouse of Manmatha, lovely as the moon, adored by all. Now that youthful woman of graceful form was seated on the ground practicing austerity like a female ascetic, and that timid lady was heaving frequent sighs like the consort of the Serpent King. Entangled in a mighty web of sorrow, her beauty was veiled like a flame enveloped in smoke, or a traditional text obscured by dubious interpretation, or wealth that is melting away, or faith that is languishing, or hope that is almost extinguished, or perfection unattained on account of obstacles, or an intellect which is darkened, or fame tarnished by calumny. Distracted by her separation from Rama, tormented by the presence of the female titans, her eyes, like a young doe's, ranged here and there, searching everywhere in her distress. Tears streamed from her eyes with their arched brows and dark lashes, and her features altered. She sighed again and again. That unfortunate one, worthy of every decoration, now bereft of all, covered with stains, resembled the king of the stars, obscured by heavy cloud. Beholding Sita in that pitiable state, Hanuman was perplexed as one whose learning is lost for lack of sustained endeavor, and seeing her without ornaments, he recognized her with difficulty as a text that is wrongly construed. Beholding that large-eyed and irreproachable princess, Hanuman concluded from her many distinctive characteristics that it must indeed be Sita. Perceiving on her person such ornaments as had been described by Rama at the time of his departure, such as the svandakstras and the jeweled armlets, which were now darkened by dust and neglect, nevertheless they appeared to Hanuman to be those mentioned to him, and he reflected, "Those which were cast off by Sita on the way I do not see, but those she preserved are certainly here. The rich silken mantle shining like Kanaka gold, which she let fall, was found by the monkeys caught in a tree, and the valuable ornaments cast off by her fell on the earth with a tinkling sound. The robe she now wears is exceedingly worn, but its color remains and resembles her own radiance. Here is the one for whom Rama has suffered torment through affection, pity, grief, and love, through affection in consequence of his beloved spouse being borne away, through pity by his inability to protect her who is dependent on him, through grief at her loss, and through love by his separation from her. Verily, from the grace of her person and her beauty that resembles his, this lady of dark eyes must be his spouse. She has her mind fixed on him, and he on her. It is on account of this that they are able to survive. Indeed, the Lord Rama has achieved a great feat by still existing separated from her and not yielding up his life in grief." Having beheld Sita, the son of Pavana allowed his thoughts to fly to Rama, to whom he silently offered obeisance, and to that princess also. Chapter 16. Hanuman's Reflections on Seeing Sita. Having offered obeisance to Sita, who was worthy of homage, and also to Rama of gentle conduct, that bull among monkeys became absorbed in thought once more. Reflecting a while, his eyes full of tears on account of Sita, that sagacious monkey Hanuman gave voice to his distress in the following words. "None can withstand the force of destiny, since Sita, the consort of the illustrious brother of Lakshmana, ever obedient to his preceptors, has met with this misfortune. Conversant with the prowess of Rama and the sagacious Lakshmana, that divine lady is no more perturbed than is the Ganges at the approach of the rainy season. In character, age, conduct, and family they are equal, and Raghava is worthy of Vaidehi, that one of dark eyes, who is his." Seeing Sita, radiant as newly minted gold, and who resembled Lakshmi, beloved of the worlds, Hanuman, approaching Rama in thought, said, "On account of this large-eyed lady, the mighty Bali was slain, and Kabanda, equal to him in strength. For her, the mighty demon Virata, despite his renowned prowess, also succumbed in the forest under the thrusts of the valiant Rama, as Shambhara under Mahendra's blows. It was for her that 14,000 demons of outstanding exploits were pierced by Rama's arrows, resembling tongues of fire in Janasthana. Kara, too, was brought low on the field of battle. Trishiras was overthrown, and the mighty Dushana also by the righteous Raghava. And it was on her account that the supreme and inaccessible kingdom of the monkeys belonging to Bali was acquired by Sugriva, renowned in the three worlds. It is for this large-eyed damsel that the effulgent lord of the waters has been crossed by me and the city explored. Methinks that if Rama had turned the whole earth with its boundaries upside down for her sake, it were fitting. were the dominion of the three worlds on one side and Sita, born of Janaka, on the other, the former would not equal a fraction of the latter. Such is the virtuous daughter of the magnanimous king of Mithila, who was wholly devoted to her lord. She, as a field was being dug, rose from a furrow which the blade of the plow had turned, covered with dust which gleamed like the pollen of a lotus. She, the eldest daughter-in-law of King Dasaratha, who was full of courage and nobility, and was never known to retreat in battle. She, the beloved consort of the faithful and dutiful Rama, knower of his own self, is now in the power of the Titans. Renouncing every pleasure, actuated by love of her lord, disregarding the inevitable privations, she entered the beautiful forest to live on fruits and roots, ever engaged in the service of her spouse, and considered herself to have attained the peak of felicity there, as if it were the palace itself. This lady, whose limbs resemble Kanaka gold and who was ever wont to smile when conversing, now suffers unimaginable woes, and Raghava, like a thirsty man panting for a stream, sighs for the sight of that noble woman oppressed by Ravana. Reunited with her, Raghava will enjoy felicity once more, as a king who has been deprived of his throne rejoices on regaining it. Deprived of all comfort and pleasure, far from her kinsmen, she preserves her life in the hope of seeing Rama and being reunited with him. Oblivious of the Titans and the trees covered with fruit and flowers, her spirit is wholly absorbed in the thought of Rama. For a woman, the greatest decoration is her lord, and Sita, though incomparably beautiful, no longer shines in Rama's absence. It is only Rama's heroism that makes it possible for him to continue living separated from his consort and prevents him from being overwhelmed with grief. This lady of dark eyes, resembling the moonlight, worthy of happiness, is now utterly wretched, and my heart is troubled. Patient as the earth, this lady, whose eyes resemble lotuses, who was formerly protected by Rama and Lakshmana, lying at the foot of a tree, is being guarded by demons of hideous aspect. Like a water lily snapped by the frost, the daughter of Janaka, her beauty faded, is fading under the rain of misfortunes, and like a doe separated from the herd, is fallen into this distress. The Ashoka trees, with their boughs bending under the weight of their blossom, seem to increase her grief, as also the moon of pure beams that is rising in this spring season. Reflecting thus, that valiant monkey, being convinced that it was Sita, stationed himself in the Shingshepa tree. Chapter 17. Description of the female Titans who guarded Sita. Then the moon, pure as a water lily, rose in the stainless heavens, sailing through the firmament like a swan floating on blue waters. As if to aid him with her light, that pure and clear orb covered the son of Pavana with her cool rays. Thereupon that monkey beheld Sita endowed with a moon-like countenance, who, under the load of grief, resembled a heavily laden ship foundering in the waves. And gazing on Vaidehi, Hanuman, born of Maruta, observed a number of grim-visaged Titan women at a distance, some with but a single eye or ear, some with ears concealing their visage, some without ears, some with noses on their foreheads, some possessed of disproportionately large heads and long necks, some with sparse hair, and others covered with hair so that they appeared to be wrapped in a woolen cloth. The ears and brows of some were set low, and their breasts and bellies protruded. Others were knock-kneed, stunted, humpbacked, crooked, dwarfed, unkempt, their mouths set awry, their eyes inflamed, their faces fearful to behold. Hideous, irascible, quarrelsome, they were armed with spears, darts, hammers, and mallets, and some had snouts like bears, or the muzzles of deer, or the faces of tigers, camels, buffalo, goats, and jackals, and some had the feet of elephants, camels, horses, and the heads of some were sunk in their breasts. Some had a single hand or foot, some the ears of asses, horses, kine, and elephants, or some the ears of monkeys. Some had enormous noses, some crooked noses, and some none at all. Some had noses like the trunks of elephants, some had their noses fixed in their foreheads, through which they breathed like beasts. The feet of some were like elephants, and some had the feet of kine. Some were hairy, some had huge heads, gigantic faces, and long tongues. Some had the heads of goats, elephants, cows, pigs, horses, camels, and donkeys. These Titan women of formidable appearance held spears and maces in their hands. They were ill-humored, and rejoiced in discord. Their hair was black as soot or smoke-colored, their aspect repellent, and they feasted continually, regaling themselves on wine and meat without sucrease, their bodies being spattered with blood from the flesh they consumed. That foremost of monkeys surveyed those Titan women whose appearance caused his hair to stand on end, and who were seated in a circle round the many-branched tree under which the divine and irreproachable Janaki stood. And the graceful Hanuman beheld that daughter of Janaka, bereft of her radiance, consumed with grief, her locks soiled with dust, like a star which has fallen on the earth, its merits exhausted. Sita, famed throughout the worlds for her fidelity, yet with little hope of being reunited with her lord. Stripped of her jewels, she whose chief ornament was her devotion to her lord, held captive by Ravana, appeared like a female elephant separated from the herd who had been attacked by a lion, or like the moonlight enveloped in cloud at the end of the rainy season. Her beauty dimmed, she resembled a stringed instrument that one has ceased to pluck and has laid aside. Far from her lord, that illustrious one had fallen under the sway of the Titans without having merited it. Sunk in an ocean of grief, surrounded by those Titan women in the midst of the Ashoka Grove, she looked like Rohini about to be devoured by Rahu, and beholding her there, Hanuman thought she resembled a creeper divested of its blooms. Having lost her radiance, her limbs covered with dust, with her hidden grace she looked like a lotus spattered with mud. The monkey, Hanuman, beheld that youthful woman whose eyes resembled a doe's, clothed in a soiled and tattered cloth, and though that blessed one was shorn of her beauty, yet her soul did not lose its transcendency, upheld as it was by the thought of Rama's glory and safeguarded by her own virtue. Beholding Sita, whose eyes, wide with fear, resembled a doe's, casting her glances here and there like a fawn, and consuming the trees and their leaves with her sighs, like a mountainous wave rising from the ocean of adversity, incomparably beautiful with her slender limbs and graceful form, bereft of ornaments, Maruti experienced a great felicity, and Hanuman wept tears of joy at this fortunate meeting and silently offered obeisance to Rama. Having bowed down to Rama and Lakshmana, the valiant Hanuman, filled with happiness on having beheld Sita, remained there wholly concealed. Chapter 18. Ravana goes to the Ashoka Grove. Surveying the woods filled with flowering trees, desirous of beholding Sita closely, and the night being almost spent, towards dawn, Hanuman heard the chanting of the Vedas by those among the Titans conversant with the holy Shastras and the 6 supplementary portions. Then the mighty 10-headed lord of the Titans awoke to the sound of auspicious music, delightful to the ear, and waking, that great and powerful king, his garlands and attire in disarray, remembered Vaidehi. Passionately enamored of her, that Titan filled with pride could not restrain his desire. Thereupon, adorned with every kind of ornament, gorgeously robed, he entered the Ashoka Grove filled with innumerable trees, laden with fruit and flowers of every kind, with pools embellished with lotuses and lilies, enlivened by birds of rare beauty, ecstatic with love, and sculptured wolves wonderful to behold. Dashagriva gazed on those avenues with their arches of gold and gems, thronged with deer of every sort, and carpeted with the fruit that had fallen on the earth. And 100 damsels, daughters of the gods and Gandharvas, followed in the train of the son of Pulastya, resembling the nymphs who followed Mahendra, and some carried lamps of gold, whilst others bore chanwaras and fans in their hands. Some carrying water in golden ewers walked ahead, others following with a golden seat and round cushions, and one on his right bore a cup encrusted with gems and filled with wine, whilst another carried a canopy resembling a swan, golden-ribbed like the moon, and having a handle of fine gold. In this way, the most beautiful of Ravana's wives, their eyes heavy with sleep and wine, followed their august lord like flashes of lightning following a cloud. Their bracelets and necklets of pearl swung to and fro, their sandal paste was effaced, and their hair hung loose while drops of perspiration stood on the brows of those women of lovely mien who stumbled on account of the effects of wine and sleep, and the sweat had caused the flowers that adorned them to wither, and their locks were full of shreds from their garlands. In this way, those women of tender appearance, full of pride and affection, followed the king of the Titans. And that powerful lord, the slave of his desires, his heart fixed on Sita, proceeded at a slow pace. Then the monkey heard the sound of the bells on the women's girdles and anklets, and the joy of Maruta beheld Ravana of inconceivable prowess, whose energy and valor were unimaginable as he entered the gate. And he was illumined on all sides by the innumerable lamps, fed with fragrant oil, which were carried by those damsels, and intoxicated with pride, desire, and wine. His eyes of a coppery red, he looked like Kandarpa himself, bereft of his bow. He adjusted his magnificent cloak, decorated with flowers, stainless as the foam of Amrita when churned, and which flung back was held by a clasp. Hanuman, concealed behind the curtain of leafy branches, stared at him as he approached, and from his hiding place that elephant among monkeys beheld that mighty king, Ravana, surrounded by beautiful and youthful brides, with majestic strides enter that grove, which re-echoed to the cry of deer and birds. Already intoxicated, adorned with priceless ornaments, possessing pointed ears resembling darts, full of energy, that son of Vishravas, the lord of the Titans, appeared surrounded by lovely women, as the moon amidst the stars, and that illustrious monkey, beholding him, reflected, "This is the long-armed Ravana, who was formerly sleeping in that sumptuous apartment in the center of the city." Then the valiant Hanuman, born of Maruta, despite his great courage, and though highly effulgent, found himself eclipsed by Ravana's glory, and effaced himself among the leafy branches. Ravana, however, eager to see that dark-eyed Sita of faultless limbs, whose breasts touched each other, and whose tresses were black, strode on. Chapter 19. Sita's Grief. Beholding Ravana, the lord of the Titans, endowed with youth and beauty, wearing gorgeous raiment and priceless jewels, that irreproachable princess trembled like a palm, agitated by the wind, and, covering her breasts and belly with her hands, seeking to conceal them, shrank away. Dashagriva gazed on Vaidehi, who was guarded by companies of female Titans, and that unfortunate one, given over to grief, resembled a ship foundering in the sea. Seated on the naked ground, Sita, who was fixed in virtue, resembled a branch severed from a tree that has fallen to earth, her limbs covered with a soiled cloth. She, who was worthy of ornaments, now no longer adorned, resembled a lotus stalk stained with mud, and, though radiant, her beauty was dimmed. In imagination, she took refuge with that lion among men, Rama, her mind a chariot drawn by the steeds of resolution, and that charming princess, devoted to Rama, emaciated, weeping, separated from her kinsfolk, was a prey to anxiety and grief, and saw no end to her misfortune. Rocking herself to and fro, she resembled the female of the king of the snakes under the spell of an incantation, or the planet Rohini pursued by Dhumaketu, or a saintly and virtuous woman of a noble house who finds herself, through marriage, placed in a low-born family. She resembled a great reputation that has been lost, or a faith that has been disregarded, or a mind that has become clouded, or a hope destroyed, a future shattered, an order misinterpreted, a region obliterated at the destruction of the world, or an offering rejected by the gods, a night on which the full moon is obscured by clouds, or a lotus pool laid waste, an army bereft of its warriors, a moon under eclipse, a dried-up river, an altar which has been desecrated, or a flame that has been extinguished, or a lotus pool bereft of flowers, its birds struck with terror, agitated by the trumpeting of elephants. In separation from her lord, consumed with grief, she appeared like a river whose waters have run dry, and on account of her limbs not having been washed, she resembled night during the period of the waning moon. That lovely and graceful woman, accustomed to a palace filled with precious gems, now with wasted limbs, resembled the stalk of a lotus freshly plucked and wilting in the sun. As the female elephant which has been captured, chained to a stake, grieving for its mate, sighs again and again, so seemed she. Her long dark tresses, utterly neglected, lay along her back so that she appeared like the earth covered with a dark forest at the end of the rainy season. Tortured by hunger, sorrow, anxiety, and fear, emaciated, desolate, weakened by abstinence and given over to austerity, stricken with grief, resembling a goddess, her hands were joined offering prayers to Rama for the destruction of Ravana. And beholding that blameless Mathili with her beautiful dark eyes and graceful lashes, Ravana, to his own destruction, sought to seduce her. Chapter 20. Ravana begs Sita to wed him. Thereupon Ravana, approaching Sita, who was helpless, surrounded by female titans, and vowed to a life of austerity, with sweet words and courteous gestures, said to her, "O thou whose thighs resemble the trunk of an elephant, who beholding me dost seek to conceal thy breasts, and thy body as if thou didst fear me, O lady of large eyes, I love thee. Be gracious to me, O thou of charming looks, who art adored by all the world. There is no man present here, nor any titan able to change his form at will. Therefore, banish the fear which I inspire in thee, O Sita. It has ever been the unquestioned and special privilege of titans to unite themselves with the wives of others, either taking them of their own free will or bearing them away by force. In spite of this, O Matili, I shall not lay my hands on thee, since thou hast no affection for me. But for myself, I am completely under the sway. Therefore trust in me and respond to my love. O goddess, have no fear of me. Take courage, O dear one, and do not let thyself be consumed with grief. To wear but a single plate, to lie on the earth in soiled attire, and fast unnecessarily does not become thee. In my company, O Matili, do thou enjoy garlands, perfumes, sandal, ornaments, wine, rich beds and seats, singing, dancing, and music. Thou art a pearl among women, do not remain in this condition. Adorn thyself as heretofore. Having united thyself with me, O lady of lovely form, what will not be thine? Thine enchanting youth is passing away, which, like the water of a river once gone, does not return. O thou of fair looks, the creator of thy loveliness, Vishvakrita, after devising thee, ceased from his work, for I see none who is equal to thee in loveliness and grace. Who, having seen thee, resplendent with beauty, could withstand thee, O Vaidehi? Even Brahma himself is moved, how much more other beings? O thou whose countenance resembles the moon, on whatever part of thy body mine eyes rest, my gaze is riveted. O Maithili, do thou become my consort and renounce this thy folly. Become the foremost queen of these innumerable and lovely women who belong to me. O timid one, all the treasure I have won throughout the worlds, I offer thee as also my kingdom. O sportive damsel, for thy sake, having subjugated the entire earth with its many cities, I will confer them on King Janaka. None on this earth can withstand my prowess. Behold mine immeasurable valor in battle. Did not the celestials and the demons find me irresistible on the battlefield as I broke through their ranks, shattering their standards? Therefore yield to my desire, and attire thyself in splendid robes, letting brilliant gems adorn thy person. O timid one, enjoy every comfort and luxury according to thy pleasure. Divert thyself and distribute land and treasure to others. Live happily depending on my support and exercise supreme authority. By my favor, all thy relatives shall share thy felicity. Observe my prosperity and glory, O gentle lady. What canst thou hope from Rama, who is clothed in robes of bark? O fortunate one, Rama has been deprived of his kingdom and is bereft of his might. He practices asceticism. His couch is the bare earth. Indeed, it is doubtful whether he still lives. O Vaidehi, Rama will never be able to find thee, thou who resemblest a star veiled by dark clouds preceded by cranes. Raghava will never rescue thee from my hands, as Hiranyakashipu was not able to recover his consort Kirti, who had fallen under the sway of Indra. O lady of sweet smiles, O thou of lovely teeth and beautiful eyes, thou dost ravish my heart as Suparna carried away a serpent. Although thy robe is torn and stained, and thou art stripped of ornaments, seeing thee, my mind turns away from all my other consorts. O daughter of Janaka, do thou hold sway over all the women in my harem, who are endowed with every accomplishment. O princess of raven locks, these women, the foremost among the beauties of the world, shall be thy slaves and attend on thee as the Apsaras attend on Shri. O graceful princess, enjoy the pleasures of the world with me, and the riches of Kuvera to the utmost of thy desires. O goddess, neither in asceticism, strength, prowess, wealth, nor fame is Rama equal to me. Therefore, drink, eat, enjoy thyself, and indulge in every pleasure. I shall confer on thee immense wealth, nay, the whole world. Do thou satisfy all thy desires in my company, O timid one, and let thy relatives share thy felicity also. Adorned with dazzling golden bracelets, O beautiful one, in my company range the groves of flowering trees on the shores of the sea where the black bees hum. Chapter 21. Sita rejects Ravana's advances with disdain. Hearing the words of that terrible Titan, Sita, overwhelmed with grief, answered in a faint and feeble voice. The unfortunate Sita, afflicted and trembling, faithful to her lord and anxious to preserve her virtue, her heart fixed on Rama, placed a straw between Ravana and herself with a sweet smile, answered him, saying, "Take back thy heart and set it on thine own consorts. As a sinner may not aspire to heaven, so shouldest thou not expect to win me. That which should never be done, and is condemned in a woman faithful to her lord, I shall never do. Born in a noble house, I have been joined to a pious family." Having spoken thus to Ravana, the virtuous Vaidehi, turning her back on him, continued, "It is not meet that I become thy wife, since I am united to another. Do thy duty and follow the rules laid down by men of integrity. The wives of others, like thine own, are deserving of protection, O prowler of the night. Do thou furnish a good example and enjoy thine own consorts. That wretch who, in the inconstancy and levity of his heart, is not satisfied with his own wives, will be brought to misery by those of others. Either no pious men exist here, or thou dost not follow their example, since thy mind is perverse and turns from what is virtuous, or the wise having uttered sage counsel, thou, to the destruction of the Titans, dost ignore them. Prosperity, kingdom, and city are all brought to naught in the hands of a vicious monarch who is not master of himself. Hence, Lanka, overflowing with treasure, having thee for her king, will suffer destruction ere long. O Ravana, that wicked being who brings about his own downfall, succumbs to the delight of all. When thou meetest with thine end, this evil deed will cause the oppressed to say, 'Fortunate are we that this great tyrant has fallen.' Thou art not able to tempt me with wealth and riches. As the light of the sun cannot be separated from the sun, so do I belong to Raghava. Having rested on the arm of that Lord of men, how should I depend on any other? Like unto the spiritual truth known to a Brahmin, faithful to his vows, I belong to the Lord of the world alone, and am lawfully wedded to him. It is to thine own advantage to restore me to Rama, wretched as I am, like unto a she-elephant anxiously awaiting her mate in the forest. It behooveth thee to seek Rama's friendship, that lion among men, if thou desireth to preserve Lanka, and dost not wish to bring about thine own destruction. He is wise, conversant with every duty, and ever eager to serve those who seek his protection. Form an alliance with him if thou desirest to survive. Seek to conciliate Rama, who is full of devotion to those who take refuge in him, and humbly conduct me to him once more. If thou dost bring me back to the greatest of the Raghus, thy well-being is assured, but if thou dost act otherwise, thou art doomed. Thou mayest evade the thunderbolt of Indra. Even death himself may overlook thee, but there will be no refuge for thee from the fury of Raghava, that Lord of men, when thou dost hear the terrible twanging of Rama's bow, resembling the thunderbolt hurled by Indra. Soon shall those arrows, bearing the impress of Rama and Lakshmana, like serpents with flaming jaws, penetrate Lanka, and those shafts, decorated with heron's plumes, shall cover the whole city, annihilating the Titans. As Vainateya bears away great reptiles, so shall that eagle, Rama, speedily bear away the Titans. And like unto Vishnu, wresting the radiant Shri from the Asuras by covering the worlds in 3 strides, so shall my Lord, the destroyer of his foes, recover me from thee. This cowardly deed has been perpetuated by thee in order to revenge thyself for the destruction of Janasthana and the hosts of the Titans. In the absence of these 2 brothers, those lions among men who had gone forth hunting, didst thou carry me away, O vile wretch. But dog that thou art, thou didst not dare stand before those tigers, Rama and Lakshmana. Wealth and friends will be of no avail to thee in conflict with them, and thou shalt be defeated as the one-handed Vritra who entered into combat with the 2-handed Indra. Soon shall my protector Rama, accompanied by Somitri, draw out thy life's breaths, as the sun with its rays dries up shallow water. Whether thou takest refuge in the abode of Kuvera, or terrified descendest into Varuna's realm, thou shalt assuredly perish, struck down by the son of Dasaratha, like a mighty tree felled by lightning. Chapter 22. Ravana's Threats. To this stern speech from the gracious Sita, the king of the Titans replied harshly, "In the world it is said, the more gentleness one manifests towards a woman, the more responsive she becomes. But the more kindness I show to thee, the more thou dost repulse me. Verily, only the love I bear thee restrains my wrath, as a skillful charioteer controls the horses who seek to leave the road. Mighty indeed is the power of love, for even if the object of his affection invoke his anger, man covers her with pity and tenderness. It is on this account, O lady of lovely mien, that I do not slay thee. Thou dost merit death and dishonor, thou who delightest in asceticism without reason. For each and every harsh word which thou hast addressed to me, thou meritest a dreadful end, O Matili." Having spoken thus to Sita, the princess of Videha, Ravana, lord of the Titans, filled with indignation, added, "I shall grant thee 2 months as the term assigned to thee, after which thou must share my bed. If thou shouldest refuse, my cooks shall mince thy limbs for my morning repast." Hearing these threats addressed by the king of the Titans to Janaki, the daughters of the gods and Gandharvas were exceedingly perturbed, and by the expression of their lips and eyes and their gestures, sought to reassure Sita, thus menaced by him. Encouraged by them, Sita, fortified by her virtue and her pride in Rama, addressed Ravana, the lord of the Titans, in his own interests, saying, "It appears that there is none in this city who desires thy welfare, and therefore seeks to prevent thee from this despicable deed. Who in the 3 worlds would desire to possess the chaste consort of the high-souled one who resembles Indra's Sachi? O vilest of demons, how wilt thou escape the consequences of this insult offered to Rama's consort, he whose valor is immeasurable? Like unto an infuriated elephant encountering a hare in the forest, so shalt thou, the wretched hare, meet with the elephant Rama. Thou dost not fear to rail at the chief of the Ikshwakus so long as thou art not in his presence. Why do not those cruel, terrible, coppery eyes of thine fall out, looking on me so lustfully, O ignoble creature? O contemptible wretch, when thou didst threaten the spouse of that high-souled Rama, the daughter-in-law of King Dasaratha, why did not thy tongue dry up? O 10-necked one, by the power of my asceticism, I could reduce thee to ashes instantly had I Rama's mandate. On account of my consuming virtue and ascetic observances, I could never have been wrested from Rama, were it not that thine evil act was to be the cause of thy destruction, O Dashagriva. Assisted by the brother of Kuvera, and proud of thine own heroism, thou didst lure Rama from the hermitage, and succeed in bearing me away by stealth." Hearing Sita's words, Ravana, the king of the Titans, cast ferocious glances at her. Like a mass of black clouds, with his enormous arms and neck endowed with an elephantine gait, his eyes smoldering, his tongue like a darting flame, of immense stature, wearing a plumed diadem, covered with necklaces, sprinkled with perfume, decked with garlands and bracelets of gold, his waist encircled with a dark blue belt so that it resembled the Mandara mountain encompassed by the snake at the time of the churning of the ocean. With his vast arms, the lord of the Titans looked like a mountain with twin peaks. Adorned with earrings gleaming like the rising sun, he resembled a hill between 2 Ashoka trees, enveloped in crimson flowers and buds, or like the wish-fulfilling tree, or spring incarnate, or an altar in a crematorium. Then Ravana cast furious glances from his bloodshot eyes at the princess of Videha, and, hissing like a serpent, addressed her, saying, "O thou who art attached to that wretch without resource or moral sense, I shall destroy thee today as the sun's radiance is obliterated at the time of dusk." Having spoken thus to Matili, Ravana, the oppressor of his foes, looked at those female titans of formidable appearance, some of who had a single eye or ear, some enormous ears, and some the ears of kine or elephants. Some had ears that hung down, and some none at all. Some had the feet of elephants, some of horses, some of kine. Some were hairy, others possessed but a single eye and foot. Some had enormous feet, and others none at all. Some had heads and necks of inordinate size, some enormous chests and bellies, some disproportionately large mouths and eyes, or long tongues and nails, and some had no nose or possessed jaws like lions. Some had mouths like oxen or snouts like pigs. Then Ravana, transfixing those Titans with his glance, said to them, "Ye Titans seek by fair or foul means, by threats or persuasion, or honeyed words or gifts, to induce Sita to look on me with favor." Repeating his command again and again, the king of the Titans, filled with desire and anger, began to inveigh against Janaki, whereupon a female Titan named Danya Malini, approaching Dashagriva, embraced him and said, "O great king, enjoy thyself with me. What need hast thou for this human being who is wretched and whose countenance is pale? O king of the Titans, it is not with her that the gods have destined thee to taste the exquisite pleasures that are the reward of the strength of thine arms. He who loves one who is unwilling exposes himself to torment, whereas he whose love is reciprocated enjoys perfect happiness." Having said this, the female Titan drew Ravana away, but he, resembling a massive cloud, turned back, laughing scornfully. Then Dashagriva strode away, causing the earth to tremble, and returned to his palace that shone with the brilliance of the orb of day. Surrounding Ravana, the daughters of the gods and Gandharvas, as well as those of the serpent race, returned to that sumptuous abode with him. Thus Ravana, distracted with desire, left the princess of Mithila, of irreproachable virtue, trembling, and entered his own dwelling. Chapter 23. The female Titans seek to persuade Sita to wed Ravana. Having spoken thus to Mithili and issued his commands to the Titan women, Ravana, the scourge of his foes, went away. And that sovereign of the Titans, having returned to his inner apartment, those women of hideous appearance bore down on Sita and, filled with ire, addressed her in harsh tones, saying, "Thou dost not fully value an alliance with the offspring of Pulastia, the illustrious Ravana, the magnanimous Dashagriva, O Sita." Thereafter, one among them named Trijata, her eyes inflamed with anger, addressed Sita of small belly, saying, "According to tradition, Pulastia is the fourth of the 6 Prajapatis, a mind-born son of Brahma, renowned in all the world, O Sita, and that glorious ascetic Vaishravas sprang from the mind of that great rishi whose glory equaled the Prajapatis. O large-eyed princess, his son was Ravana, the scourge of his foes. It behooveth thee to become the consort of that king of Titans. Why dost thou not consent, O thou of lovely form?" Thereupon another Titan, called Trijata, rolling her eyes that resembled a cat's, said furiously, "It is for thee to become the wife of one who defeated the 33 Celestials and their king in combat. Dost thou not desire to be united with him who is heroic, of indomitable prowess, and never turns back in battle, renouncing his cherished and beloved queen Mandodari? That mighty King Ravana will be thine, and seek the gorgeous inner apartment enriched by thousands of women adorned with jewels, and thou wilt be the object of his worship." There followed another Titan by name Vikata, who said, "He who again and again triumphs over the Gandharvas, Nagas, and Danavas by his valor in battle has made advances to thee. Why dost thou not wish to be the wife of that illustrious lord of Titans, Ravana, who is endowed with riches?" Thereafter the Titan, Durmukhi, spoke, saying, "O lady of lovely lashes, why dost thou not yield to him, in fear of whom the sun dares not shine, nor the wind blow, at whose command the trees shower down their blooms, and the hills and clouds loose their floods? O beautiful one, why dost thou not consent to be the consort of that king of kings, Ravana? We speak thus for thy welfare. Accede to our request, O goddess of sweet smiles, or thou shalt surely die." Chapter 24. Their Menaces. Thereupon those Titans of hideous appearance unitedly reproached Sita in harsh and unpleasing words, saying, "Why dost thou not consent to dwell in that inner apartment, abounding in costly riches? O lady, thou prizest union with a mere man. Dismiss Rama from thy thoughts, for assuredly thou wilt not see him more. Live happily with Ravana, the lord of the Titans, as thy consort, who owns the treasure of the three worlds. Thou art a woman, O irreproachable beauty, and for this dost mourn a man who is banished from his kingdom and who leads a life of misery." Hearing the words of those Titans, Sita, her lotus eyes filled with tears, answered them, saying, "What you have uttered is immoral and wholly reprehensible, and will never find acceptance with me. A mortal woman may not become the wife of a demon. Devour me if you wish, I will never accede to your request. Poor or deprived of his kingdom, he who is my husband is my spiritual preceptor, and I shall ever follow him. As Suvarchala follows the sun, or the blessed Sachi remains at Indra's side, or Arundhati near Vasista, or Rohini by Sashian, or Lopamudra by Agastya, Sukanya by Sayavana, Savitri by Satyavat, Srimati by Kapila, Madayanti by Sandasa, Kashini by Sagara, and Damayanti, the daughter of King Bhima, by her lord Naishada." These words of Sita infuriated those Titan women who had been sent by Ravana, and they overwhelmed her with hard and bitter reproaches, while Hanuman crouched silently in the Shingshapa tree, and that monkey heard those demons threatening Sita in this wise. Surrounding Sita on every side, licking their burning lips again and again, and armed with spears, they menaced her in a paroxysm of rage, saying, "Dost thou think that the great king of the Titans, Ravana, is not worthy to be thy lord?" Threatened by those terrible-looking Titan women, the lovely Sita, wiping away her tears, took refuge beneath the Shingshapa tree, where, surrounded by those women, that large-eyed princess, overcome with distress, seated herself. And all those hideous demons overwhelmed her with reproaches, as clad in a mud-stained sari, reduced to the last extremity, her countenance wan, she remained absorbed in her grief. Thereupon a grim-visaged demon, named Vinata, having hideous teeth and a protruding belly, cried out angrily, "O Sita, thou hast demonstrated thy devotion to thy lord sufficiently, but all excess leads to suffering. May good betide thee. We are satisfied. Thou hast preserved the conventions common among men. Now hear what I say to thee for thy good. Do thou take Ravana for thy lord. He, the chief of the Titan host, like unto Vasava, triumphs over his enemies and is brave, liberal and gracious to all beings. Forsaking that wretched wight, Ramachandra, take Ravana as thy husband. Thy person, sprinkled with celestial perfume and adorned with excellent ornaments, do thou, O Vaidehi, like unto Swaha, the consort of Agni, or the goddess Sachi, wife of Indra, from today become the queen of the worlds. What shalt thou do with Rama, who is wretched, and has but a short time to live? If thou dost not follow my counsel, that very instant we shall devour thee." Thereafter, another Titan, named Vikara, with pendulous breasts, clenching her fists angrily, addressed Sita, saying, "O foolish daughter of Mithila's king, out of compassion and forbearance we have endured thy harsh speech, and yet thou dost not follow our sage and expedient counsel. Thou hast been transported to the further shore of the ocean, which is inaccessible to others. Ravana has imprisoned thee in his private apartments to be guarded by us, O Mithili. Not even Indra himself can liberate thee. Cease from weeping and lamenting, and yield thyself up to pleasure and delight, O Sita. Disport thyself with the king of the Titans. O timid damsel, dost thou not know how swiftly the youth of women is gone? Ere it fades, pass thy days happily. Till then, range the enchanting woods, groves and hills with the sovereign of the Titans, O thou of sparkling eyes. Thousands of women will attend on thee if thou dost take the lord of all the Titans as thy consort. But if thou dost not follow my counsel, I will tear thy heart out and feast on it, O Mithili." Then another Titan of ferocious looks, named Shandari, brandishing a great spear, said, "Seeing this youthful woman with the eyes of a young doe who was carried away by Ravana and brought hither, whose breast is now trembling with fear, I feel an intense desire to feast on her liver, spleen, breast, heart, limbs, and head." At this, a female Titan called Pragasa said, "Of what use to argue about her? Let us stop the breath in the throat of this heartless woman and inform Ravana of her death. He will undoubtedly say, 'Do ye devour her.'" The Titan, Ajamuki then said, "Let us divide her equally. Disputation is unpleasing to me. Let our favorite drink and different garlands be brought hither speedily." At that moment, the demon Shurpanaka said, "I am in full accord with Ajamuki's words. Let wine that dispels all anxiety be brought without delay. Gorged with human flesh, we will dance in the Nikumbila Grove." Hearing the monstrous titan's threats, Sita, who resembled the daughter of a god, her endurance at an end, burst into tears. Chapter 25. Sita gives way to despair. The many barbarous threats of the Titan women caused the daughter of Janaka to give way to tears, and the noble Vaidehi, terror-stricken, in a voice broken by sobs, answered them, saying, "A mortal woman may not be the wife of a Titan. Tear me to pieces if you will, but I shall never follow your counsels." Surrounded by those demons and threatened by Ravana, Sita, who resembled the daughter of a god, could find no refuge anywhere, and, seized with violent trembling, she shrank away from them as a fawn in the forest, separated from the herd, surrounded by wolves. Clinging to the flowering branch of an Ashoka tree, sunk in grief, Sita bethought herself of her lord. Streams of tears bathed her lovely breast, and overcome with affliction, she could see no end to her distress. Like a plantain tree uprooted by the storm, she lay, the fear that the Titan women inspired in her blanching her cheek, her long thick plait moving to and fro as she shook, resembling a gliding serpent. Groaning in her grief and overcome with indignation, Mathili, weeping, began to lament, exclaiming sorrowfully, "O Rama," and again, "O Lakshmana, O my mother Kaushalya, O Sumitra." True indeed is the saying of the sages, neither man nor woman can die ere the hour strikes. Since tormented by the savage Titans and separated from Rama, I am still able to survive an instant. Alas, a woman of little virtue and wretched, I am about to die far from my protector, as a laden vessel founders in the midst of the waves, driven by the blast of the tempest. In the absence of my lord, I am sinking under the load of my affliction, like a riverbank undermined by the current. Happy are those who are able to look upon my lord, whose eyes resemble the petals of the blossoming trees, whose gait is like a lion's, and who is full of gratitude and gentle of speech. Deprived of the presence of Rama, of subdued soul, it is hard for me to breathe. As for him who has swallowed a virulent poison, and henceforth my life is forfeit. What heinous fault have I committed in a previous existence that I should now have to suffer such cruel misfortune? So intense is my grief that I long to die, but alas, I am surrounded by these Titan women and cannot be reunited with Rama. Cursed is the human state, cursed is dependence on others, since one may not yield up one's life when one so desires it. Chapter 26. Sita prophesies the Titan's destruction. Her face bathed in tears, with bowed head, the daughter of Janaka began to lament once more, and, distracted with grief, beside herself, she rolled on the earth like a colt as though she had lost her senses, crying, "I, the spouse of Raghava, who allowed himself to be deceived by the Titans, able to change their form at will, was seized by the ruthless Ravana who bore me away. Having been made captive by the Titans, subject to their insults and menaces, sunk in grief and anxiety, I am no longer able to endure life. Of what use is existence, wealth, or jewels to me, living amidst the demons far from Rama of the great car? Assuredly my heart must be of iron, ageless and imperishable, since it does not break under mine affliction. Woe is me, vile and wicked creature that I am, since I still breathe in the absence of my lord. Even my left foot shall not touch that ranger of the night. How should I feel any love for Ravana, a Titan? He who in his perversity seeks to seduce me is not conversant with my nature, nor my race, nor the aversion in which he is held by me. Torn to pieces, rent limb from limb, or cast into the fire, I shall never submit to Ravana. What use is there in further discussion? It is well known that Raghava is righteous, grateful, and compassionate. That he has become pitiless is due to mine evil karma. Will he not deliver me, he who is in Janasthana, destroyed 14,000 Titans single-handed? Even were Lanka in the midst of the sea and inaccessible, Raghava's arrows would transcend all obstacles. What can prevent the valiant Rama from rejoining his beloved wife, who has been borne away by a Titan? I fear that the elder brother of Lakshmana does not know that I am here, for if he did, that warrior would not endure this affront. The king of the vultures, who would have informed Rama of mine abduction, was slain by Ravana in the struggle. Great indeed was the courage manifested by Jatayu in coming to mine aid, and, despite his age, seeking to destroy Ravana. Did Raghava know that I was here this very hour, he would rid the world of Titans with his flaming shafts. He would burn up Lanka, swallow the ocean, and blot out the might of Ravana. From each dwelling, the groans and cries of the female Titans, their husbands slain, would have risen, as mine do now, or even louder, and Rama, aided by Lakshmana, would range the city, slaughtering the Titans, for the foe instantly yields up his life who comes face to face with them. Then Lanka, its streets filled with smoke issuing from the funeral pyres, encircled by wreaths of vultures, would soon resemble a charnel house. Soon shall I be avenged. This matter will cost you all dear, for such inauspicious omens are to be seen in Lanka that she will soon be shorn of her splendor. The king of the Titans, the vicious Ravana having been slain, Lanka, now prosperous and happy, will resemble a widow. Assuredly I shall soon hear the wailing of the daughters of the Titans in every dwelling, mourning in their sorrow. Plunged in darkness, deprived of her glory, her valiant Titans slain, the city of Lanka will perish, consumed by Rama's arrows, when that hero, the corners of whose eyes are red, learns that I am held captive in the Titan's abode. The time fixed by that cruel and wicked Ravana is at hand, and that vicious wretch has resolved to destroy me. To ignore what is prohibited is the practice of these base demons. Terrible is the calamity which will follow this outrage. Those Titans who live on flesh are ignorant of virtue. Assuredly, that Titan intends me for his morning repast. I am helpless. What can I do in the absence of my beloved? Deprived of my lord's presence, stricken with grief, not beholding Rama, the corners of whose eyes are red, may I soon see the god Vaivasvata. Nay, the elder brother of Bharata is unaware that I still live, else he and Lakshmana would have scoured the earth for me. Without doubt, overwhelmed by my foes, that warrior, the elder brother of Lakshmana, has renounced his body and repaired to the celestial region. Happy are the gods, Gandharvas, Sitas, and the great rishis who are able to look on the heroic Rama. It may be that the sagacious and royal sage Rama has been absorbed in the absolute and hath no longer any need of a consort, or that one who is present inspires joy, but the absent are forgotten. Perchance the fault is mine, and I have lost the right to happiness. I, the lovely Sita, separated from the illustrious Rama. Death to me is preferable to life, bereft of that magnanimous one, that great hero of imperishable exploits, the destroyer of his foes. It may be that the two brothers, those chiefs of men, have laid down their arms, they who feed on the roots and woodland fruits, passing their lives in the forest, or they have been put to death through treachery by the vile Ravana, the last of the Titans. If that be so, then with all my heart I long for death, nor is it forbidden me in my distress. Blessed are those high-souled ascetics who are illumined, their senses subdued, for whom there is neither desire nor aversion. For them, neither love nor hate gives rise to joy or pain. They are free. Salutations to those great beings. Forsaken by the beloved Rama, versed in the science of the soul, and having fallen into the power of the wicked Ravana, I shall yield up my life. Chapter 27. Trijata's Dream. These words of Sita roused the female Titans to great fury, and some hurried away to repeat them to that vile creature, Ravana. Then those monsters of hideous aspect approached her and began to threaten her in the same way as before, with as little success, and some said, "O wretched Sita, today those demons whose destruction thou hast planned will devour thy flesh at their pleasure." Seeing Sita threatened by those vile demons, Trijata, who was aged and prudent, said to them, "Ye wretches, devour me, but do not lay hands on Sita, the daughter of Janaka and the beloved daughter-in-law of King Dasaratha. Last night I had a terrible dream, causing my hair to stand on end, foretelling the overthrow of the Titans and the triumph of this woman's husband." Hearing these words uttered by Trijata, All those Titan women, filled with ire, terrified, demanded that she should speak further, saying, "Do thou relate the manner of thy dream and what thou didst behold last night?" Hearing those words falling from the lips of the Titan women, Trijata began to relate the dream that had come to her in the early hours, saying, "I beheld a celestial chariot made of ivory, drawn by 100 swans traversing the ethereal regions, in which Raghava, accompanied by Lakshmana, stood clad in dazzling raiment, adorned with garlands. And I saw Sita wearing the purest white, standing on a snow-white mountain surrounded by the sea, and she was reunited with Rama, as the light with the sun. And again I beheld Raghava seated on a mighty elephant possessing 4 tusks, resembling a hill, as also Lakshmana, whereupon those 2 lions among heroes, ablaze in their own effulgence, approached Janaki, arrayed in dazzling robes and decked with garlands. Upon this she mounted on the shoulders of an elephant led by her lord, appearing in the sky near the summit of that mountain. Thereafter, that lotus-eyed one rose into the air from her husband's embrace, and I beheld her wiping the sun and moon with her hand. Then that foremost among elephants with those 2 princes and the large-eyed Sita stood over Lanka. And again, in dream, I saw Rama clothed in brilliant attire, wearing garlands, accompanied by Lakshmana, in a chariot drawn by 8 white bullocks, and I beheld that foremost of men, Rama, whose essence is valor, with his brother Lakshmana, and Sita, ascending a celestial, flowery car, bright as the sun, driving towards the northern regions. Then I saw Ravana, lying on the earth covered in oil, shaven, attired in red, garlanded with oleander flowers, intoxicated and still drinking, and I beheld him falling from the flowery chariot Pushpaka on to the earth, shorn, wearing a black cloth dragged hither and thither by a woman. Thereafter I saw him seated in a chariot drawn by asses, robed in red, with his body stained likewise, quaffing sesamum oil, laughing and dancing, his mind confused, his senses clouded, speeding towards the south. Again I saw Ravana, the lord of the Titans, stricken with fear, fall headlong on the earth, thereafter leaping up suddenly, terrified, bemused with liquor, staggering about naked like a madman, incapable of speech yet babbling continuously, stinking and foul, resembling hell itself. Then proceeding towards the south, he entered a lake where even the mud had dried up, and a dark woman clad in red, besmeared with mud, placed a rope round the neck of Dasagriva, dragging him to the region of death. There I beheld the mighty Kumbhakarna and all the sons of Ravana, their heads shaven, besmeared with oil. Dasagriva riding a boar, Indrajita a porpoise, and Kumbhakarna a camel. Only Bibhishana appeared to me standing in space, under a white canopy accompanied by 4 ministers. Thereafter a great company of Titans wearing red garlands and raiment filed past, playing on stringed instruments, dancing and drinking. And I beheld the enchanting city of Lanka filled with elephants, chariots and horses, her gateways and arches shattered, falling into the sea. And in Lanka, crimson with flames, the female Titans were laughing and creating a terrible clamor, quaffing oil. I saw Kumbhakarna and all the other Titans, dark-hued, wearing scarlet robes, falling headlong into a cesspool. Do ye now depart, since Raghava is about to be reunited with Sita, and in extreme ire will exterminate you all with the Titans. If his beloved and revered consort, who for his sake followed him to the forest, is threatened and tormented by you, Raghava will never brook the insult. Enough therefore of these invidious threats. Occupy yourselves in consoling her and crave her forgiveness. You should seek to influence Vaidehi by persuasion. That unfortunate one, on whose account I had so significant a dream, is about to be delivered from her woes and reunited to her beloved and illustrious lord once more. Even after the menaces you have uttered, let us give up all harsh words and implore her forgiveness. In truth, a terrible disaster for the Titans will proceed from Raghava. By casting yourselves at her feet, you may placate Matili, the daughter of Janaka, who is able to preserve us from a great calamity. Furthermore, I do not find any blemish in that lady of large eyes, nor the least defect in any of her limbs. Verily, I deem the misfortune that has befallen this goddess, who does not merit adversity, has no more substance than a shadow. I foresee the immediate attainment of Vaidehi's desires, the destruction of the king of the Titans, and the imminent triumph of Raghava. Behold the indications of great joy, held in check by that lady, in the twitching of her left eye, large as a lotus petal and without apparent cause. The slight trembling of the left arm of that virtuous daughter of Videha, her left thigh too resembling an elephant's trunk, is quivering, as if Raghava himself stood before her, and the winged creatures nesting in the branches above her are pouring forth their song as if to announce the advent of an auspicious hour. Thereupon that modest and youthful woman, greatly delighted at the prospect of her husband's victory, said to them, "If this prove true, I will be your protector." Chapter 28. Sita's Lament. Hearing the harsh speech of that king of the Titans, Ravana, the unfortunate Sita began to tremble as a she-elephant attacked by a lion on the edge of the forest. Threatened by Ravana and encircled by the Titans, that timid damsel gave way to despair like a young girl abandoned in a wood. She reflected, "The sages affirm truly that death does not come before the appointed hour, since, worthless creature that I am, I still live after these insults. Bereft of happiness, filled with misery, my heart must be hard indeed that it does not break into 100 pieces this day, like the crest of a mountain struck by lightning. Nay, I am not to blame for this. I may be slain by that dreadful monster, but I can no more give him my affection than a Brahmin can impart the teachings of the Veda to one of low caste. If that Lord of the Worlds does not appear at the appointed hour, that vile king of the Titans will cut me to pieces with his sharp weapons, as a surgeon cuts the fetus from the heart of its mother. 2 months will quickly pass away, and I shall have to suffer the pain of death, unhappy creature that I am, like a thief who, having disobeyed his sovereign, is bound and being led to execution when the night is over. O Rama, O Lakshmana, O Sumitra, O mother of Rama, O my mothers, I am about to perish miserably as a ship foundering in the sea, battered by the storm. Assuredly those 2 valiant princes must have fallen under the blows of that creature disguised as a deer, like a bull or lion struck by lightning. There is no doubt that it was fate in the form of a deer that deluded me, unfortunate creature that I am, and in my folly I sent those 2 princes, Rama and Lakshmana, to capture it. Alas, O Rama, O thou of truthful vows and long arms, O thou whose countenance shines like the full moon, O my life, thou, the benefactor and friend of all beings, art not aware that I am about to be put to death by the Titans. For me, who have no other god than my Lord, my patience, my sleeping on the bare ground, my observance of duty, my devotion to my husband have all been in vain, as a service rendered to one who is ungrateful. Vain has it been that I have fulfilled my duty and that I am wholly devoted to thee alone, since I do not behold thee, and in thine absence, wasting away, pale and weak, have given up all hope of being reunited with thee. Having courageously carried out the behests of thy sire, having fulfilled thy vow, returning from the forest, thou shalt sport with many large-eyed ladies in peace. O Rama, I, who conceived a lasting love for thee, to mine own destruction was wholly attached to thee. Having practiced asceticism and observed my vows, I am about to lose my life. Woe unto me, unfortunate wretch that I am! Gladly would I take my life by means of poison or by sharp weapons, but there is none who will bring them to me in this city of the Titans." Overcome by sorrow, reflecting for a long time, Sita undid the cord that tied her hair, saying, "I shall hang myself with this cord and reach the abode of death." Then the lovely Sita, whose form was full of grace, took hold of a branch of the tree under which she stood and became absorbed in the thought of Rama, Lakshmana, and her kinsfolk, and many auspicious signs, removing her grief and lending her courage, well known in the world, appeared to her, indicating the advent of future well-being. Chapter 29. Sita observes auspicious portents. Whilst the irreproachable and lovely princess remained bereft of joy and full of anxiety, she beheld auspicious portents on every side, resembling willing servants attendant on a wealthy man. And the large left eye of that lady of lovely looks, with its dark pupil, began to twitch like a lotus set spinning by a fish, and her beautiful plump and rounded arm, sprinkled with sandal and aloes, which ere this had served her lord as a pillow, began to tremble again and again. Her left thigh, like unto the tapering trunk of an elephant, moved convulsively, foretelling that she would soon behold Rama and the golden sari, now covered with dust, of the large-eyed Mathili, whose teeth were like the seeds of a pomegranate, slipped from her beautiful shoulders. Comforted by these signs, and others also, that foretold a happy ending, Sita of lovely lashes, resembling a plant dried by the wind and sun, reviving under tardy rain, experienced a great felicity. Then her countenance, her lips like bimba fruit, her beautiful eyes, the curve of her lashes, and her sharp teeth recovered their beauty once more as the moon issuing from the mouth of Rahu. Her despair and exhaustion removed, her fever allayed, her grief was assuaged, and her heart filled with joy, and that noble lady looked as beautiful as the moon of cool rays in its waxing period. Chapter 30. Hanuman's Reflections. The valiant Hanuman, who had heard all that Sita, Trijata, and the Titans had said, gazed on that illustrious damsel who resembled a celestial being from the Nandana gardens, and many thoughts flitted through the mind of that monkey. He reflected, "She who was sought in every place by thousands and millions of monkeys is here, and it is I who have found her. Engaged as a skillful spy to discover the strength of the enemy, I have stolen into the city and know everything concerning the might of Ravana and the resources of the Titans, as also of their capital. It is for me to console the consort of that immeasurably illustrious prince, who is compassionate to all beings, for she is pining for her lord. I shall seek to gain the confidence of this lady, whose countenance resembles the full moon, who formerly was unacquainted with suffering, and who cannot see any end to her woes. If I return without having comforted that virtuous lady, whose soul is overwhelmed with grief, my journey will have been in vain. In sooth, when I have departed, that illustrious Princess Janaki, giving up all hope of deliverance, will yield up her life, and that long-armed warrior, whose countenance resembles the full moon, anxious to behold Sita, is equally worthy of consolation. To speak to her in the presence of these Titans is impossible. What then shall I do? I am in a great dilemma. If I do not give her some reassurance in the last hour of the night, she will undoubtedly give up her life, and if Rama inquires of me, what did Sita of slender waist say? What answer can I give to him if I have had no converse with her? If I return without having achieved my purpose regarding Sita, Kakusta will consume me with his fiery glance. Then it were vain to urge my master to take action for Rama's sake by placing himself at the head of his forces. I shall take the first opportunity offered by these Titan women to reassure that sorely tried lady. Yet in this insignificant form and monkey shape, if I assume a human voice and speak in Sanskrita like a sage, Sita will deem me to be Ravana, and she will be terrified. It is essential, however, that I express myself in the human tongue. How otherwise can I inspire this irreproachable lady with courage? Seeing my shape and hearing me speak, Janaki, who has been terrorized by the Titans, will be seized with an even greater fear, and that illustrious and large-eyed Sita will cry out, imagining me to be Ravana, who is able to change his form at will. Hearing her cry, the whole company of Titans, armed with every kind of weapon, will form themselves into a great mass resembling death itself, and hideous and indomitable, will rush on me from every side and seek to destroy me or take me captive. Then, beholding me leap from branch to branch and climb to the tops of the highest trees, they will become exceedingly alarmed and will fill the woods with their wild cries. Thereafter, they will call the Titans who are engaged in guarding the king's palace to their aid, and on account of their native excitability will seize hold of every kind of weapon, spears, darts, and swords, and hasten to join in the fray. Surrounded by them on all sides, if I slay that host of Titans, exhausted, I shall be unable to cross the ocean, or they, outnumbering me, will succeed in capturing me, and, being a prisoner, that lady will reap no benefit from my attempt. Alternatively, in their passion for evil-doing, they may even slay the daughter of Janaka, which will completely defeat the great design of Rama and Sugriva. Janaki dwells in an inaccessible and secret place, surrounded by the sea, guarded on all sides by the Titans, with all its approaches closed. If I am slain or captured by the Titans in combat, I know of no other monkey who can cross the 400 miles of sea. Even if I destroy thousands of Titans, I should not then be able to reach the other shore of the vast ocean. Battles are hazardous, and I do not like to engage in so uncertain an enterprise. What wise person would take any risk in a matter of trust? It would be a great error to frighten Vaidehi by addressing her, yet if I do not do so, she will surely perish. Undertakings often fail through an incompetent messenger unable to take advantage of time and place, as darkness is overcome by the rising sun. In such cases, whether it concerns the accomplishment or avoidance of any matter, the most widely planned projects do not succeed. Assuredly, a presumptuous messenger ruins all. How shall I act, therefore, so that my mission does not prove vain? How shall I show myself equal to this charge? How shall the crossing of the ocean not prove to have been useless? How can I persuade Sita to listen to me without inspiring fear in her? Having put all these questions to himself, Hanuman formed the following resolution. I shall speak to her of Rama, of immortal exploits, for then his dear consort will not be afraid of me, since she is wholly absorbed in the thought of her lord. In a gentle voice uttering the name of Rama, the foremost of the Ikshwakus of subdued soul, and lauding his piety and renown in sweet accents, I shall induce Sita to listen to me. There is nothing I will not do to inspire her with confidence. Thereupon, the mighty Hanuman, looking down on the consort of the Lord of the World from the branches of the tree where he sat concealed, spoke to her in melodious and candid tones. Chapter 31. Hanuman praises Rama. Having examined the matter from every aspect, that intelligent monkey began to pour sweet words into Vaidehi's ear, saying, There was a king named Dasaratha, the possessor of chariots, horses, and elephants, one by nature devout and illustrious, the glory of the Ikshwakus. To harm none was his delight, and he was high-minded and compassionate, a true hero of his race that found its splendor and the growth of its prosperity in him. Clad in all the insignia of royalty and majesty, that line among men, renowned in the 4 regions, shed the felicity he enjoyed over all. His beloved eldest son, whose countenance was as bright as the moon, was called Rama, possessor of a keen intellect and the most skilled of archers. Faithful to his vows, the defender of his people, the protector of all beings, upholder of justice, he was the scourge of his foes. At the command of his aged sire, his word, his bond, that hero, accompanied by his consort and his brother, was banished to the forest. Whilst giving himself up to the chase in that vast solitude, he slew large numbers of valiant Titans who were able to change their form at will. When Ravana learnt that he had destroyed Janasthana and killed Kara and Dushana, he, in fury, bore Janaki away, having lured her lord far into the forest by the aid of Maricha in the form of a deer. Whilst searching everywhere to discover the divine and irreproachable Sita, Rama found a friend in the forest, the monkey Sugriva. Bringing about the destruction of Bali, Rama, the conqueror of hostile cities, conferred the monkey kingdom on the magnanimous Sugriva, and by his decree, thousands of monkeys, able to change their form at will, set out to search for that goddess in every region. I am one of those who, at the instance of Sampati, crossed the sea 400 miles in width on account of that large-eyed beauty. Hearing of her comeliness, her grace, and distinguishing characteristics from Rama, I have been enabled to find her at last. Having spoken thus, that bull among monkeys fell silent, and Janaka was extremely astonished, hearing that speech, and brushing aside her lovely tangled locks which concealed her face, she looked up into the Shingshapa tree. Hearing the words of that monkey, Sita glanced inquiringly to the 4 quarters and other regions, whilst an extreme delight flooded her whole being as she remembered Rama. Then in glancing from side to side and up and down, she espied the son of Vata, who resembled the rising sun, that minister of the king of monkeys of incomparable wisdom. Chapter 32. Sita sees Hanuman. Beholding that monkey of pleasing speech, clad in white raiment, resembling a flash of lightning, crouching, concealed among the branches, bright as a cluster of Ashoka flowers, and like gold refined in the crucible, Sita was greatly agitated. Observing that foremost of monkeys of humble mien, Mathili said to herself in extreme surprise, "Ah, what a terrible-looking monkey, unacceptable and hideous to behold." Thinking thus, her fears increased and she broke into countless plaintive lamentations. Then the lovely Sita cried out in her terror, "O Rama, O Rama, O Lakshmana!" And the voice of that virtuous princess grew fainter and fainter, till, casting her eyes on that excellent monkey once more, who had assumed a reverent attitude, Mathili said to herself, "It must be a dream." Observing the face of that Indra among monkeys with its deep scars as had been described, and looking on that excellent ape, the most honorable son of the wind, the first of the wise, Sita lost consciousness and became like one dead. Thereafter, slowly regaining her senses, she said to herself, "This vision of a monkey is condemned by the scriptures and is an inauspicious dream. Can all be well with Rama, who is accompanied by Lakshmana and my father King Janaka? Yet it can be no dream, for in the grief and misfortune that overwhelms me, I am no longer able to sleep, and far from him whose countenance resembles the full moon, no joy remains for me. Through constantly thinking and calling on Rama, I imagine I hear and see only those things which are related to Rama. For my love is a torment, my whole being flows towards him, ever absorbed in his remembrance. I see and hear him alone. Is it an illusion? This is what perturbs me and makes me uneasy. I deem this to be but a phantom of the mind, yet thinking thus, I still behold it, while an imaginary object can never have a form, and he who is thus addressing me has a distinct form. Salutations to Vachaspati, who is accompanied by the god who bears the thunderbolt. Salutations to Swayambhu and the god who partakes of offerings. May they grant that the creature who has spoken in my presence be real and not illusory." Chapter 33. Hanuman's Converse with the Princess Sita. Slipping down from the tree, Hanuman, whose face was the color of coral, attired in a humble guise, approached Sita, and that mighty son of the wind with joined palms addressed her in gentle tones, saying, "Who art thou, O lady, whose eyes resemble lotus petals, who, wearing a soiled silken garment, art supporting thyself by the branch of the tree? O irreproachable one, why are tears of suffering falling from thine eyes that resemble the lotus, as water flows from a broken vessel? O fair one, who art thou among these celestials, titans, nagas, gandharvas, rakshas, yakshas, and kinnaras? Or do the rudras claim that thou art born of them, or the wind gods, or the vasus, O lady of exquisite features? To me thou appearest to be of divine origin. Art thou Rohini, foremost and most brilliant of stars, who, separated from the moon, has fallen from the abode of the immortals? Or art thou the lovely dark-eyed Arundhati, who hath fled in wrath or in pride from her lord, Sri Vasistha? Is it for a son, a father, a brother, or a husband whose departure from this world thou art mourning, O lady of slender waist? By thy tears and sighs, and thy lying on the earth, it seems to me that thou art not a celestial being, and further, thou dost ever and again call on the name of a king. From the marks on thy person, I deem thee to be the consort or the daughter of a monarch. Art thou not Sita, who was ruthlessly borne away by Ravana from Janasthana? May prosperity attend thee. From thy wretched plight, thine unrivaled beauty, and thine ascetic garb, I deem thee to be Rama's consort." Hearing Hanuman's words, and filled with joy at the sound of Rama's name, Vaidehi answered him, as he stood beneath the tree, saying, "I am the daughter-in-law of Dasaratha, foremost among the kings of the world, a knower of the self, the destroyer of hostile armies. I am the daughter of King Janaka, the magnanimous sovereign of Videha, and my name is Sita, the consort of the highly intelligent Rama, who is endowed with wisdom. For 12 years I dwelt in Raghava's abode, experiencing every earthly delight and satisfying every desire. In the 13th year, the king, with the approval of his ministers, resolved to install Rama, the joy of the house of Ikshwaku, on the throne. As they were preparing to anoint Rama as heir apparent, Queen Kayakyi addressed her lord, saying, "I will neither eat nor drink of that which is served to me each day, but shall put an end to my existence if Rama be installed. Let the boons that, in gratitude, thou didst grant me, be redeemed, and let Raghava repair to the forest." The king, faithful to his bond, recollected the boons made to the queen, and, hearing those cruel and unpleasing words, was lost in grief. Then that aged monarch, adhering firmly to his vow, weeping, besought his eldest son to renounce the throne. That illustrious prince to whom the words of his sire were more to be prized than the throne, inwardly assenting, promised to obey. Rama, ever a giver, seeking no return, truthful, never uttering a falsehood, even were his life to be made forfeit, is essentially brave. Laying aside his costly attire, the highly glorious Rama, with his whole heart, renounced the kingdom and gave me into his mother's keeping. But I, assuming the garb of an ascetic, quickly prepared to accompany him to the forest, for separated from him, I could not bear to dwell even in the celestial regions. Then the fortunate Saumitri, the enhancer of his friend's delight, donning robes of bark and kusha grass, also prepared to follow his elder brother. In deference to the will of our sovereign, firm in our vows, we entered the dark and unknown forest. While that one of immeasurable effulgence was dwelling in the Dandaka forest, I, his consort, was carried away by the Titan Ravana, of perverse soul. 2 months is the time fixed by him, after which I am to die. Chapter 34. Sita's uncertainty on seeing Hanuman. Hearing the words of Sita, who was stricken with grief, Hanuman, the foremost among monkeys, in order to reassure her, said, "O divine Vaidehi, by Rama's decree I have come as a messenger to thee. He is safe and inquires as to thy welfare. Rama, the son of Dasarata, who is versed in the Veda, conversant with the use of the Brahmastra, the foremost of the learned, offers salutations to thee, O queen. The highly resplendent Lakshmana, too, the most powerful and cherished companion of thy lord, in the midst of his burning anxieties, bows before thee and wishes thee well." Hearing of the welfare of those 2 lions among men, Sita, trembling with delight, said to Hanuman, "Verily, the wise say that happiness visits a man even if it be at the end of 100 years. Thereupon, Sita and Hanuman began to converse with delight and mutual confidence. Hearing Sita speak in this wise, Hanuman, the son of Maruta, drew nearer to her, who had been overwhelmed with grief, and as he did so, she grew apprehensive and reflected, "Alas, why have I entered into converse with him? It is Ravana in another guise." Thereupon, letting go the Ashoka branch, Maithili of faultless limbs, exhausted with suffering, sank down on the earth. Then that long-armed monkey bowed unto Janaka's daughter, who, filled with terror, did not dare raise her eyes to him. Yet, seeing him bowing humbly before her, Sita, whose face resembled the moon, sighed deeply and said to him in gentle accents, "If thou art Ravana's self, who has assumed a perfidious guise in order to increase my distress, it is a vile act. Thou art he who, renouncing his own shape, appeared to me in Janasthana as a mendicant, O ranger of the night. O thou wearing shapes at will, it doth not behoove thee to torment me, who am distressed and emaciated with fasting. Yet thou canst not be he whom I fear, since my heart feels delight in seeing thee. If thou art truly Rama's messenger, may good betide thee. Thou art welcome, O best of monkeys, for it is sweet to me to hear of Rama. Set forth the virtues of Rama, O monkey, and ravish my soul, O gentle one, as the current of a river bears away its banks. Oh, how sweet a dream does an inhabitant of the woods bring to me so long after mine abduction. If I might only see the valiant Raghava accompanied by Lakshma once more, but even a dream denies me this delight. Can it be a dream? To see a monkey in dream does not give rise to happiness, yet I am happy now. Is my mind not deranged, or has fasting disturbed the humors of my body and caused this delusion, or is it perchance a mirage? Nay, it cannot be a hallucination, for I am in full possession of my senses and perceive this monkey clearly. Such were the thoughts that haunted Sita, as also the Titans that were able to change their form at will, which convinced her that this was the king of the Titans himself. Having arrived at this conclusion, the daughter of Janaka, of slender waist, ceased to converse with the monkey. But Hanuman, divining what was passing through her mind, consoled her with sweet words, enhancing her delight, saying, "Bright as the sun and like the moon, beloved of all, that sovereign of the world is as munificent as Kuvera, in valor resembling the glorious Vishnu, of sweet and truthful speech like unto Vachaspati, handsome, illustrious, and fortunate like the god of love, the just dispenser of punishment to evildoers. He is the foremost of Kar warriors in the world. he in whose arms the whole world takes refuge, that magnanimous Raghava, was lured away from the hermitage by means of Maricha in the form of a deer, thus allowing Ravana to bear thee away. Soon shall that mighty hero destroy Ravana in combat with his fiery shafts discharged in anger. It is he who has sent me with these tidings. Worn with grief at thy separation, he inquires as to thy welfare, as also the highly resplendent Lakshmana, enhancer of Sumitra's delight, who offers salutations to thee. The king of the monkey hosts, Sugriva by name, who is Rama's friend, also pays homage to thee. Rama, Lakshmana, and Sugriva have thee ever in mind. Though subject to the Titans, by good fortune thou dost still live, O Vaidehi. Ere long thou shalt behold Rama and Lakshmana of the great car, with Sugriva of limitless prowess. I am Sugriva's minister, the monkey Hanuman. I have entered the city of Lanka, having crossed the ocean, thus setting my foot on the head of Ravana of perverse soul. I have come here to see thee, depending on my own prowess. I am not he whom thou deemest to be. Do thou renounce thy doubts and have confidence in my words. Chapter 35. Hanuman makes himself known to Sita. Hearing that line among monkeys discoursing on Rama, Vaidehi spoke to him in sweet and gentle accents, saying, Where didst thou encounter Rama, and how didst thou come to know Lakshmana? How did men and monkeys come to form an alliance? O monkey, describe the distinctive characteristics of Rama and Lakshmana once again, and so dispel my grief. Speak to me of Rama's grace and form, his arms and thighs, as well as Lakshmana's. To these questions of Vaidehi, Hanuman, born of Maruta, began to give a detailed description of Rama and said, By good fortune, recognizing me to be a messenger of Rama, O Vaidehi, whose eyes are as large as lotus petals, thou hast asked me to describe the person of thy lord as well as that of Lakshmana. O large-eyed lady, hear me while I tell thee of those marks of royalty I have observed in the persons of Rama and Lakshmana. O daughter of Janaka, Rama has eyes like unto lotus petals. His countenance resembles the moon, and he is endowed with great beauty and virtue. In radiance like the sun, in patience resembling the earth, in wisdom like unto Brihaspati, in renown equal to Vasava, he is the protector of all beings and the upholder of his race, the guardian of law and tradition, and the scourge of his foes. O lovely one, Rama is the preserver of the people and the four castes. He inaugurates and establishes the social order. He is worshipped by all like the sun and is an observer of pious vows. He knows well the proper time to pay honor to holy men and is conversant with the path of right action. Born with royal prerogatives, the servant of the Brahmins, learned, endowed with nobility, humble, he is the scourge of his foes. Versed in the Yajur Veda, honored by those conversant with the Vedas, he is proficient in archery and possesses a thorough knowledge of the Vedas and Vedangas. Broad-shouldered, long-armed, handsome, possessing a conch-shaped neck, his ribs are well covered and muscular, and his eyes are red. Such is Rama renowned among men. The tone of his voice resembles the Dundubi. His skin is smooth. His 3 limbs, thigh, fist, and wrist are hard, and the others long. His navel, abdomen, and breast are well proportioned and high. The rims of his eyes, his nails and palms are red, his voice and gait grave. There are 3 folds in the skin of his body and neck. The lines on the soles of his feet and breast are deep. His neck, back, and thighs are muscular. His hair is coiled in 3 circles. His thumb is marked with 4 lines indicating his deep knowledge of the Vedas. There are 4 lines on his forehead, the sign of a long life. He is 4 cubits in height. His arms, thighs, and cheeks are plump. Wrists, knee joints, hips, hands, and feet are well proportioned. His 4 front teeth have auspicious marks. His gait is like a lion's, a tiger's, an elephant's, or a bull's. His lips and jaws are fleshy, his nose long, his face, speech, down and skin cool. His 2 arms, little fingers, thighs, and legs slender. His countenance, eyes, mouth, tongue, lips, palate, breast, nails, and feet resemble lotuses. His forehead, neck, arms, navel, feet, back, and ears are ample. He is gifted with grace, renown, and radiance. His lineage is pure on both sides. His armpits, abdomen, breast, nose, shoulders, and forehead are elevated. His fingers, hair, down, nails, skin, eyesight, and intellect clear and sharp. Raghava delights in what is just and true. He is filled with energy and is well able to judge how to act under all circumstances. He is benevolent to all. His brother Somitri, whose mother is second in rank among the queens, whose glory is immeasurable, resembles him in beauty, devotion, and good qualities. He is of a golden complexion, whereas Rama is dark of hue. Those two tigers among men, who yearn to see thee once more, scouring the earth for thee, met with us in the forest. Ranging the earth in search of thee, they beheld the king of the monkeys, who had been banished by his elder brother at the foot of the Rishyamukha mountain that is covered by innumerable trees. We were in attendance on the handsome Sugriva, lord of the monkeys, who had been driven from the kingdom by his elder brother, and beholding those foremost of men, clad in bark, bearing splendid bows in their hands, that monkey fled to the summit of the mountain, distracted with terror. Thereafter he sent me out to meet them in all haste, and at Sugriva's command I approached those two princes, those lions among men, with joined palms. Distinguished by their handsome features, those two heroes, being informed of what had taken place, were well pleased, and I, placing them on my shoulders, transported them to the crest of the hill where the magnanimous Sugriva was to be found. There I related all to Sugriva, and they conversed together, and a great friendship grew up between those illustrious persons, the king of the monkeys and those monarchs among men. Then they comforted each other, narrating their respective misfortunes, and Lakshmana's elder brother consoled Sugriva, who had been banished by Bali of great prowess on account of the love of a woman. Thereafter Lakshmana related the suffering and loss that had befallen Rama to Sugriva, who, hearing this recital from his lips, was bereft of his radiance like the sun under eclipse. Then gathering together all the ornaments that thou didst let fall on the earth when the Titan bore thee away, the monkeys brought them to Rama with delight, but they were ignorant of where thou wert. All those ornaments which had fallen tinkling to the ground and had been collected by me, I gave over to Rama, who was beside himself with grief, and clasping them to his breast, that god of divine beauty, the son of Dasaratha, inflamed with grief, with many groans bewailed his loss. For a long time that magnanimous hero lay crushed under the weight of his affliction, and I addressed many words of comfort to him, persuading him to rise. Whereupon Rama, with Somitri, gazing again and again on those precious objects, gave them over to Sugriva. In thine absence, O noble lady, Raghava is consumed with grief, like a volcano burning with perpetual fire. On account of thee, sleeplessness, sorrow, and care consume the magnanimous Rama as the sacred fires burn down a temple in which they are enclosed. The pain of thy separation has shattered him as a violent earthquake shatters a great mountain. O daughter of a king, he wanders among the enchanting woods, on riverbanks and by the side of waterfalls, but nowhere finds delight. O daughter of Janaka, ere long, Ramachandra will undoubtedly bring about the destruction of Ravana with all his kith and kin, and that foremost of men will soon liberate thee. It was thus that Rama and Sugriva entered into a friendly alliance to encompass Bali's destruction and institute a search for thee. Thereupon returning to Kishkinda with those two heroic princes, that lord of monkeys slew Bali in battle, and having struck him down by his prowess in fight, Rama made Sugriva king of all the monkeys and bears. Such was the alliance between Rama and Sugriva, O goddess. Know then that I am Hanuman, who have come as their deputy. When he had recovered his kingdom, Sugriva, gathering all the great and powerful monkeys together, sent them forth to every region to seek for thee. Under the commands of their king, Sugriva, those mighty monkeys, equal to the Indra of mountains, scoured the land on every side. Since that time, in fear of Sugriva, those monkeys have been exploring the whole earth. I am one of those. The mighty and illustrious son of Bali, Angada by name, set out with a third part of the army under him. Many were the days and nights we spent overwhelmed with distress, having lost our way on the foremost of mountains, Vindhya. Despairing of accomplishing our purpose, and the time appointed having passed, in fear of that lord of the monkeys, we resolved to give up our lives. Having searched the mountains and the inaccessible fastnesses, the rivers and waterfalls without finding any trace of thee, we made up our minds to die. Thereafter we began our final fast on the summit of the mountain. Submerged in an ocean of grief, Angada lamented unceasingly, reflecting on thine abduction, O Vaidehi, on the death of Bali, on our resolution to die of hunger, and on the death of Jatayu. Whilst we were fasting thus, waiting for death, having given up all hope of carrying out the behests of our Lord, to the good fortune of our enterprise, there appeared a mighty vulture, the brother of Jatayu, by name Sampati. Hearing of his brother's death, he cried out in anger, "By whom was my younger brother slain, and where does he dwell? I wish to hear this from you, O excellent monkeys." Thereupon Angada related all in detail to him, and how that Titan of terrible form destroyed Jatayu on thine account in Janasthana. In his grief for Jatayu's death, that son of Aruna told us that thou wast to be found in Ravana's abode, O exquisite damsel. Hearing the words of Sampati, our joy was extreme, and led by him we all rose up, and leaving the Vindhya mountain, came to the shores of the sea. There a cruel anxiety seized the monkeys anew, eager as they were to find thee, but I was able to dispel that sharp anguish of the monkey host, who, beholding the main, had lost heart. Then, removing their fear, I leapt 100 leagues over the sea and entered Lanka by night, which was filled with Titans. There I beheld Ravana, and saw thee overcome with grief, O irreproachable lady. Now I have told thee all. Do thou in thy turn speak to me, O goddess. I am the messenger of the son of Dasaratha, and have come here to thee to carry out Rama's purpose. Know me to be Sugriva's minister and the wind god's son. All is well with thy lord Kakusta, the foremost of those bearing weapons, as also with Lakshmana, possessed of auspicious marks and ever engaged in the worship of his superiors and the well-being of his lord. I have come here at Sugriva's command and have accomplished the journey alone. Changing my form at will, I have scoured the southern region, and in my eagerness to find thee have sought thee on every side. With tidings of thee, I shall by divine grace be able to dispel the grief of the monkey host, who have been lamenting on thy account, and my crossing the ocean will not have been in vain. I shall win renown for having found thee, O goddess, and the highly powerful Raghava will rejoin thee without delay, having first slain Ravana, the king of the Titans, with his sons and relatives. Mount Malayavat is the highest of mountains, O Vaidehi, and there dwells my sire, Kesarin. Obedient to the will of the divine sages, he once repaired to Gokarna, and at that sacred spot belonging to the Lord of Rivers, brought about the destruction of the Titan Samvasadana. I was born of the consort of Kesarin, O Maithili, and my name is Hanuman. I am known throughout the world for my exploits. To inspire thee with confidence, I have described the virtues of thy lord. Ere long, O goddess, Raghava will certainly take thee hence. Reassured by the proofs given to her, Sita, exhausted by suffering, recognized Hanuman to be Rama's messenger. Then Janaki, in an excess of joy, allowed tears of felicity to fall from her eyes, fringed with dark lashes. The gentle countenance of that large-eyed damsel, with her reddened eyes, shone like the moon released from Rahu's hold. Taking him for a real monkey at last, she reflected in herself, "How could it be otherwise?" Then Hanuman again addressed that lady of charming mien, saying, "I have told thee all. Now have confidence in me, O Maithili. What more can I do for thee, and what is thy pleasure, ere I return? When the Asura, Samvasadana, was destroyed in combat by the foremost of monkeys, at the behest of the celestial sages, I was born of Vayu, O Maithili, and though a monkey, I am his equal in prowess." Chapter 36. Sita questions Hanuman. The exceedingly mighty son of Pavana, Hanuman, in order to increase Sita's confidence in him, again addressed her in reassuring words, saying, "O fortunate one, I am a monkey, the messenger of the sagacious Rama. Behold this precious ring on which his name is engraved. O goddess, it was given to me by that magnanimous hero so that thou shouldest have faith in me. Take heart, therefore, may good betide thee. Soon shall there be an end to thy grief." Then Janaki, taking the jewel that had adorned the finger of her lord, was overcome with joy, as if he himself were present. Her gentle countenance with its large eyes began to sparkle with delight, resembling the moon released from Rahu's hold. Blushing with pleasure on receiving this token from her lord, That youthful woman, in her satisfaction, began to look on that great monkey as on a friend and paid tribute to him in the following wise. O foremost of monkeys, verily thou have entered this city of Ravana's alone, art full of courage, valor, and address. With admirable tenacity thou hast traversed the ocean, 400 miles in breadth, the abode of great monsters, reducing it to the measure of a cow's hoof. I do not look on thee as an ordinary monkey, O lion among forest dwellers, since thou dost not stand in awe of Ravana. O best of monkeys, thou hast merited associationship with me, since Rama, the knower of self, has dispatched thee as his messenger. It is certain that the invincible Rama would never have sent thee to me without first testing thy prowess. By good fortune, the virtuous and truthful Rama, as also the illustrious Lakshmana, enhancer of Sumitra's delight, are well. Yet if Kakusta live untouched by ill, how is it that he does not burn up the earth encircled by the sea in his wrath, like the fires at the dissolution of the worlds? Those two heroes are able to subdue the gods themselves, and yet they refrain from action. I deem, therefore, that my sufferings are still not at an end. Is Rama not disquieted? Is he not torn with anxiety on my account? Is that son of a king making every preparation to deliver me? Is he sorrowful and preoccupied? Has he lost sight of his ultimate purpose? Is he fulfilling his duty with fortitude? Is that slayer of his foes, desirous of victory, propitiating his friends with forbearance and gifts, and employing the threefold means of dealing with his enemies? Does he show goodwill to his friends, and have they confidence in him? Does he ally himself with those of good repute, and do they pay him honor? Does that son of a king seek the favor of the gods? Does he depend on them for his power and fortune? Has Rama's affection for me decreased as a result of my living far from him? Will he deliver me from this peril? Is he not unstrung by this extreme misfortune, being accustomed to felicity and unused to adversity? Has he received frequent good tidings of Kaushalya, Sumitra, and also Bharata? Is not Raghava worthy of honor, overcome with grief at my absence? Is he reflecting on how he may rescue me? Will not Bharata, ever devoted to his brother, send out a great army led by experienced generals for my sake? O foremost of monkeys, will not the king of the monkeys, the fortunate Sugriva, come to mine aid at the head of a host of valiant monkeys using their teeth and nails? Will not the heroic Lakshmana, the increaser of Sumitra's delight, skilled in the use of weapons, destroy the Titans with his shafts? Shall I not see Rama strike down Ravana on the battlefield ere long with his friends and kinsfolk by means of Rudra's weapon? Is the golden countenance of Raghava, fragrant with the scent of lotuses, not dimmed under adversity like a lotus deprived of water under the burning sun? Does he still retain his fixity of purpose, he who for the sake of righteousness, without regret, renounced the throne and on foot entered the forest with me? Neither for his mother nor his father, nor for any other does he bear the love that he cherishes for me. I shall only live as long as I hear of him." Having addressed these words, full of meaning and sweetness, to that monkey, that charming lady became silent so that she might hear more of her lord, and listening to Sita, Maruti, of immeasurable prowess, with joined palms paid obeisance to her, and spoke again, saying, "O illustrious princess, the lotus-eyed Rama does not know that thou art here, and for this reason has not delivered thee as Purandara rescued Sachi. Learning this from me, Raghava will instantly come hither with his great army of bears and monkeys, and having triumphed over the invincible ocean, the abode of Varuna with his terrible shafts, Kakusta will rid the city of Lanka of all the Titans. Even if death himself or the gods or the mighty Titans seek to bar his passage, he will destroy them all. O princess, in thine absence, Rama, stricken with grief, is no longer able to find rest, like an elephant who is attacked by a lion. O goddess, I swear to thee by the Mandara, Malava, Vindhya, Meru, and Dardura mountains, and all the fruits and roots, that thou shalt soon behold Rama's lovely countenance with his beautiful eyes, lips like unto the bimba fruit, and charming earrings, who resembles the risen moon. Soon thou shalt see Rama on Mount Prasravana, O Vaidehi, like Shatakratu seated on Eravara. Eschewing flesh and wine, Rama subsists on the fruits and roots of the forest alone, carefully prepared by Lakshmana, of which he partakes at the 5th period of the day. So absorbed is he in the thought of thee that he no longer drives away flies, insects, and worms from his body. Sunk in his reflection, Lost in grief, he is wholly absorbed in thy contemplation. Rama, the foremost among men, no longer sleeps, but should his eyelids close in weariness, he starts up crying, "O Sita," in gentle accents. Whenever he beholds a fruit or flower or any other object dear to women, he sighs, "O my dear love." O goddess, that prince unceasingly calls on thee, crying, "O Sita," and in order to find thee has resorted to every means. Hearing Rama's praises, Sita was greatly delighted, but grieved also to learn of his pain, so that she resembled the autumn moon entering a dark cloud to reappear once more. Chapter 37. Sita refuses to be rescued by Hanuman. The moon-faced Sita, hearing this speech, addressed Hanuman in words fraught with piety and sound judgment. "O monkey, thou hast revealed to me that Rama is wholly preoccupied with my remembrance, and also that he is plunged in grief, which is as nectar mingled with poison. Whether man be at the height of his power or in the abyss of sorrow, death draws him as with a cord. Living beings are unable to escape their destiny, O excellent monkey. Behold how I, Rama, and Saumitri are sunk in misery. As a wreck floating on the waters seeks to reach the shore, so does Raghava seek to come to the end of his woes. After destroying the Titans, slaying Ravana, and laying Lanka waste, will not my lord see me once again? Do thou tell him to hasten, for at the end of this year I must die. This is the 10th month, and 2 alone remain. That is the term fixed for me by that evil wretch Ravana. His brother Bibhishana made great entreaty to him to restore me, but he paid no heed to his proposals. Ravana does not look with favor on my release, for death lies in wait for him, driven on as he is by fate. O warrior, on her mother's request, Kala, Bibhishana's eldest daughter, told me of this. There is an old and trusty Titan named Avinda, full of wisdom, virtue, intelligence, and nobility, highly revered by Ravana, who prophesied the imminent destruction of the Titans by Rama, but that perverse wretch disregarded his salutary words. O best of monkeys, I still hope that my lord will soon be reunited with me, for my heart is pure and Rama's virtues are infinite. He is endowed with endurance, courage, compassion, gratitude, energy, and strength, O monkey. What foe would not tremble before him, who slew 14,000 demons in Janastana without his brother's aid? That lion among men cannot be surpassed by the Titan warriors. I am conversant with his powers, as Sachi is with Indra's. O monkey, that son, Rama, with his innumerable arrows as his rays, will dry up the lake of hostile Titans." Speaking thus, Sita, overwhelmed with grief at the thought of Rama, her face bathed in tears, was again addressed by Hanuman, who said to her, "No sooner shall I have spoken to Raghava than he will hasten hither at the head of a powerful army composed of bears and monkeys, or shall I deliver thee this very day from the grasp of those Titans and those present afflictions. Do thou climb upon my back, O irreproachable lady, and bearing thee on my shoulders, I will cross over the sea. Verily, I am able to carry away the city of Lanka together with Ravana himself. This day, as Anila bears the sacrificial offerings unto Shakara, I shall bring thee back to Raghava on the Prasravana mountain, O Maithili. Today thou shalt behold Rama, who is accompanied by Lakshmana, preparing to destroy the enemy, as Vishnu engaged in the destruction of the Daityas, and thou shalt see that mighty hero, eager to behold thee on that solitary mountain, resembling Purandara on the head of the king of the serpents. O lovely goddess, mount on my shoulders. Do not hesitate and be united with Rama, as Rohini is restored to Shashanka, Vasachi to Indra, or Savarshara to the sun. I shall cross the ocean by the aerial path. O fair one, bearing thee away from here, none of the dwellers in Lanka will be able to follow me. I shall return as I came, O Vaidehi, bearing thee through space." Hearing these astonishing words, Maithili, trembling with joy, said to Hanuman, "How canst thou hope to carry me so great a distance, O Hanuman? This demonstrates thy monkey nature. How dost thou deem it possible that thy little body should convey me from here to my lord, that king among men, O monkey?" At these words, Hanuman reflected, "This is the first affront I have suffered. Vaidehi is unaware of my prowess and strength. She shall learn that I am able to assume any shape at will." Thinking thus, that foremost of monkeys, Hanuman, the scourge of his foes, showed himself to Sita in his true form. In order to inspire Sita with confidence, leaping down from the tree, that monkey began to expand in size and grew equal to the Meru or Mandara mountain, or a flaming brazier, and that lion among monkeys, of a coppery countenance, his body like a mountain, with nails and teeth like diamonds, standing before Sita, said, "I am capable of uprooting Lanka with its hills, woods, fields, palaces, ramparts, and gates, and its monarch also. Take heart, therefore, O Queen, do not delay further, O Vaidehi. Come and dispel the grief of Raghava, as also Lakshmana's." Seeing the son of the wind god grow to the size of a mountain, the daughter of Janaka, whose eyes resembled lotus petals, said to him, "O mighty monkey, now I recognize the extent of thy powers, and thy speed which equals the wind, also thy radiance like unto fire. How should an ordinary monkey have reached this land beyond the infinite ocean? I know that thou art able to take me from here and bear me away, but, O foremost of monkeys, I must consider if the consequences are to mine advantage. Furthermore, is it fitting for me to go with thee? Thy speed equal to the wind may render me giddy, and I might fall from thy back whilst thou were proceeding high over the ocean. Flung into the sea filled with sharks, crocodiles, and giant fish, I should certainly become the chosen prey of those monsters. Nay, I cannot go with thee, O destroyer of thy foes, and for thee undoubtedly there is also grave danger. When the Titans see thee bearing me away, they will pursue thee at the wicked Ravana's command, and surrounded by those warriors, furnished with spears and maces, carrying a woman, thou wilt be beset with peril, O hero. Fully armed in great numbers, those Titans would pursue thee, who art unarmed. How couldst thou then resist them and protect me? And when thou art engaged in combat with those terrible demons, O foremost of monkeys, I, stricken with fear, will slip from thy back. Those terrible, huge, and powerful Titans would then end by overcoming thee in the conflict, O excellent monkey. Or turning my head whilst thou art engaged in fight, I should fall, and those wicked Titans would bear me away and bring me hither, or wresting me from thy grasp, tear me to pieces. Victory or defeat is uncertain in combat. If I died under the threats of the Titans, O first of the monkeys, all thine efforts to deliver me will have been in vain. Though thou art well able to destroy all the Titans, Rama's fame would thereby suffer decrease, or the Titans bearing me away would confine me in a secret place unknown to the monkeys or to Rama. Then all thine efforts to rescue me will have been fruitless, but if Rama returns with thee, great will be the chances of success. O great armed warrior, the lives of Raghava, of his two brothers, and of King Sugriva depend on me. Having given up hope of delivering me, worn out with grief and anxiety, those two brothers, with all the bears and monkeys, would end their existence. O monkey, furthermore, being wholly devoted to my lord, I am unable to touch the body of any save Rama. When I was forced into contact with Ravana's limbs, I was helpless and without a defender, and was no longer in control of my person. If Rama comes to destroy Ravana and the Titans and takes me away from here, it will be a feat worthy of him. I have heard of that hero's great exploits and have myself witnessed them. Nor can Devas, Nagas, nor Titans equal Rama on the field of battle. Who, having beheld him in combat, wielding his marvelous bow, endowed with a valor and strength like unto Indra's, could withstand Rama, who is accompanied by Lakshmana, and who resembles a fire fanned by the wind? O foremost of monkeys, who would seek to oppose Rama, accompanied by Lakshmana, resembling elephants intoxicated with Mada juice, showering shafts like the rays of the sun at the time of the dissolution of the worlds? O best of monkeys, do thou bring my dear one and Lakshmana with the lord of the monkey hosts here with all speed. On account of separation from Rama, I have long been consumed with grief. Now, O valiant monkey, make me happy once more. Chapter 38. She gives Hanuman her jewel. Highly gratified by Sita's words, that lion among monkeys answered thus, O fair lady of auspicious presence, thou hast spoken in accord with thy feminine nature and with the modesty of one devoted to her lord. As a woman, it would not be possible for thee to cross the sea 400 miles in width on my back, and the plea that thou hast made, saying, I may not touch the body of any save Rama, is worthy of thee, O goddess, consort of that magnanimous one. Who but thou would utter such words, O Janaki? Truly Kukusta shall hear from beginning to end all thou hast said and done in my presence, O princess. For many reasons did I speak to thee thus, O lady, anxious as I was to compass Rama's design, and my heart troubled with feelings of affection. Further, it was with great difficulty that I penetrated into the city of Lanka and traversed the ocean, and debating what was meet for me to do, I addressed thee in this wise. I wish to bring thee back to the one who is the delight of the house of Raghu this day. It was my devotion for him, and in regard for thee, that I uttered those words. As, however, thou art unable to come with me, O irreproachable lady, do thou give me some token which will inspire Rama with faith in me." Being thus addressed by Hanuman, Sita, who resembled the daughter of the gods, answered him in faint accents, her voice broken with sobs. "This is the most perfect token thou canst take to my dear lord. Do thou say this to him. O Rama, when we formerly resided at the foot of the Chitrakuta mountain in the eastern region, not far distant from where the ascetics dwelt, in a place rich in roots, fruit, and water near the river Mandakini, whilst ranging the flowery groves, redolent with fragrance, thou, having sported in the lake, rested all dripping on my breast. At that moment a crow, approaching, sought to peck me, and I threw a stone at it. Nevertheless, that ferocious devourer of offerings, determined to wound me, would not leave its prey, and in my wrath I removed my girdle in order to strike the bird, and my robe slipped down. On seeing this, thou didst laugh at me, whereat I blushed with shame and indignation. Harassed by that crow, who was wild with hunger, I took refuge with thee, and exhausted, threw myself into thine arms as thou wert seated there. Though I was still vexed, thou didst pacify me by thy laughter, and my face being bathed in tears, gently dried my eyes. Thus I was seen by thee, greatly enraged by the crow, O Lord. Exhausted, O Rama, I slept for a long time on thy breast, and thou, in thy turn, didst sleep on mine, O elder brother of Bharata. Then, as I awoke, that crow approached me once more, and, as I rose from thine arms, tore my breast with its beak, O Raghava. Thereupon, at the shedding of blood, thou didst wake, and beholding my breast lacerated, O long-armed hero, highly incensed and hissing like a serpent, thou didst speak thus: O thou whose thighs resemble the trunk of an elephant, who has wounded thy breast? Who seeks to play with an angry five-headed serpent? Thereafter, looking round, thou didst perceive that crow, who with sharp and bloody talons stood before me. That bird, prince of winged creatures, was the son of Indra, and with the swiftness of the wind it disappeared into the earth. Then thou, O long-armed warrior, thine eyes rolling in fury, resolved to destroy that crow, and, plucking a blade of kusha grass from where thou hadst lain, transformed it into Brahma's shaft, and it burst into flame like unto the fire of death before the bird. Hurling that fiery brand, it followed that bird high into the sky, and pursued by the fiery dart, the crow flew this way and that, thus traversing many regions and ranging through the three worlds, repulsed by his sire and the sages. At last it sought refuge with thee, falling on the earth and beseeching mercy of thee. Though worthy of death, thou, O Kukusta, ever willing to succor all things, out of compassion spared him. Then, speaking unto the one who was exhausted and distressed, thou didst say, This weapon of Brahma may never remain ineffective. Therefore say what is now to be done. Then the crow answered, I will give up my right eye, whereupon Ramachandra destroyed the right eye of that crow. Having sacrificed the right eye, his life was spared, and paying obeisance to Rama, as also to King Dasaratha, the crow, delivered by that warrior, returned to his abode. O thou who on my behalf didst discharge the Brahma weapon, even at a crow, why dost thou leave him who bore me away unpunished? O foremost of men, show thy compassion to me, and inspire me with hope. I am conversant with thy great energy, thine immense endurance, thine amazing strength, thine irresistible power, unfettered by the limitations of time and space, incapable of being disturbed, thou who art deep like the ocean, Lord of the earth and the equal of Vasava himself. Thou, the first among bowmen, who art full of ardor and courage, wherefore dost thou not direct thy weapons against the Titans? Neither Nagas, Gandharvas, gods, nor Maruts can resist thee in combat. If that warrior still retains any regard for me, why does he not exterminate the Titans with his whetted shafts, Or why does not Lakshmana, the repressor of his foes, endowed with energy, deliver me at his brother's behest? Since those two tigers among men, equal to Vayu and Indra, are invincible even against these celestials, why do they disregard me? Alas, I must be guilty of some heinous sin, since those two scourges of their foes, though able to do so, fail to come to my rescue. Hearing Vaidehi's piteous words, uttered with her eyes full of tears, the mighty Hanuman, foremost of the monkeys, said, "O exalted one, I swear to thee that Rama's features are altered on account of the sorrow he feels for thee, and seeing his brother overwhelmed with grief, Lakshmana too is filled with distress. This is the truth, O goddess. Since I have now found thee, there is no cause to lament further, and thou shalt soon see an end to thy woes, O lovely one. Those two tigers among men, those princes of incalculable energy, in their eagerness to see thee, will burn the worlds to ashes. Having slain that formidable warrior Ravana with his kinsfolk, Raghava shall return with thee to the palace. Now tell me what I shall say to Rama and Lakshmana, who are filled with valor, and the illustrious Sugriva and all the assembled monkeys." Hanuman, having uttered these words, Sita answered him, saying, "Bowing low to that Lord of the world, inquire after the welfare of that protector of men, whom Kaushalya has brought forth, and wish him all prosperity from me. Then offer salutations to the one of whom Sumitra is the happy mother, he who renounced garlands, jewels, his beloved consort, the dominion of a vast realm hard to attain, and his father and mother, after bidding them a tender farewell in order to follow Rama. That virtuous prince who, in his devotion, sacrificed unsurpassed felicity, accompanied his brother Kakusta to the forest, watching over him. He who is great, wise and pleasing to look upon, possessing broad shoulders, and who looks on Rama as his father, and reverences me as his mother, that valiant Lakshmana, who did not know that I was being borne away. Full of deference for the aged, dignified and brave, measured in speech, the foremost of those dear unto that king's son, and worthy of his father-in-law, he who even undertaketh these tasks to which he is not equal, whose presence causes Rama to forget his sire, who is dearer to him than I. Lakshmana, the brother of Rama, to him do thou offer obeisance from me, and repeat my words to him. May that noble and virtuous one, beloved of Rama, ever mild and pure, bring an end to my sufferings, O best of monkeys. O chief of the monkeys, do thou bring about the success of this undertaking. May Rama, on thine instigation, make a supreme effort on my behalf. Further, do thou repeat these words of mine again and again to him. I have but 1 month to live, O son of Dasaratha. After that month I shall die. I swear to thee that this is the truth I speak. Deliver me from the hands of that cruel and wicked Ravana, O hero, as Kaushiki was delivered from hell." Saying this, Sita drew from her robe the pearl which formerly adorned her forehead, which shone with celestial radiance, and bestowing it on Hanuman, said, "Give this to Raghava." Then the valiant Hanuman, taking the priceless jewel, placed it on his finger, it being too small for his arm, and that foremost of monkeys, having received the pearl, paid obeisance to Sita, circumambulating her from left to right. Filled with delight on having found the princess, Hanuman had already returned to Rama and Lakshmana in thought, and taking that costly and superb ornament that the daughter of King Janaka had carried carefully concealed in her sari, Hanuman, as if delivered from a hurricane that had overtaken him on a high mountain, his heart full of serenity, once more prepared to set out on his return journey. Chapter 39. Hanuman calms Sita's fears. Having given the jewel to Hanuman, Sita said to him, "This token is well known to Raghava, and seeing this pearl, the valiant Rama will call 3 people to mind, my mother, myself, and King Dasaratha. O best of monkeys, thy heroism being further stimulated by this enterprise, consider carefully what fresh efforts are needed. Thou art capable of undertaking this task. Think therefore what course Rama should adopt to bring my misfortunes to an end. O Hanuman, seek by thine exertions to terminate my sufferings." Thereupon, the son of the wind god of immense energy replied, "So be it," and making obeisance to Vaidehi, prepared to depart. But that exalted one, Videha's daughter, seeing Hanuman about to leave, her voice strangled with sobs, said unto him, "O Hanuman, do thou communicate my desires for the happiness of Rama, Lakshmana, Sugriva, his ministers, and all the other monkeys. And, O best of monkeys, in consonance with righteousness, wish them well. It behooveth thee to do that which will cause the long-armed Rama to deliver me from the ocean of affliction in which I am plunged. O Hanuman, do thou speak so that the illustrious Rama rescue me from here while I am yet alive, and thereby reap the fruits of virtue. Listening to that which thou shalt relate to him of me, that son of Dasaratha, ever filled with valor, will feel his daring increased 100-fold in the thought of reunion with me. The heroic Rama, hearing the appeal I have charged thee to deliver to him, will be inspired to display increasing prowess. Listening to Sita's words, Hanuman, born of Maruta, with joined palms, made answer to her, saying, Soon shall Kakusta, surrounded by the foremost monkeys and bears, come, and vanquishing his enemies in fight, dispel thy grief. I know of none among the mortals, titans or gods, who can withstand him when he discharges his arrows. Wert thou the price of victory, he would be able to challenge the sun, or Parjanya, or Vaivasvata, or Yama himself in conflict, and would prepare to conquer the whole earth that is bounded by the sea, O delight of Janaka. Hearing these pleasing, true, and sweetly expressed words, Janaki addressed Hanuman with respect, who had spoken out of devotion to his master, and said, O hero, if thou judgest it to be wise, then tarry here for 1 day more, and having rested in some hidden spot, set out tomorrow. Thy presence, O monkey, will cause me to forget my great misfortune a while, I who have experienced so little happiness. But shouldest thou depart today, O lion among monkeys, my life will be in danger till thy return. This is certain. Furthermore, not seeing thee will prove an increased torment, afflicted as I am with grief, and, O hero, this doubt haunts me continually. How will that powerful king, in the midst of the forces of his monkeys and bears, and those 2 sons of a monarch, cross the impassable ocean? In all the worlds, 3 beings alone have the power to traverse the sea: Garuda, thou, and Maruta. In the face of this insurmountable obstacle, what means to success canst thou see, O most skilled of beings? Undoubtedly, thou art able to encompass this undertaking unaided, O destroyer of hostile warriors, but thou alone wouldest then reap the glory. If Rama, however, together with his armies, vanquished Ravana, and delivering me, returned to his own city, that exploit would be worthy of him. If crossing the sea and besieging Lanka, that destroyer of hostile forces, Kakusta, bore me hence, he would have accomplished what is natural to him. Do thou therefore act in such wise that that valiant warrior may be able to manifest his prowess. Hearing these words, fraught with sense and reason, full of affection, Hanuman replied mildly, O Queen, the leader of the forces of bears and monkeys, Sugriva, full of energy, has resolved to liberate thee. Surrounded by millions of monkeys, that destroyer of titans will come hither without delay. There are, under his command, monkeys endowed with valor, energy, and extreme prowess, swift as thought, able to go upward or downward, and to every side. Nothing can impede their course. No task, however hard, defeats their immeasurable courage. Nay, more than once, by their amazing endurance, they have encircled the entire earth with its seas and mountains on every side by resorting to the wind's path. Among those rangers of the woods, some are equal to me, and some superior, and in the whole of Sugriva's company, there is none who is less so. Since I have reached this place, how much more are those valiant monkeys able to do so? Nor are these superior ones sent on errands, but those of less account. O Queen, have no anxiety and abandon thy grief. With a single bound, those foremost of monkeys will reach Lanka, and those 2 brothers, resembling the sun and moon about to rise, will speed to thy side, riding on my back. Having slain Ravana and his hordes, Raghava, the delight of the house of Raghu, will take hold of thee, O lady of lovely limbs, in order to bring thee back to thine own city. Therefore let courage and happiness attend thee. Have faith in the dawning of that hour. Ere long thou shalt behold Rama shining like a flame. That Indra of the Titans, his sons, counselors, and kinsfolk being slain, thou shalt be reunited with Rama, as Shashanka with Rohini. Soon thou shalt see the end of thy woes, O divine Matili, and Ravana will fall under Rama's blows before thine eyes. Having thus sought to comfort Vadeha's daughter, Hanuman, born of Maruta, preparing to depart, spoke yet again, saying, thou shalt soon behold the destroyer of his foes, Raghava of subdued soul, as also Lakshmana bearing his bow in his hand at the gates of Lanka. Ere long thou shalt see those valiant monkeys, endowed with the courage of lions and tigers, resembling the Lord of Elephants, fighting with their nails and teeth. O noble one, innumerable companies of monkeys will be seen by thee, resembling hills or clouds, roaring on the plateaus of Malaya and Lanka. Like an elephant attacked by a lion, Rama is deeply wounded by the formidable shafts of the god of love. O goddess, weep no more, but banish fear and sorrow from thy heart. Thou shalt be reunited with thy consort, O beautiful one, as Sachi was to Indra. Who can overcome Rama, who is equal to Saumitri? Those two brothers, resembling the wind and fire, are thy support. O goddess, thou shalt not have to dwell long in this place inhabited by formidable titans. Thy beloved will not delay his coming. Have patience till I return. Chapter 40. He takes leave of Sita. Hearing the words of that magnanimous son of Vayu, Sita, who resembled a daughter of the gods, replied in significant words, saying, As the sun, ripening the grain, rejoiceth the earth, so am I gladdened on seeing thee, O monkey, who speaketh sweetly of my beloved. In compassion for me, who am emaciated with suffering, do that which will enable me to meet with that tiger among men soon. O foremost of monkeys, call to his remembrance that reed the crow destroyed in his anger, having been deprived of an eye, and also how, when my tilaka mark was effaced, he painted another on my cheek, which he will surely remember. Say, O thou who resemblest Indra, how, with thy valor, canst thou suffer Sita to be borne away and set in the midst of the Titans? That celestial pearl which adorned my forehead I have preserved with care. In my misfortunes I have oft looked on it with delight as on thyself, O irreproachable hero. Yielding up this jewel, I shall not live long, being overwhelmed with grief. For thy sake, O Rama, I endure insufferable misery and the menaces of the Titans which cleave my heart. O destroyer of thy foes, I shall live for one more month, after which, bereft of thee, I shall yield up my life. The king of the Titans is a source of dread to me. If I learn that thou dost hesitate in coming to mine aid, I shall instantly give up my life. Witnessing Vaidehi's tears and lamentations, the mighty Hanuman, born of Maruta, answered, O goddess, thy misfortunes have rendered Rama's features wan. I swear to thee this is the truth, and seeing Rama overcome with sorrow, Lakshmana too is deeply distressed. Now that I have found thee, there is no cause for despair. Soon, soon thou shalt see an end to thy woes, O lovely princess. Those blameless princes, foremost of men, eager to see thee, will reduce Lanka to ashes. Having slain Ravana in combat, those two scions of the house of Raghu will take thee back to their own city, O large-eyed lady. O irreproachable damsel, it is now for thee to give me such a token that Rama will instantly recognize and that will delight his heart. Sita answered, I have already furnished thee with an excellent token. Seeing that jewel, Rama will instantly believe thy words. Receiving the marvelous pearl, the prince of the monkeys inclined his head to that exalted one and prepared to depart. Beholding that foremost of monkeys expanding his form and, charged with energy, preparing to leap, her face bathed in tears, in a voice choked with sobs, Sita said to him, O Hanuman, do not fail to offer my good wishes for their welfare to those two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, who resemble two lions, and to Sugriva also and his court. Do that which will cause the long-armed Raghava to deliver me from this ocean of affliction where I am held prisoner. On thy return, when thou art near him, tell him of my harsh and bitter affliction and the threats of the Titans. May prosperity attend thee, O chief of the monkeys. Having received these instructions from the princess, the monkey, his purpose accomplished, exceedingly exultant, reflecting that little remained for him to do, had already crossed the northern region in thought. Chapter 41. Hanuman destroys the Ashoka Grove. Having been honored by Sita, the monkey, leaving that place, began to reflect on what little remained for him to do since he had discovered that dark-eyed princess. Dismissing the three means to success, the fourth now appeared to him as appropriate, and he reflected in himself. Because of their nature, one may not enter into negotiation with the Titans, nor do gifts avail with the wealthy. One is unable to sow dissension among those who are proud of their strength. There remains, therefore, prowess as applicable here. In these circumstances, valor is the only resource. When these Titans see the foremost of their warriors fall in combat, their martial ardor will be subdued. He who accomplishes his main purpose encompasses innumerable other engagements without jeopardizing the original enterprise is a skillful messenger. He who employs all his resources to execute a minor task has no sagacity, but the one who uses countless means with the minimum effort is wise. Though my mission has been fulfilled, yet if, returning to the abode of the king of the monkeys, I have ascertained the strength of the foe and ourselves in the field, I shall have truly carried out his commands. How shall I act so that my presence here proves fruitful? How can I provoke an encounter with the Titans? And what can I do so that ten-necked one will be made to measure his strength with mine own? Coming face to face with Dashagriva on the field, accompanied by his counselors, his army and charioteer, I shall easily read his intentions and then take my leave. I shall now proceed to lay waste this magnificent grove, resembling the Nandana gardens, that ravishes the eye and where every variety of tree and creeper is found, as the forest fire consumes the dead trees, and this destruction will incite Ravana's fury. Thereafter, the king of the Titans will call upon his immense army, furnished with tridents and iron pikes, and the horsemen, chariots, and elephants, of which it is composed, and a formidable struggle will ensue. Then I shall fight with all my strength against those Titans, and having defeated and assembled forces of Ravana, I shall return safely to the king of the monkeys. Thinking thus, Maruti, like a raging tempest, with immense energy, began to root up the trees with his powerful and sinuous thighs, breaking them down, as also the creepers of that grove, where the trumpeting of maddened elephants could be heard. With its trees uprooted, its foundations shattered, the crests of the hills broken away, and all that was fair laid waste, the copper-tinted buds, the trees and creepers withering away, that grove appeared as if a fire had consumed it, and the flowering sprays blown hither and thither resembled women with their robes in disarray. With its grassy dells and charming pavilions ruined, tiger, deer, and birds emitting cries of fear, and the edifices crumbling, that great demesne was bereft of beauty. And that grove, belonging to the women of the inner apartments, where they were wont to sport, with its avenues of Ashoka trees and its creepers, now laid waste by that monkey, was transformed by him into a heap of ruins. Then, having given that powerful lord of the earth cause for severe displeasure, that monkey, eager to fight against those countless valiant Titans, single-handed, stationed himself at the gate, blazing with effulgence. Chapter 42. He destroys the Kinkaras. Meanwhile, the cries of birds and the crash of falling trees struck terror into the hearts of the inhabitants of Lanka. Wild beasts and birds fled hither and thither in terror on every side, and inauspicious omens appeared. Waking from sleep, those grim-visaged Titan women beheld the grove devastated by that mighty and heroic monkey, and in order to inspire them with fear, that long-armed one, full of energy, began to increase in size, and they, observing that immense ape, as high as a hill, of unimagined power, inquired of Janaka's daughter, saying, "Who is this being? From whence and wherefore has he come hither? Why did he converse with thee? Tell us, O large-eyed lady, have no fear, O dark-eyed lovely one." Thereupon the virtuous Sita, of faultless limbs, answered them, saying, "Since the Titans are able to change their form at will, by what means should I be able to recognize them? Ye know what he is and what he is about. Without doubt, serpents know the secret of the serpent's tail. As for me, I am terrified, nor do I know what he is, but believe him to be a Titan, who has come hither, able to change his form at will." Hearing Vaidehi's words, the Titan women fled with all speed, a few only remaining, whilst some hastened to inform Ravana of what had taken place. Thereafter, those female Titans of hideous aspect approached the king of the Titans and informed him of that monstrous and formidable monkey in the Ashoka Grove, saying, "O king, there is a monkey of immense size, endowed with immeasurable strength, who, having held converse with Sita, remains there. We besought the daughter of Janaka, whose eyes resemble a doe's, to inform us who this monkey was, but she would not disclose it. It may be that he is an emissary of Indra, or Kuvera, or even of Rama himself, who is anxious to discover where Sita is. This being of strange aspect has completely destroyed thy wonderful pleasure garden that was filled with beasts of every kind. There is not a single quarter that has not been laid waste by him, save the place where the divine Janaki abides. Whether to preserve her or for reasons of exhaustion, we know not, but since he is a stranger to fatigue, we deem it is on account of this woman. And the Ashoka tree, covered with buds and lovely foliage, under the shade of which Sita is sheltering, has been spared by him. It behooveth thee to inflict some severe penalty on this formidable being who has held converse with Sita and destroyed the grove. O Lord of the hosts of Titans, who would dare to converse with her, for whom thine heart yearns without suffering death? Hearing the words of the demons, Ravana, the king of the Titans, his eyes rolling in rage, flamed up like a funeral pyre, and, in his wrath, tears fell from his eyes like drops of burning oil from a lighted lamp. Then that mighty monarch ordered those Titans named Kinkaras, whose strength equaled his own, to seize Hanuman, whereupon 80,000 of those retainers speedily issued from the palace, bearing maces and iron hooks in their hands. Possessing huge stomachs and large teeth, formidable to look upon, filled with valor and martial ardor, they were all burning to lay hold of that monkey. Approaching Hanuman, who was standing at the gate ready to fight, those powerful Titans rushed upon him like moths on a flame. Equipped with maces of different kinds and gold-encircled bracelets, with arrows bright as the sun, hammers, axes, spears, darts, and lances, they surrounded Hanuman and began their attack. Then he, full of strength and courage, resembling a hill, lashing his tail, began to roar, waving it to and fro and expanding in size. That son of the wind god filled Lanka with his bellowing. On account of the noise of the swishing of his tail and his roaring, the birds began to fall from the air, and he proclaimed in a loud voice, "Victory to the mighty Rama and the valiant Lakshmana! Victory to Sugriva, protected by Raghava! I am the servant of the sovereign of Kushala, Rama, of imperishable exploits. I am Hanuman, the destroyer of hostile armies, the offspring of Maruta. 1,000 Ravanas cannot stand before me in combat when I crush them beneath a myriad trees and rocks. Under the very eyes of the Titans, I shall destroy the city of Lanka, and paying obeisance to Matili, depart, my purpose being accomplished." On hearing his shouts, the Titans were seized with terror, and they beheld him standing aloft like a great evening cloud, and, knowing now that that monkey had been dispatched by his master, under the command of their lord, they began to assail him on all sides with every kind of formidable weapon. Surrounded by those warriors, that mighty monkey seized hold of an iron bar that stood near the gate, and, lifting it, struck those rangers of the night, and he appeared like Vinata's offspring, carrying away a struggling serpent. Grasping the weapon, that valiant monkey began to destroy those demons, moving here and there in the air, as Indra of 1,000 eyes crushed the Daityas with his thunderbolt. Having slain the Titans, that heroic and powerful son of Maruta, thirsting for combat, stationed himself at the gate. Thereafter, the few Titans who had escaped informed Ravana of the destruction of his servants, and hearing that a mighty host of demons had been slain, the king, his eyes rolling in wrath, commanded the son of Prahasta, who was endowed with matchless courage, invincible in battle, to go forth. Chapter 43. He burns the temple and monument. Having slain the Kinkaras, Hanuman, reflecting a while, thought to himself, "I have laid waste the grove, but I have not destroyed the sacred temple. I shall now demolish this sanctuary." Thinking thus, the son of Maruta, displaying his prowess, bounded to the temple that was as high as the peak of Mount Maru, and scaling that edifice that resembled a mountain, that chief of the monkeys manifested a great effulgence equal to the radiance of the sunrise. Thereafter he began to destroy that lofty sanctuary, which shone with a glory equal to the Priyatra mountain. Assuming immense proportions, the illustrious son of Maruta, in his intrepidity, caused Lanka to tremble, filling it with his roaring, and at that terrifying and deafening clamor, the birds and the guardians of the temple fell to the ground, their senses overcome. Thereupon Hanuman cried out, "Victory to Rama, skilled in the use of weapons, and to the courageous Lakshmana! Victory to King Sugriva, Rama's henchman! I am Hanuman, the destroyer of hostile armies, son of Maruta, and the servant of Rama, king of Koshala, of immortal exploits. When I hurl down trees and rocks, not even 1,000 Ravanas can withstand me in combat. Having destroyed the city of Lanka and paid my obeisance to the daughter of the king of Mithila, my purpose fulfilled, I shall depart." Having spoken thus, the colossal leader of the monkeys, standing on that edifice, emitted a roar, and the hideous clamor struck terror into the hearts of the Titans. In consequence of that great tumult, 100 temple guards sallied forth, bearing every kind of weapon, dart, scimitar, arrow, and axe, and surrounding Maruti, struck him with clubs and bars encircled with golden bands, hurling themselves on that excellent monkey with arrows bright as the sun. That host of Titans resembled a mighty whirlpool in the Ganges. Thereat, the son of the wind, the mighty Hanuman, waxing wrath, taking on a formidable aspect, and tearing up from that sanctuary a huge pillar plated with gold, which emitted 100 rays, spun it round rapidly with great energy, so that the fire generated therefrom set the temple ablaze. Seeing that monument in flames, the leader of monkeys, having dispatched 100 Titans, resembled Indra slaying the demons with his thunderbolt, and standing in space, he cried out exultingly, "Thousands of leaders of monkeys, resembling myself, valiant and brave, are scouring the whole earth under Sugriva's command. Among these, some are as strong as elephants, others 10 times as strong. Some have the energy of 1,000 elephants, some of a whole herd, and some have the strength of the wind, while a few possess a strength that may not be measured. Such are the monkeys, armed with teeth and claws, that in hundreds and thousands and millions will accompany Sugriva when he comes to exterminate you all. Then neither the city of Lanka, nor any of you, nor Ravana himself will survive, since they have incurred the wrath of that hero of the house of Ikshwaku." Chapter 44. The Death of Jambumalan. Under the order of the king of the Titans, the valiant son of Prahasta, Jambumalan, of large teeth, went out bearing his bow. Wearing garlands and red attire with a crown and brilliant earrings, that invincible warrior of immense stature, rolling his eyes ferociously, drew his great bow, furnished with shining arrows, equal to Indra's, with a noise like thunder. Then the entire sky and the 4 quarters at once re-echoed to the sound of the stretching of that bow. Beholding him advance in a chariot yoked to asses, Hanuman, endowed with great vigor, emitted cries of exultation. Thereat, the highly powerful Jambumalan riddled him with whetted shafts, piercing the face of that leader of monkeys with a crescent-shaped arrow, his head with one furnished with plumes, and his arms with 10 having iron tips. Struck by those arrows, his coppery countenance shone like an autumn cloud lit by the rays of the sun, and his ruddy face, stained with vermilion, resembled a red lotus in the sky, sprinkled with drops of gold. Wounded by those shafts, that mighty monkey was enraged, and seeing a great rock of vast size lying near, he raised it up and hurled it against his adversary with violence, who countered it with 10 of his shafts. Perceiving this feat brought to naught, Hanuman, in fury, tore up a mighty sala tree and began to whirl it in the air. Whereupon the highly powerful Jambumalan, seeing that great monkey spinning the sala tree, let loose innumerable shafts, severing it with 4 arrows, and piercing the arms of that monkey with 5 others, his belly with a further dart, thereafter piercing him between the breasts with 10 more. His body covered with darts, a prey to violent anger, Hanuman, seizing a club, spun it with extreme velocity, allowing it to fall on the huge chest of his adversary, whereupon neither his head, arms, thighs, bow, his chariot, his steeds, nor arrows could be distinguished, and that mighty car warrior, Jambumalan, dropped to the earth like an oak that has been felled, his limbs and ornaments crushed. Then Ravana, hearing that Jambumalan had been slain, as also the powerful Kinkaras, was overcome with wrath. Rolling his eyes, inflamed with fury, that lord of the Titans instantly issued a command that the sons of his ministers, who were endowed with exceeding valor and strength, should go forth to the attack. Chapter 45. Hanuman slays the sons of Ravana's ministers. Then, under the command of that Indra of Titans, the sons of his ministers, 7 in number, resembling the fire in splendor, set out from the palace. escorted by a large army furnished with bows, full of energy, skilled in the use of weapons. They, the flower of warriors, were each burning for victory. Mounted in great chariots plated with gold, surmounted by banners, yoked to horses, they created a noise resembling thunder. Of unequaled courage, stretching their bows inlaid with refined gold, like unto flashes of lightning athwart the clouds, those warriors sallied forth. Their mothers, nevertheless, knowing of the death of the Kinkaras, were overcome with anxiety, as also their friends and kinsfolk, and exhorting one another, clad in golden armor, they rushed on Hanuman, who stood erect at the gate. From their thundering cars they loosed innumerable shafts like clouds in the rainy season, and covered by that hail of missiles, Hanuman's body was concealed, as the king of the mountains is obscured by rain. Then that monkey evaded those arrows and their swiftly moving chariots by executing countless skillful evolutions in the air, and appeared like Indra sporting with his archers, the clouds. Sending up a mighty shout which struck terror into the great host, that valiant monkey leapt on the Titans. The scourge of his foes struck some of them with the palm of his hands and others with his feet. Some he hit with his fists, and some he tore with his nails, striking them down with his chest and thighs, while some fell to the ground by the force of his cry. Felled to the earth, those warriors lay dying, and the entire army fled to the four quarters, filled with terror. Elephants trumpeted, and horses fell slain. The ground was strewn with the broken fragments of chariots, seats, banners, and canopies. Rivers of blood could be seen flowing on the highways, and Lanka re-echoed with fearful cries. Having slaughtered those mighty Titans, that heroic monkey, burning with courage, desiring to measure his strength against other demons, stationed himself at the gate once more. Chapter 46. He annihilates 5 generals and their forces. Learning that the sons of his ministers had fallen under the blows of that great monkey, Ravana, with a darkened countenance, concealing his fears, formed a resolution which he deemed would prove decisive. Thereupon Dasagriva commanded the leaders of his forces, Virupaksha, Upaksha, Durdarsha, Pragasa, and Basakarna, masters of strategy, endowed with the speed of the wind, brave and skillful warriors, to take Hanuman captive, saying, "Ye generals who are full of valor, set out at the head of your troops with your fleet of horses, chariots, and elephants, and take this monkey prisoner. Approaching that dweller of the woods, exercise great circumspection, and act with due consideration for time and place. Having regard to this conduct, I do not judge him to be a monkey, he being endowed with extraordinary prowess. I deem him to be a higher being, and not a monkey. Perchance he is an emissary created by Indra by virtue of his penances, in order to destroy us. Under my command, ye have all triumphed over Nagas, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Devas, Asuras, and great Rishis. Undoubtedly, they are plotting some treachery against us. Therefore seize this being by force. O generals, let each go forth at the head of a mighty host, attended by horses, chariots, and elephants, and take this monkey prisoner. In former times, I have seen monkeys endowed with immense energy, like Bali, Sugriva, the exceedingly powerful Jambavan, the general Nila, and others, such as Devivida. Yet there was nothing alarming in their gait, their energy, their prowess, their intelligence, their conduct, or their capacity to assume different forms. This, however, is some great being masquerading as a monkey. Even though the 3 worlds with Indra, the gods, the Titans, and men cannot resist you on the field of battle, great efforts will be needed to lay hold of him. Nevertheless, even a seasoned warrior desiring to triumph in combat is not able to defend his life without exertion, for the outcome of a battle is uncertain." Obedient to the commands of their lord, all those valiant Titans, resplendent as fire, attended by their troops, threw themselves in all haste into their chariots with sharp and pointed weapons, and onto their swift steeds and elephants maddened with ichor. Then those warriors beheld that mighty monkey, shining like the sun that rises with its diadem of sparkling rays, and seeing him stationed at the gate, possessed of immense strength and speed, highly intelligent and brave, with his vast stature and huge arms, they were afraid, and assailed him from all sides with their dreadful weapons. Then Durdarsha discharged 5 white iron and yellow-pointed arrows at Hanuman's forehead, possessing the luster of lotus petals, and his head being pierced with those shafts, that monkey leapt into the air, making the 10 cardinal points ring with his cry, whereupon that powerful and heroic warrior, Durdarsha, standing in his chariot with his bow stretched, advanced, letting fly 100 arrows at once. Thereupon Hanuman, like unto the wind driving away clouds, intercepted those arrows while coursing in the sky, and sore beset by Durdarsha, the offspring of the wind expanded in size, emitting loud roars, and thereafter, with a great bound, swooped on the chariot of Durdarsha with extreme force, like a succession of lightning flashes striking a mountain. Thrown from his car, his 8 steeds mangled, the pole and the shaft broken, that warrior fell to the earth slain. Then Virupaksha and Upaksha, seeing him lying on the ground, waxing wrath, sprang up and advanced on Hanuman, dealing blows with their maces, striking the chest of that long-armed monkey as he stood in space. Whereupon he, meeting the shock of their assault, evaded their arrows, and that exceedingly powerful monkey, the son of Anila, swooped down on the earth like an eagle. Thereafter, seizing and uprooting a solid tree, assailing those 2 titans with blows, that offspring of the wind god slew those 2 mighty and heroic demons. Then, learning that those 3 titans had been slain by the monkey, endowed with great swiftness, the courageous Pragasa rushed upon him laughing scornfully, and the audacious Basakarna, enraged, armed with a spear, also advanced towards him. Then, each from his side attacked that lion among monkeys, Pragasa assailing him with a sharp-edged axe, and Basakarna with his spear, and with his body streaming with blood, his limbs lacerated by their blows, that monkey, highly enraged, looked like the rising sun. Thereafter that heroic monkey, Hanuman, breaking off the peak of a mountain, together with its beasts, snakes, and trees, crushed those titans, grinding them to dust. And having slain those 5 generals, that monkey proceeded to destroy the remaining host. As the 1,000-eyed deity destroyed the Asuras, so did Hanuman, the horses with horses, the elephants with elephants, chariots with chariots, and warriors with warriors, and the pathways were choked with elephants, shattered chariots, and the bodies of the titans. Having destroyed those heroic generals with their forces and vehicles, that hero, resembling time, pausing at the destruction of the worlds, rested at the gate. Chapter 47. The Death of Aksha. Hearing that those 5 generals with their forces and vehicles had been struck down by Hanuman, the king of the Titans glanced at the youthful Aksha, who, full of martial ardor, sat before him, and that impetuous warrior armed with a bow inlaid with gold, responding to his glance, leapt up like a flame that blazes forth when fed with clarified butter by the foremost of sages in the sacrificial chamber. As he ascended, a chariot, acquired at the price of accumulated sacrifice, plated with refined gold, dressed with flags, embroidered with pearls, yoked to 8 steeds, swift as thought, unconquerable by gods or titans, surmounting every obstacle, flashing like lightning, of superb workmanship, able to travel through space, equipped with quivers, arrows, 8 swords, darts, and lances in orderly array, bound with golden ropes, shining with its myriad weapons, bearing golden garlands, rivaling the radiance of the sun and moon, filling the firmament, the earth and its mountains with the sound of horses, elephants, and great chariots. Aksha, at the head of his forces, advanced on that monkey who was stationed at the gate. Coming before that monkey, Aksha, with the gaze of a lion in which admiration and respect were mingled, measured Hanuman with his glance, who resembled the fire at the dissolution of the worlds, intent on destroying all creatures. Thereafter, that mighty son of Ravana, reflecting on the exceeding valor of that monkey, his prowess in regards to the enemy, and on his own strength, swelled up with pride and resembled the sun at the end of the world cycle. Then, summoning up his courage, enraged, he took his stand resolutely in the field, and with concentrated mind challenged Hanuman, irresistible in combat and of unimaginable prowess, directing 3 whetted shafts upon him. Observing that audacious monkey, indifferent to fatigue, accustomed to overcoming his foes and proud, Aksha took up his bow, holding his arrows in his hand. wearing a corselet and bracelets of gold with marvelous earrings, endowed with martial ardor, Aksha rushed on that monkey, and a terrific struggle ensued which was unparalleled on earth and struck terror even in the gods and titans. Witnessing that mighty conflict between the monkey and the youthful titan, the earth cried out, the sun ceased to pour down its warming rays, the wind no longer blew, and the mountains shook. The whole firmament was filled with the sound, and the ocean was convulsed. Then that hero, skilled in directing his aim, fixed his shafts, and loosing them, pierced that monkey in the forehead with 3 steel-pointed winged arrows, plated with gold and resembling venomous snakes. Wounded by those murderous darts, his eyes blinded by the blood flowing from his brow, Hanuman resembled the rising sun, having arrows for its rays. Beholding that offspring of the foremost of monarchs with his splendid weapons upraised and his marvelous bow, that valiant counselor of the Lord of the Monkeys rejoiced, and in his ardor put forth his whole strength. Resembling the sun crowned with an aureole of rays as it rises over the peak of the Mandara mountain, Hanuman, inflamed with ire, filled with strength and energy, consumed the youthful Aksha with his forces and vehicles by his fiery glances. Thereupon that Titan, from his bow equal unto Indra's, charged with innumerable darts, let fall a mighty shower of arrows on the foremost of monkeys in the fight, as a cloud loses its waters on a lofty mountain. Seeing the youthful Aksha on the field, seething with wrath and filled with valor, energy and strength, furnished with arrows, that monkey shouted aloud in exultation, and as an elephant draws near to a pit concealed in the grass, so did Aksha, in the inexperience of his youth, giving rein to his fury, proud of his valor, approached that incomparable warrior in conflict. Hanuman, struck by those shafts, emitted a loud roar resembling a thundercloud, and assuming a formidable aspect, full of vigor, agitating his legs and arms, churned up the air. Leaping upwards, that valiant Titan, raining arrows, hurled himself upon Hanuman, and that foremost of Titans, exceedingly skilled, greatest of Kar warriors, Aksha, burning with courage, covered him with a hail of shafts, as a cloud covers the mountains with hailstones. Evading those arrows by darting between them, that heroic monkey, with the speed of the wind, swift as thought, began to range the path of the air. Casting glances full of pride on Aksha, who was armed with bow and arrows, burning to fight, and filling the sky with his countless excellent shafts, that offspring of the wind god became thoughtful, and his breast, pierced by the shafts of that youthful and powerful hero, he emitted a great shout. Recognizing the skill of Aksha, he pondered on the warlike qualities of that warrior, reflecting, "This great and powerful warrior, like an infant sun in splendor, has accomplished deeds incapable of being performed by a boy. I am loath to slay one who has shown himself equal to every martial feat. He is high-souled, filled with valor, concentrated and able to endure extreme hardship in war, worthy of being honored by the great sages, Nagas and Yakshas. His strength and courage lend him a noble assurance, and standing before me, he looks me straight in the eyes. Forsooth, the heroism of this audacious being would shake the soul of the gods and Titans themselves. Verily, he is an adversary not to be despised. His prowess increases as he fights. If I disregard him, he will defeat me. Therefore, I must destroy him, for a spreading fire may not be neglected." Reflecting thus on the strength of his foe and his own, that powerful one, endowed with energy, resolved to slay his adversary. Thereafter, that valiant monkey, born of Pavana, coursing through the air, struck those 8 excellent steeds of immense size, capable of bearing a heavy burden in combat with the palm of his hand, and that great chariot, overturned by the blow administered by the counselor of the king of the monkeys, its pole shattered, the shafts riven, the steeds slain, fell to the earth from the sky. Thereupon, abandoning his car, bearing his bow and sword, that warrior leapt into the air, as an ascetic consequent on his penances ascends to heaven on leaving the body. Rising into the sky frequented by the king of the birds, the wind and the celestials, that monkey, with a single bound, seizing hold of his legs, as Garuda catches hold of a snake, with a strength equal to his sire's, spun him round and threw him violently on the earth. With his arms, thighs, and chest crushed, vomiting blood, his bones and eyes pulverized, his joints dislocated, his sinews torn, he fell to earth, slain by the son of the wind. Thereupon that mighty monkey trod his rival underfoot, striking terror into the heart of the king of the Titans, and all the rishis, Kakrakaras, Bhutas, Yakshas, Panagas, and Suras assembled with their leader Indra, who gazed with wonder on the simian slayer of that youthful Titan. And Hanuman, having destroyed the stripling Aksha, whose eyes were inflamed with blood on the field of battle, returned to the gate once more and waited there like death at the time of the destruction of all creatures. Chapter 48. Hanuman allows himself to be taken captive by the Titans. The youthful Aksha, having been slain by Hanuman, Ravana, controlling his agitation, filled with anger, commanded Indrajita, who resembled a god, to take the field, saying, "Thou art the foremost of those bearing arms, and hast afflicted even the gods and asuras in war. Thou art renowned among warriors, and hast acquired divine weapons by the grace of Brahma. Thou art invincible in combat, even against the Maruts led by Indra himself. There is none in the three worlds who does not tire in battle, save thou. Thou art preserved by thy prowess in arms, and thy valor is thy shield. Being versed in the knowledge of time and place, thou art exceedingly experienced, and no fear is impossible for thee to accomplish in the field, who art full of forethought. There is none in the three worlds but is conversant with thine austerities equal to mine own, as also thy prowess and the strength of thine arms in combat. Nay, depending on thee, I have no anxiety regarding the outcome of the fray. In truth, I did not put the same reliance on those who have succumbed that I now place in thee, O destroyer of thy foes, neither in the Kinkaras, nor in Jambumalan, the son of my counselor, nor in the 5 generals going forth at the head of their troops with innumerable forces, accompanied by horses, elephants, and chariots, nor in the youthful, dearly beloved Aksha, slain by that monkey. O hero, thou surpassest them all. Therefore, reflecting on thine own strength, with all haste act in such a manner that the destruction of the army may be avoided. O foremost of those bearing arms, considering thine own prowess and that of thine adversary, who now reposes quietly after creating carnage among these hostile hosts, act so that his might may be subdued. Powerful forces can serve no purpose here, for great armies flee before Hanuman, nor do maces avail. The speed of Maruti is irresistible, and like unto Agni, he may not be slain by weapons. Therefore, revolving all these things in thy mind and reflecting on the divine quality of thy bow, with the intention of bringing about a successful issue, strive with determination to overcome thy foe by frustrating his attacks. Assuredly, it was not my will to expose thee to this hazard, O foremost among those endowed with intelligence. Yet this course of action is approved by warriors, and is in accord with the duty of kings. In war, one must be versed in the traditions, as also in the rules of military science, in order to emerge triumphant from the struggle. Hearing the words of his sire, Indrajita, whose prowess was equal to that of the son of Daksha, circumambulated him, and inspired with martial ardor, prepared to fight. Overwhelmed with homage by his cherished companions who had assembled there, he set out for battle. And the resplendent son of the king of the Titans, whose eyes resembled the petals of a lotus, bounded impetuously forward, like the ocean at the time of the full moon. Thereafter, Indrajita of matchless prowess, equal unto Indra, ascended his chariot, swift as the eagle or the wind, moving freely, drawn by 4 lions with pure white teeth. Standing in his chariot, that most skilled of archers, fully conversant with the use of weapons, the foremost of warriors, drove rapidly to where Hanuman was to be found. Hearing the rumbling of wheels and the twanging of the bowstring, the delight of that monkey was redoubled, whereupon Indrajita, seizing his bow and steel-pointed arrows, versed in the art of warfare, proceeded towards Hanuman, and as he advanced light-heartedly, his weapons in his hand, the 4 quarters grew dark, and jackals set up a hideous howling. Nagas, Yakshas, Maharishis, Kakrakaras, and Sitas assembled, and the sky was filled with birds emitting piercing cries. Seeing that chariot bearing down on him, the standard of Indra unfurled, that monkey raised a great shout and expanded his body. Whereupon Indrajita, in his celestial car, drew back his marvelous bow, emitting a sound like thunder, and those two powerful heroes closed in conflict, the monkey and the son of the king of the Titans, like unto god and demon. Indifferent to danger, they began to fight, and that mighty monkey evaded the impetuous army of that valiant archer and consummate warrior in his great car by executing a myriad evolutions in the air with indescribable agility. Thereupon the heroic Indrajita, slayer of his foes, began to discharge his marvelous, superbly fashioned, sharp steel-pointed and winged arrows, tipped with gold, swift as lightning. Hearing the rumbling of that chariot, the rolling of the drums together with the sound of the stretching of the bow, Hanuman leapt hither and thither, and that mighty monkey, evading the rain of arrows, skillfully eluded that dexterous bowman whose target he was, and stretching out his arms, Hanuman, the son of Anila, turning aside from those missiles, leapt into the sky. Thus those skillful and spirited warriors, exceedingly swift in motion and versed in the art of warfare, engaged in combat to the wonder of all beings. Nor was the Titan able to take Hanuman unawares, nor Maruti surprise Indrajita, as they hurled themselves on one another with a courage worthy of the gods. Observing him unscathed, although the target of his infallible arrows, Indrajita, controlling his senses, engaged in profound concentration of thought on Hanuman, and finding him incapable of being slain, he began to consider how he could be bound fast, and that most experienced of warriors, full of exceeding energy, discharged that powerful weapon conferred on him by Brahma on that illustrious monkey. Knowing him to be incapable of being slain, Indrajita, skilled in strategy, bound that offspring of the wing god with the aid of that weapon. Struck by the Titan with the Brahma weapon, that monkey fell to the earth unconscious, but knowing himself to be bound by a shaft belonging to the Lord, he did not experience the least pain, and though bereft of strength, that monkey bethought himself of Brahma's blessing. Then that heroic monkey began to recollect the boons conferred on him by Brahma, and thinking of that weapon bestowed by the self-create, consecrated by mantras, he reflected, "I may not release myself from these bonds in virtue of the power of that guru of the world. Further, this subjugation has been ordained by him and must be endured by me." Thereupon, reflecting on the power of that weapon and the compassion of the grandsire of the world towards him, also of the possibility of deliverance, that monkey submitted himself to Brahma's decree. He thought, "Though made fast by this weapon, I experience no fear. The grandsire of the world, Mahendra, and Anila will protect me. In sooth, I deem it to be to mine advantage to fall into the hands of the Titans, and thus come face to face with their great king. Therefore let mine enemies take me captive." Having thus resolved, that destroyer of his foes, full of circumspection, lay motionless, and being ruthlessly pinioned by the Titans, he responded to their threats and abuses by leonine roars. Beholding that subduer of his foes lying motionless, the Titans bound him with plaited ropes of hemp and bark, and he willingly allowed himself to be tied and insulted by his foes in order that he might converse with the king of the Titans, should he, out of curiosity, desire to see him. Bound with ropes, the monkey was no longer under the sway of the Brahma weapon, for he being secured by other bonds, it was rendered void. Beholding that excellent monkey bound with bark, the valiant Indrajita recognized him to be freed from that supernatural weapon and became pensive, saying aloud, "Alas, those Titans have rendered my exploit useless, not being conversant with the power of mantras, and that Brahma weapon being rendered void, no other is effective. Thus we are all placed in a great predicament, for this weapon may not be loosed twice." Though delivered from the power of that weapon, Hanuman betrayed it by no sign, despite the suffering caused by the fetters that bound him, and he allowed himself to be ill-treated by the Titans and assaulted by those cruel demons who struck him with their fists and dragged him before Ravana. Freed from the Brahma weapon, yet bound by hempen ropes, that powerful and heroic monkey was paraded by Indrajita before Ravana and his court, and those Titans related to the king everything concerning that foremost of monkeys, who resembled a maddened elephant that has been bound. On seeing the foremost of monkeys made captive, those warlike Titans inquired, saying, "Who is this? Who has sent him? From whence has he come? What is his mission? Who are his supporters?" And others exclaimed angrily, "Kill him! Burn him! Devour him!" Having come some way, Hanuman observed elderly attendants seated at the feet of their sovereign, and he gazed with admiration on the palace decorated with gems. Then the exceedingly powerful Ravana beheld that foremost of monkeys dragged hither and thither by those hideous Titans, and Hanuman gazed at the Lord of the Titans, who was like unto a blazing sun in his might and glory. Seeing Hanuman, that 10-headed one issued orders to his chief ministers, distinguished for their lineage and character, who stood before him, and commanded them to interrogate that monkey. Thereupon, questioned in turn by them concerning the purpose of his coming, Hanuman answered, "I am a messenger. I come from King Sugriva." Chapter 49. His astonishment on beholding Ravana. Pondering on the exploits of that one of exceeding prowess, Hanuman gazed with wonder on the king of the Titans, whose eyes were red with anger and who was blazing with rare and dazzling gold, adorned with a splendid diadem studded with pearls and excellent ornaments of diamonds and precious stones, created by the power of concentrated thought. Attired in costly linen, daubed with red sandal paste, painted with variegated devices, he looked splendid with his reddened eyes, fierce gaze, brilliant sharp teeth, and protruding lips. To that monkey, the 10-headed one who was resplendent and of great energy, resembled the Mandara mountain with its summits infested with innumerable snakes, or as a mass of blue antimony. A string of pearls gleaming on his breast, his countenance possessing the luster of the full moon, he resembled a cloud illumined by the rising sun. With his great arms laden with bracelets, smeared with sandal paste, his fingers like 5-headed serpents covered with sparkling rings, he was seated on a superb and marvelously inlaid crystal throne, studded with gems and covered with rich hangings. Women, sumptuously attired, surrounded him, chowries in their hands, and he was attended by 4 experienced counselors, Durdara, Prahasta, Mahaparshva, and the minister Nikumba, who stood round him like the 4 seas surrounding the earth. And other counselors too waited upon him, as do the gods on their king. Then Hanuman gazed on the Lord of the Titans, clothed in extreme splendor, resembling the peak of Mount Meru, surrounded by thunderclouds. And though suffering at the hands of those Titans of dreadful prowess, Hanuman experienced extreme astonishment at the sight of that monarch, and beholding the effulgence of that Lord of the Titans, dazzled by his magnificence, he became absorbed in thought. What splendor, what power, what glory, what majesty, he reflected. Nothing is lacking. Were he not evil, this mighty monarch of the Titans could be the protector of the celestial realm, and Indra himself. But his cruel and ruthless deeds, abhorrent to all, render him the scourge of the worlds, as also of the gods and demons. In his anger, he could make an ocean of the earth. Such were the diverse thoughts of that sagacious monkey on beholding the immeasurable power and might of the king of the Titans. Chapter 50. Hanuman is questioned by the Titans. Beholding that tawny-eyed one standing before him, the mighty-armed Ravana, the terror of the worlds, was seized with violent rage. Gazing on that lion among monkeys, radiating splendor, his mind filled with apprehension, he reflected, "Is this the blessed Nandi who has come hither? He who formerly cursed me when on Mount Kailasha, he became the object of my mockery. Or is he perchance Vana Bali's son in the form of a monkey?" His eyes red with anger, the king then addressed the foremost of his counselors, Prahasta, in words that were opportune and fraught with good sense, saying, "Demand of this perverse wretch whence he has come, for what reason he laid waste the grove, and why he slew the Titans. What is his purpose in entering this impregnable citadel, and why did he attack my retainers? Interrogate this scoundrel concerning these matters." At these words of Ravana, Prahasta said to Hanuman, "O monkey, be of good courage. Thou hast naught to fear. If it be Indra who has sent thee to Ravana's abode, tell us frankly. Have no anxiety, thou shalt be liberated. If thou art from Vaishravana, Yama, or Varuna, and have penetrated into our city disguising thy real form, or if thou hast been dispatched by Vishnu, hungry for conquest, then tell us. Thy form alone is that of a monkey, not thy prowess. Unfold all this unto us faithfully, O monkey, and thou shalt instantly regain thy freedom. But if thou liest, thou shalt pay for it with thy life. Therefore tell us why thou hast entered Ravana's abode." Thus addressed, the foremost of monkeys answered the Lord of the Titans, saying, "I am not from Chakra, nor Yama, nor Varuna, nor am I allied to Kuvera, nor am I sent by Vishnu. I am truly a monkey, as I appear to be, who have come here in order to behold the King of the Titans, and for this purpose I destroyed the grove. To preserve my life I fought with the Titans, who, full of valor, presented themselves before me. Neither weapons nor chains can subdue me, even those of the gods and Titans themselves. I, having received this boon from the grandsire of the world. It was because I desired to see the king that I suffered myself to be overcome by the Brahma weapon. Though I was not under the spell of that weapon, yet I permitted the Titans to capture me in order to further Rama's design, for which purpose I have entered the king's presence. Knowing me to be the messenger of Raghava, whose power is limitless, listen to my words, which will prove to thine advantage, O Lord." Chapter 51. His Words. Seeing the mighty ten-headed Ravana, that intrepid monkey addressed him fearlessly in words fraught with penetration, saying, "I have come here at the command of Sugriva, O Lord of the Titans. As a brother, that sovereign of the monkeys offers salutations to thee. Hear the counselor of a brother, the magnanimous Sugriva. His words are in accord with justice, advantageous and salutary both in this world and hereafter. King Dasarata, the master of chariots, elephants, and horses in splendor equal to Indra, was the friend of all and like unto a father to his subjects. His eldest son, mighty armed, the darling of his sire, at his command entered the Dandaka forest with his brother Lakshmana and his consort Sita. His name is Rama, and he is exceedingly valiant and ever abides in the path of virtue. His faithful consort Sita, the illustrious daughter of the high-souled Janaka, king of Videha, vanished in the forest of Janastana. Seeking for that princess, the king's son with his younger brother came to Rishyamukha and met with Sugriva. That king of the monkeys promised to undertake the search for Sita, and Rama agreed to aid him in recovering the monkey kingdom. Thereupon, slaying Bali in combat, that king's son established Sugriva on the throne as lord of all the bears and monkeys. Bali, that bull among monkeys, formerly known to thee, was slain by Rama with a single arrow in the fight, whereupon the lord of the monkeys, Sugriva, true to his vow, eager to find Sita, dispatched monkeys in all directions. Hundreds, thousands, and millions of monkeys are exploring every region, high and low, even up to the heavens, and some resemble Vainateya, and some the wind, and those highly energetic monkeys course hither and thither without rest, incapable of being stayed. I am named Hanuman, the beloved son of Maruta, and in order to find Sita, I have crossed 400 miles of sea. Having passed over the ocean, wandering through thy palace, I observed Janaka's daughter. It does not become thee, who art conversant with what is meet and proper, and hast enriched thyself by thy penances, to bear away another's wife, O eminently sagacious one. Intelligent beings, such as thou, should not commit acts prohibited by the law of righteousness, which lead to ruin. Who, even among the gods and Titans, can withstand the shafts loosed by Lakshmana or those of Raghava in his wrath? Nay, in the three worlds, there is none who may affront Rama with impunity. Following the path of duty and profit, do thou ponder these words fraught with advantage to thee in the three divisions of time, and restore Janaki to Rama, that lion among men. I have seen Sita, and achieved that which was difficult to compass. As for what remaineth to be done, Rama himself shall accomplish it. I have beheld her in thine abode, suffering grievously. Thou art seemingly unaware that thou harborest a five-headed serpent in thy mansion. Even as food mixed with poison may not be digested even by gods or Titans, so is she. It is not worthy of thee to bring to naught that merit acquired by extreme mortification, as also a long and prosperous life. Thou deemest thyself by thy penances to have won immunity from death, even the gods, immortals, or Titans, but Sugriva, is neither a god, nor an immortal, nor a titan. Raghava, O king, is a mortal, and Sugriva, the lord of the monkeys. Therefore, how wilt thou preserve thy life? The fruits of virtue do not blend with those of vice, nor does equity destroy iniquity. Till today thou hast plucked the fruit of thy merits, but soon thou wilt reap the fruit of thine evil deeds. Having learnt of the destruction of Janasthana, the death of Bali, and the alliance of Rama and Sugriva, ponder on these things to thine own advantage. I am undoubtedly able to destroy Lanka with its horses, chariots, and elephants single-handed, yet I have not received the mandate to do so. In the presence of the troops of monkeys and bears, Rama vowed to slay his foes, those who bore Sita away. Assuredly, in doing injury to Rama, even Indra himself could not dwell in peace, how much less one like thee. This Sita, who is known to thee, and who stays in thine abode, is the night of death that will bring about thine end and that of Lanka. Beware of placing thy neck in the noose of death in the form of Sita. Consider how thou mayest save thyself. Thou shalt behold this marvelous city with its palaces and highways consumed by Sita's power and the flames fed by Rama's wrath. Do not, therefore, abandon friends, ministers, kinsfolk, brothers, sons, servants, wives, and Lanka to this fate. O Indra among Titans, follow this good counsel, since it is offered to thee by one who is a monkey, the servant and messenger of Rama. Having wholly annihilated the worlds and their inhabitants, with all that moves or does not move, the illustrious Raghava could recreate them all. Among the chiefs of the gods, Titans, Yakshas, Danavas, Nagas, Vidyaharas, Gandharvas, wild beasts, Siddhas, Kinnaras, or birds, in no way nor anywhere, at no time, among any beings, has any been found who could stand against Rama, whose valor is equal to Vishnu's. Since thou hast offered that line among kings, Rama, this affront, thy life is forfeit. Devas, Daityas, Gandharvas, Vidyaharas, Nagas, and Yakshas are all unable to hold their own in combat with Rama, the protector of the three worlds, O king of the Titans. Even were it the four-headed Brahma, Swayambhu himself, or the three-eyed Rudra, the destroyer of Tripura, or the mighty Indra, chief of the gods, not one of them could withstand Raghava in the field. Hearing this distasteful yet excellent speech of that bold and fearless monkey, the ten-necked one, his eyes rolling in anger, ordered him to be put to death. Chapter 52. Bibhishana pleads for Hanuman. Hearing the words of that high-souled monkey, Ravana, in a transport of fury, ordered him to be put to death. This decree, however, issued by the king of the Titans in his perversity on one who had proclaimed himself to be a messenger, did not meet with the approval of Bibhishana. Knowing that the lord of the Titans to be exceeding wrath and the affair about to be concluded, that prince, firm in justice, began to consider what should now be done, and that subduer of his foes, having resolved how to act, addressed his elder brother in words which were essentially true and mild, saying, O king of the Titans, control thine anger, and with a tranquil mind hear me. Extend thy favor to me. Righteous monarchs, being conversant with the laws of cause and effect, do not take the life of a messenger. O valiant prince, it is contrary to justice, opposed to social usage, and unworthy of thee to bring about the death of this monkey. Thou art versed in the moral code, dost recognize an obligation, canst distinguish between high and low, dost carry out thy kingly duties, and art aware of the ultimate purpose of life. If the wise, such as thou, suffer themselves to be mastered by anger, then the study of these scriptures is only a weariness of the flesh. Be pacified, therefore, O slayer of thine enemies, O unconquerable sovereign of the Titans, and consider what is meet and just in dealing out punishment to a foe. Hearing Bibhishana's words, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, in a violent rage, answered him, saying, O scourge of thy foes, to slay an evildoer is no sin. Therefore I shall make an end of this worker of iniquity. Hearing this infamous and unscrupulous speech, essentially perverse, Bibhishana, who was the foremost of those endowed with wisdom, answered in words fraught with integrity, saying, O Lord of Lanka, king of all the Titans, be gracious unto me, and listen to that which embodies the significance of virtue and profit. Under no conditions is an envoy put to death. This is the unanimous verdict of the good. Undoubtedly, this is a formidable adversary, and he has inflicted immeasurable injury on us. Yet men of honor do not sanction the slaying of a messenger, though innumerable punishments have been ordained for them. Mutilation of the body, the whip, stripes, shaving of the head, branding, one or all of these may be inflicted on a messenger, but of punishment by death none has ever heard. How can a hero such as thou art, whose mind is swayed by a sense of duty, and who is discriminating and conversant with what is noble and ignoble, suffer himself to be overcome by anger? The virtuous do not give way to wrath. Thou hast no equal among those who rule over a people, and thou art able to comprehend the import of the Scriptures. Thou surpasseth the Titans and the gods, invincible to the gods and Titans, who are endowed with prowess, martial ardor, and intelligence. Thou hast oft times in battle routed the king of these celestials and other monarchs. Fools, who even in thought seek to injure thee, who art a great and intrepid warrior, who hast fought with Daityas and Devas, heroic, intrepid, and unconquerable, are already deprived of their lives. I see no justification for putting this monkey to death. It is on those who sent him that the punishment should fall. Whether he be honest or not, the responsibility rests with them. Advocating another's interests and dependent on them, an envoy does not merit death. Further, if this one be killed, no other Sky Ranger may present himself to us. Therefore, O conqueror of hostile citadels, do not seek to take his life. Direct thine efforts against the gods and their leader. O thou who lovest warfare, if he be slain, I see none who can incite those two haughty princes to take arms against thee. It is not fitting for thee, whom the gods and Titans cannot conquer, to rob thee Nairitas, who delight thou art, of the opportunity of witnessing that encounter. They are devoted to thy welfare, courageous, disciplined warriors, distinguished for their great qualities, intelligent, renowned for their burning ardor and fine bearing. Therefore, let some of these, setting out under thine orders today, seize those two princes and establish thy supremacy among thy foes. On this, Ravana, that sagacious lord of the Titans, the formidable foe of the celestial realm, recognized the wisdom of the inspired words uttered by his younger brother. Chapter 53. Hanuman is led bound through the city. Hearing the words of his high-souled brother, spoken in consonance with time and place, Dashagriva answered him, saying, "Thou hast spoken truly. The slaying of a messenger is to be deprecated. It is therefore necessary to inflict some punishment other than death on him. In the case of monkeys, the tail is unquestionably the most cherished embellishment. Therefore, let it be set on fire, and having been burnt, let him go, whereafter his friends, kinsfolk, and allies, as all those dear to him, shall behold him degraded and mutilated." Then the Lord of the Titans issued this command: "With his tail in flames, let him be led through the city of Lanka and its highways." Hearing his words, the Titans in their savage fury began to wrap the tail of Hanuman in cotton rags, and thus swathed, that colossal monkey increased in size like unto a fire in a forest fed by dry wood. And having soaked the cloths in oil, the Titans set them on fire, and Hanuman, filled with rage and indignation, his face shining like the rising sun, lashed out at them with his blazing tail, whereupon that lion among monkeys was secured more tightly by the assembled demons. Accompanied by women, children, and the aged, those rangers of the night gathered to enjoy the spectacle, and the valiant Hanuman, who was bound, began to reflect on the matter, and thought to himself, "Assuredly, though fettered, the Titans are not able to prevent me from breaking my bonds and leaping amongst them, creating fresh carnage. Still, it is in the interest of my master that I have taken this journey, and it is under the orders of their lord that they have bound me. I shall not therefore resist them. From the point of view of stature, I am well able to engage all these Titans in battle, but for love of Rama, I shall suffer this outrage. I shall survey Lanka anew, since during the night I was not able to view the fortifications, it proving too difficult. The night having passed, I shall behold Lanka by day. Let them bind me anew. Even though they inflict pain on me by the burning of my tail, my mind is not troubled." Meanwhile, the Titans, seizing hold of that great monkey of formidable aspect who was full of courage, an elephant among apes, exultant, advanced joyfully, proclaiming his misdeeds with conchs and trumpets, and those demons of cruel exploits dragged Hanuman, the conqueror of his foes, through the city, he willingly submitting himself to them. Thereupon, passing through the Titans' capital, that great monkey surveyed those marvelous palaces, covered highways, well laid out squares and streets flanked with mansions and crossroads, lanes and alleys, as also the interior of the dwellings, and on the terraces and roads, and along the royal highways, all those Titans cried out, "This is a spy!" Then those hideous Titan women informed the divine Sita of these unpleasant tidings, saying, "O Sita, that red-faced monkey who had converse with thee is being led through the streets, his tail ablaze." And hearing those words, Vaidehi, remembering her own abduction, overcome with grief, having duly purified herself, called upon that God who nourishes himself on the sacrifices and urgently implored him to show his favor to that mighty monkey. And the large-eyed Sita, standing before the fire, said, "If I am possessed of true devotion to my Lord and have practiced penances, if I have been a chaste wife, then do thou prove cool to this monkey. If the sagacious Rama still has any compassion for me, if my merits are not wholly exhausted, then do not burn Hanuman." Whereupon Anala of ardent rays, as if communicating with that lady, whose eyes were like a doe's, blazed up, and at the same time Hanuman's sire, in order to please that goddess, blew on that flaming tail with ice-cold breath, and the monkey, whose tail was ablaze, thought, "How is it that this fire blazing up does not burn me? I see a great flame, yet feel no pain, even as if the snow had fallen upon it. In sooth, this is a wonder due to Rama's power, which I witnessed when crossing the main. If the ocean and the virtuous Mainaka acted in such a manner, in reverence for him, what will the god of fire not do? It is on account of Sita's virtue, Raghava's power, and my sire's affection for me, that Pavaka does not burn me." Thereafter that elephant among monkeys reflected, "Why should a warrior such as I suffer himself to be bound by these vile Titans? It is meet that I should manifest my valor and avenge myself." Then that impetuous and mighty monkey snapped his bonds, and springing into the air, uttered a shout, and that offspring of the wind god reached the gate of the city, which was as high as the peak of a mountain, and where no Titans were to be found. Then he who resembled a great hill assumed a diminutive form, and casting off his fetters became free, whereupon he expanded to the size of a mountain once more. Looking about him, he observed an iron bar lying at the gate, and the long-armed Maruti, seizing hold of that weapon, employed it for slaying the guards. Having destroyed them, in his ardure, that one of exceeding prowess, with the burning plume of his tail resembling an aureole, looking like the glorious sun surrounded by rays, cast his eyes over Lanka. Chapter 54. He sets fire to Lanka. Surveying Lanka, that monkey, having attained his purpose, began to consider what he should do further, and reflected in himself, "What more remains for me to do to afflict the Titans? The grove laid waste, those vile Titans slain, a part of the army destroyed. Nothing is left for me but to demolish their citadel. With their fort destroyed, it were easy to bring my labors to an end. With a little effort, I can complete my task and obtain the price of my trouble. The bearer of sacrificial offerings that flames on my tail must be propitiated by me. I shall therefore burn up these excellent buildings." Thereat, with his tail in flames, which lent him the appearance of a cloud charged with lightning, that great monkey began to range the roofs of the dwellings of Lanka. Glancing round, passing from mansion to mansion, with a calm mind, he encircled those stately edifices and gardens, and leaping impetuously towards the palace of Prahasta, that one of exceeding prowess and strength resembling the wind, set fire to it. Thereafter, the mighty Hanuman bounded to the mansion of Mahaparshva, lighting a fire equal to that at the end of the world. Then that monkey of immense energy leapt on the residence of Vajradanstra and on those belonging to Shuka and the intelligent Sarana. In the same way that leader of monkeys burnt down the habitations of Indrajita, Jambumalan, and Sumali, and those of the Titans, Rashmaketu, Suryashatru, Harasvakarna, Damstra, Romasha, Yudamata, Mata, Dwajagriva, Vidyajiva, and Hastamukha, and the dwellings of Karala, Vishala, Shonataksha, Kumbhakarna, Maharaksha, those of Narantaka, Kumbha, Nikumba, and the magnanimous Yajnashatru and the Brahmashatru. That mighty bull among monkeys thereafter set fire to the accumulated treasure of those affluent Titans, and having passed over the other dwellings, that powerful and auspicious one approached the residence of the king of the Titans. Then the virtuous Hanuman, emitting loud cries, resembling a cloud at the dissolution of the world, with the tip of his blazing tail, set fire to that foremost of buildings, decorated with every variety of gems, resembling Mount Meru or Mandara, enriched with sumptuous decoration. Fanned by the wind, the flames spread everywhere, casting livid gleams like the fires of time, and those palaces, enriched with gold, decorated with pearls and gems, richly bejeweled, toppled to earth, crumbling to dust like the mansions of the celestials who have fallen from heaven, their merit exhausted. Then there arose a mighty uproar among the Titans, who fled in all directions, unable to preserve their dwellings, bereft of their treasure, crying out, "Verily, it is the god of fire himself in the form of a monkey!" Some of the Titan women with babies at their breasts ran shrieking from their homes, and some, enveloped in flames, their hair in disorder, fell from the high balconies like flashes of lightning in the sky. And Hanuman saw various metals flowing in a molten mass mixed with diamonds, coral, emeralds, pearls, and silver streaming from the palaces. And as fire is not sated in consuming wood and straw, neither did Hanuman weary of slaying those leaders of Titans, nor the earth from receiving their corpses. As Rudra consumed the demon Tripura, so did that impetuous and mighty monkey burn up Lanka. And from the summit of that mountain where Lanka stood, that dreadful conflagration kindled by the intrepid Hanuman shot forth in tongues of flame. Resembling the fires at the destruction of the world, the smokeless conflagration, lit by Maruta, blazed up to the skies, aided by the wind, feeding on the dwellings of the Titans and their bodies like sacrificial offerings. And with the fierce ardor of a million suns, it consumed Lanka wholly, as with increasing volume the fire cleaves the mundane egg with a sound resembling innumerable thunderclaps. That fire of incalculable fury, rising into the sky with its flames resembling kimshuka flowers, its clouds of smoke like unto the blue lotus, looked exceedingly beautiful. Verily, this is the god who bears the thunderbolt, Mahendra, the chief of the 30, or Yama, or Varuna, or Anila. This is no monkey, but the god of death himself who has come. Or perchance it is a manifestation of Brahma's wrath, the four-faced god, who in the form of a monkey has come hither to destroy the Titans. Or is it the supreme power of Vishnu, unimaginable, unutterable, infinite, and unsurpassed, which by his Maya has assumed the form of a monkey? Thus did the chief of Titans speak, being assembled, and seeing their city suddenly consumed by fire with its inhabitants, horses, chariots, flocks of birds, beasts, and trees, they began to lament, crying, "O my father, O my beloved son, O my dear one, O my friend, woe, alas, O my lord, our spiritual merit is exhausted." Thus amidst a frightful clamor did the Titans cry aloud, and Lanka, encircled with flames, her heroes slain, her warriors succumbing to the swift wrath of Hanuman, appeared to have fallen under a curse. In the midst of the tumult, Hanuman with pride surveyed Lanka, bearing the marks of that violent blaze and its terror-stricken demons, as Swayambhu surveys the final destruction of the world. Having demolished the grove planted with rare trees and slain those powerful Titans in combat, and burned that city filled with splendid palaces, that monkey, born of Pavana, rested. Having dispatched those Titans in great numbers, destroyed the dense woods, and spread the fire amongst the Titan dwellings, the illustrious Hanuman became absorbed in the thought of Rama. Thereupon all the celestials lauded that prince among monkey warriors, endowed with immense energy, equal to Maruta in swiftness, that sagacious and excellent son of Vayu. And all the gods, the foremost of the ascetics, the Gandharvas, Vidyaharas, Panagas, and Bhuttas, experienced an exceeding and indescribable joy. And having devastated the forest, slain the Titans in conflict, and burnt the great city of Lanka, that mighty monkey, seated on the roof of the foremost of buildings, spreading the rays of his flaming tail like an aureole, resembled the sun encircled with a nimbus. Then, having consumed the city of Lanka, that great monkey quenched the fire of his tail in the sea. Beholding Lanka consumed by fire, the gods, Gandharvas, Siddhas, and great ascetics were struck with amazement. Chapter 55. Hanuman's Anxiety Concerning Sita. Seeing Lanka consumed by fire and that city with its terror-stricken titans filled with tumult, the monkey Hanuman became thoughtful, and a great anxiety invaded his mind. He reflected, "In burning Lanka, I have without doubt done something reprehensible. Blessed are those great souls who in their wisdom extinguish the anger born within them as a fire is quenched by water. What evil is not committed by those who give way to wrath? In anger one may even slay one's spiritual preceptor, nor does he who is enraged refrain from affronting virtuous men. He who gives way to wrath is unable to discriminate as to when it is fitting to speak or when to be silent. There is no iniquity that cannot be perpetrated by him. He is truly said to be a man who, controlling himself, subdues the anger rising within him as a snake casts off its slough. Woe is me, wretched and shameless, doer of evil that I am, who, forgetting Sita, have slain my lord by fire. Should that noble daughter of Janaka have perished in this conflagration, which has wholly consumed the city of Lanka, I have frustrated the purpose of my master. Sita having been burnt, I have marred my lord's design. To burn down Lanka is a trifling occurrence, but suffering myself to be overcome by anger, I have cut at the very root of my mission. Assuredly, Janaki has perished, for there remains no corner of Lanka that has not been laid waste. The entire city lies in ashes. Since I have sacrificed everything through my lack of understanding, I shall yield up my life this instant. Either I shall throw myself into the fire or into the jaws of Vidava, or give my body to the denizens of the deep. Living, I am not able to face the king of the monkeys or those two tigers among men, having marred their purpose. Through my culpable anger, I have manifested my undisciplined simian nature to the three worlds. Woe to the unbridled passion, uncurbed and unrestrained, under which I failed to protect Sita when it was in my power to do so. She having perished, those two heroes will die also, and on their ceasing to exist, Sugriva will yield up his life with all his kinsfolk. On hearing these tidings, how shall the virtuous Bharata, devoted to his brother, or Shatrughna survive? Then on the extinction of the illustrious race of Ikshwaku, their subjects will be overcome with grief. Unfortunate am I, whose merits have been annulled through being false to the ties of duty and advantage, suffering myself to be dominated by a corrupting passion, thus becoming the destroyer of creatures. Immersed in these melancholy reflections, Hanuman recollected certain auspicious signs that he had previously observed, and said to himself, "Is it possible that the lovely one, protected by her own spiritual merit, has happily escaped death? Fire cannot burn fire. Nay, Pavaka would not dare to approach that virtuous one, preserved by her own purity, who is the consort of one of immeasurable glory. That bearer of sacrificial offerings has not burned me owing to Rama's power and the virtue of Vaidehi. How should she, therefore, the object of worship of those three brothers, Bharata and the others, and the beloved of Rama's heart, perish? Since it is the nature of fire to burn, he who reigns invincible as master everywhere, yet who has not burned my tail, why should he consume that exalted one?" Thereafter, Hanuman remembered with wonder how the Mainaka hill had appeared to him in the ocean, and he reflected, "By virtue of her asceticism, sincerity, and undeviating devotion to her lord, she is able to consume fire itself, but it cannot consume her." Pondering thus on the magnitude of the divine Sita's spiritual merit, Hanuman heard the high-souled Charanas conversing thus, "Assuredly, Hanuman has accomplished a difficult feat in igniting a fierce and terrible fire in the dwellings of the Titans. The hosts of women, children, and the aged are fleeing away, and the tumult re-echoes as in a cavern. The city of Lanka with its towers, walls, and gateways is wholly consumed, but Janaki still lives, a great wonder." Such were the words resembling ambrosia which fell on Hanuman's ears, and from that instant happiness flooded his heart once more, On account of the auspicious portents, his own conclusions, the merits of Sita, and the words of the saints, Hanuman was delighted beyond measure. Thereupon, that monkey, having attained his end, knowing the princess to be safe, resolved to leave Lanka after seeing her once more. Chapter 56. He takes leave of Sita. Paying obeisance to Janaki, seated at the foot of the Shimshapa tree, Hanuman said to her, "By the grace of heaven I find thee unharmed." Looking on him again and again as he stood ready to depart, Sita, inspired by conjugal affection, said to him, "If, O child, thou judgest it opportune, then, O irreproachable friend, remain here in some hidden spot today. Tomorrow, having rested, do thou set out. Thy proximity, O monkey, will make me forget mine overwhelming grief awhile. Thou wilt go, O great monkey, and it is doubtful whether I shall still be living on thy return, O foremost of monkeys. In thine absence my torments will increase, and falling into one misfortune after another, I shall be consumed with grief and sorrow. Further, O hero, this fear is ever present with me. How will the most valiant Sugriva, or that host of bears and monkeys, cross the impassable ocean, or those two sons of men supported by those powerful monkeys? 3 beings alone are able to bound over the deep, Vainateya, thou, and Maruta. In the face of this insurmountable obstacle, in thy consummate experience, dost thou see any possibility of success? O destroyer of hostile warriors, thou alone art competent to perform this task. Thou shalt attain renown by thy prowess. Yet if Kakusta, the scourge of his foes, were able to lay Lanka waste with his forces and bear me away, it would be worthy of him. Therefore do that which will enable the magnanimous Rama to manifest his prowess in conformity with the warrior's nature." Hearing these words, full of loving solicitude, reason, and significance, the valiant Hanuman answered, "O noble lady, that lord and foremost of monkeys, Sugriva, endowed with power, has resolved to deliver thee. Attended by thousands of billions of powerful monkeys, he will not delay in coming hither, O Vaidehi, and those foremost of men, the flower of the human race, Rama and Lakshmana, coming here, will afflict Lanka with their arrows. Having destroyed the Titans and their adherents, the son of Raghu, O exceedingly fair one, shall bear thee away and bring thee to his capital. Take heart, therefore, O gentle one, and await that hour. Soon shalt thou see Rama strike down Ravana on the field of battle. The lord of the Titans slain with his sons, ministers, and people, thou shalt be reunited with Rama, as Rohini with the moon. Ere long, Kakusta will appear accompanied by the foremost of monkeys and bears, and, triumphing in the fight, shall remove thy grief." Having thus consoled Vaidehi, Hanuman, born of Maruta, prepared to depart, offering salutations to her, and having comforted her and displayed his surpassing strength by rendering that city desolate, having thwarted Ravana and exhibited his immeasurable power, Hanuman, paying obeisance to Vaidehi, intent on returning, resolved to cross the ocean once more. Then the repressor of his foes, that powerful monkey, eager to see his lord, ascended the foremost of mountains, Arishta, covered with dark groves of padmaka trees, resembling a mantle, which, with the clouds clinging to its sides, seemed to expand with joy under the sun's rays. The metals, scattered here and there, appeared to be its eyes, and the solemn sound of its torrents resembled its voice chanting the Veda. The waterfalls, the singing of its song, and the tall Devadaru trees caused the mountain to resemble a giant with uplifted arms. The thundering of the torrents were its cries, re-echoing round about, and the autumnal woods, agitated by the wind, made it appear as if it trembled. As the breeze whistled through the reeds, it seemed to be piping, while great and venomous serpents created the illusion of its hissing in anger. With its ravines shrouded in mist, investing it with a solemn air, as if it were deeply absorbed in contemplation, and the clouds moving here and there on its slopes, lending it the appearance of walking. With its peaks towering heavenwards so that it appeared to be yawning, it was bristling with escarpments and filled with innumerable caves. Planted with sala, tala, karjura, tamala, karna, and venetia trees with a myriad creepers laden with flowers and abounding in herds of deer and containing innumerable streams with countless crags, rich in minerals, intersected by rills, frequented by Maharishis, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, and Uragas, Impenetrable on account of the thorns and briars, its caves were filled with lions, and tigers and other beasts abounded there, and that mountain was furnished with trees having delicious fruit and roots. Then the foremost of monkeys, the son of Anila, ascended that mountain, burning to behold Rama once more, and wherever he placed his foot on those enchanting slopes, the rocks crumbled and broke away with a thundering sound. Having scaled the Indra of mountains, that mighty monkey gathered up his strength, desirous of crossing from the southern to the northern shore of the salty sea, and reaching the summit, he beheld that formidable expanse of water inhabited by dreadful monsters. Then the son of Maruta, with the swiftness of the wind as it blows through space, leapt from the southern region to the northern shore, and pressed underfoot by that monkey, the mountain giant, re-echoing to the cries of countless denizens, sank into the bosom of the earth, with its peaks toppling and its trees overturned. Borne down by Hanuman's prodigious bounds, trees laden with blossom fell to the ground as if struck by Indra's thunderbolt, and the dreadful roar of great lions lurking in the caverns rent the skies as they were crushed by the falling mountain. Vidyaharas, their raiment torn and their ornaments in disorder, fled in terror from that place, and large and powerful serpents, filled with poison, shooting out their tongues, lay in coiled heaps, their heads and necks crushed. Kinnaras, Uragas, Gandharvas, Yakshas, and Vidyaharas, deserting that mountain, returned to the celestial realm, and that mighty hill, measuring 40 miles in extent and 30 in height, was leveled to the earth with its trees and lofty summits. Then that monkey, desirous of crossing over the salty sea, whose shores were threatened by the tides, rose into the air. Chapter 57. The Return of Hanuman. Like a winged mountain, with one impetuous bound, Hanuman sailed over the airy sea, whose serpents were the Yakshas, and the full-blown lotuses the Gandharvas. The moon was the lily on those enchanting waters, the sun its waterfowl, Tishya and Shravana its swans, and the clouds its reeds and moss. Paranavasu was the whale, and Loetanga the crocodile, Eravata the spacious island, Swati its decoration in the form of a swan. The breezes were its billows, and the rays of the moon its cool and peaceful waves. Unwearyingly, Hanuman, swallowing up that space adorned with the sun and stars, skimmed past the king of the planets. Cleaving the clouds and crossing that ocean without fatigue, he beheld great masses of cloud, white, roseate, purple, blue, yellow, and black, looking exceedingly beautiful, and he, entering and re-emerging from them, looked like the moon when it is lost to sight and becomes visible again. Coursing through those massed clouds in his white attire, that hero could at times be seen, and again was hidden in the sky like unto the moon. Borne through space, that son of the wind constantly dispersed the groups of clouds, sailing on and on, emitting loud roars resembling thunder, and having slain the Titans, rendered his name famous, laid the city of Lanka waste, harassed Ravana, inflicted defeat on those mighty warriors, and paid homage to Vaidehi. He was now returning full of glory across the sea. And that one endowed with prowess paid homage to the foremost of mountains, Mainaka, as he sped on like an arrow loosed from the bowstring. Approaching from afar, he observed that lofty mountain Mahendra like a great cloud, and that mighty monkey, having a lusty voice resembling thunder, filled the 10 cardinal points with his roars. Reaching the southern shore, eager to see his friends once again, he began to wave his tail to and fro and emit loud cries, and as he proceeded in the path of Suparna, the clamor rent the skies, and it appeared as if the firmament and the sun's disk were shattered. Thereupon, those mighty warriors on the northern shore of the ocean, anxiously awaiting the wind god's offspring, heard the sound created by the thighs of Hanuman proceeding at great speed, resembling clouds blown by the wind, and those rangers of the woods, who had been dispirited, heard the roars of that monkey, which were like unto thunder. Hearing that clamor raised by Hanuman, those monkeys who were eager to see their friend once again were greatly excited. Then Jambavan, the foremost of the monkeys, his heart exultant, addressing them all, spoke thus: "Undoubtedly, Hanuman has been wholly successful in his enterprise. If it were not so, he would not have raised this clamor." Thereupon the monkeys, hearing the violent movements of that magnanimous one, as also his shouts, highly delighted, leapt up, and in their joy, bounding from rock to rock and from crest to crest, eager to behold Hanuman, climbed to the tops of the trees waving their clean apparel. And the roaring of the mighty Hanuman, born of Maruta, resembled the wind whistling through a mountain gorge. Seeing that great ape, who, alighting, shone like a mass of clouds, all the monkeys stood before him with joined palms, whereupon that valiant monkey, high as a hill, leapt down unto the Mahendra mountain, covered with trees, and overflowing with felicity, he alighted on that lofty and enchanting peak like a winged hill, whose pinions have been clipped and who has fallen from the sky. Then instantly all the monkeys with glad hearts began to gather round the magnanimous Hanuman, encircling him, their faces shining with joy, drawing near to him in the excess of their felicity. Then offering obeisance to him, they brought roots and fruits to that greatest of monkeys, born of Maruta. In their delight, some emitted shouts of joy, and the foremost of the monkeys brought branches of trees so that he might be seated. Meanwhile, that mighty ape, Hanuman, paid obeisance to his elders and the aged, with Jambavan at their head, as well as Prince Angada, and honored by them all, as he had merited to be, and overwhelmed by courtesies, he informed them briefly, "I have seen the goddesses." Then taking the hand of Bali's son, he sat down in the enchanting grove on the Mahendra mountain, and, questioned by them, he joyfully addressed those foremost of monkeys, saying, "In the midst of the Ashoka Grove, I observed Janaki, that irreproachable one is guarded by dreadful Titan women. That damsel is wearing a single plait of hair and constantly sighs for Rama's presence. She is faint on account of fasting, stained with dust, emaciated, and wears matted locks." Those foremost of monkeys, hearing the words of Maruti, "I have seen her," sweet as Amrita, intoxicated with joy, began to shout, and emitting cries of pleasure raised ululations. Some waved their tails to and fro, others raised them up, lashing them, or bounded to the summit, and with delight touched the fortunate Hanuman, that chief of monkeys. And when Hanuman had spoken, Angada, in the midst of those valiant monkeys, paid tribute to Hanuman in excellent words, saying, "For valor and courage thou hast no equal, O monkey, since thou hast crossed the immense ocean and hast now returned. Thou alone hast given us back our lives, O great one. By thy grace, our purpose accomplished, we can rejoin Raghava. Oh, what devotion thou hast shown to thy master, what prowess, what endurance! By the grace of heaven, thou hast seen the divine and glorious consort of Rama. By the grace of heaven, Kukusta will abandon the grief that Sita's absence has caused him." Thereafter, surrounding Angada, Hanuman and Jambavan, the monkeys full of joy, brought large rocks, and, seated thereon, eager to hear how he had crossed the main and seen Lanka, Sita, and Ravana, they waited with joined palms, their eyes fixed on Maruti. And the youthful Angada, surrounded by the innumerable monkeys, resembled the chief of the gods, enthroned in heaven amidst the myriad hosts. When the glorious and renowned Hanuman, with the illustrious Angada, who was adorned with bracelets, were seated, that elevated and mighty peak shone with splendor. Chapter 58. Hanuman recounts his experiences. Thereafter, on the summit of Mount Mahendra, those monkeys, their eyes fixed on the mighty Hanuman, were filled with delight, and when all those high-souled and happy monkeys were seated, Jambavan, glad at heart, inquired of the great and fortunate offspring of the wind concerning the success of his mission, saying, "How didst thou discover that noble lady? How doth she fare there? How doth that cruel ten-headed one bear himself towards her? Do thou truthfully relate all this unto us, O mighty monkey. How wast thou able to trace the divine Sita? What did she reply to thine inquiries? Having learnt all, we can take counsel as to what should be done. Do thou tell us also what, on our return, we should say and what we should conceal, O thou who art well able to subdue thyself." Thereupon, that messenger, his hair standing on end with joy on hearing these words, inclining his head in token of his reverence for Sita, answered, "In your presence, I leapt from the summit of the Mahendra mountain into space with a concentrated mind, desirous of reaching the southern shore of the sea. In my course, a formidable obstacle presented itself to my view, and I beheld a great mountain having a golden peak, divine and splendid, which obstructed my path. Approaching the sun-like summit of that mighty mountain, reflecting, "I will shatter this," I struck it with my tail, and that peak, which shone like the sun, broke into 1,000 fragments. Seeing its condition, that great mountain addressed me in sweet accents, bringing, as it were, refreshment to my soul, and said, "Know me, O my son, to be the brother of thy father, Matarishvat, famed as Mainaka, dwelling in the deep. Formerly all the larger mountains were furnished with wings and ranged over the earth, causing devastation everywhere. Hearing of the conduct of those mountains, Mahendra, that blessed one, by whom Paka was chastised with his thunderbolt, severed the wings of those mountains by thousands. But I was delivered by thine illustrious sire, and that high-souled wind god cast me into the sea, the abode of Varuna. O subduer of thy foes, I am willing to render assistance to Raghava. Rama is the foremost among virtuous men, and is as powerful as Mahendra himself." Hearing the words of the magnanimous Mainaka, I confided my purpose to him, and he gave me leave to depart. Then, counseling me to proceed, he vanished in his human form, and in the shape of a mountain became submerged in the sea. For a long time I traveled onward with speed, till I observed the divine Surasa, mother of serpents, in the midst of the ocean, and that goddess addressed me, saying, "Thou art destined by the celestials to be my food, O best of monkeys. I am about to devour thee, since thou hast been assigned to me." Hearing this, I, with humility turning pale, made obeisance to her with joined palms, and uttered these words, "Rama, the fortunate son of Dasaratha, the scourge of his foes, withdrew to the Dandaka forest with his brother Lakshmana and Sita. His consort was borne away by the wicked Ravana. I am proceeding to her on Rama's behest. In this matter thou shouldest assist Rama. Having seen Mithila's daughter, as also her lord of imperishable exploits, I shall return and enter thy mouth. This I promise thee." Thus accosted by me, Surasa, able to change her form at will, said, "None is able to pass by me. This is the boon I have received." Thus addressed by Surasa, I attained the magnitude of 10 yojanas, and then another 10, but her mouth assumed even greater proportions. Seeing her jaws thus dilated, I instantly assumed a tiny form measuring a thumb's size, and quickly entered her mouth, emerging immediately, whereupon the divine Surasa, taking on her normal shape, said to me, "O best of monkeys, O dear one, go, accomplish thy mission and restore Vaidehi to the magnanimous Rama. Be thou blessed, O mighty one, I am pleased with thee." Then all beings praised me, saying, "Excellent, excellent," and I again leapt into the infinite blue like unto Garuda, when suddenly, without anything being visible, my shadow was held fast. Stayed in my course, I surveyed the 10 cardinal points, unable to discover who held me prisoner. Then the thought came to me, what is this obstacle that has risen in my path? I cannot discern its nature. And as I looked down bewildered, I beheld a dreadful demon lying in the waves. Thereupon, that monster, laughing scornfully, addressed these inauspicious words to me, who, though undaunted, remained motionless. "Whither art thou bound, O thou of gigantic form? Do thou become my food, who am hungry, and gratify this body deprived of sustenance for a long period." Saying, "Be it so," I expanded my body to more than the capacity of her mouth, but she increased the size of her huge and dreadful jaws in order to swallow me, nor could she comprehend that I was able to assume different shapes at will. In the twinkling of an eye, abandoning my vast size, I, extracting her heart, flew into the sky. Throwing up her arms, that cruel demon sank under the salty waves like a mountain, whereupon I heard the harmonious voices of those magnanimous beings stationed in the air saying, "That dreadful demon, Sinika, has been swiftly slain by Hanuman." That monster destroyed, I recalled to mind the urgency of my mission and the delay that had occurred in discharging it, and after traversing a great distance, I beheld the southern shore of the ocean and the mountain on which Lanka was situated. The sun having set, I penetrated the abode of Titans unnoticed by them, and as I did so, a woman resembling the clouds at the end of the world period rose before me, breaking into laughter. Striking that exceedingly dreadful form, having flames for her hair, who had sought to take my life, with my left fist I thrust her aside and entered there at dusk, whereupon that one, affrighted, addressed me, saying, "I am the city of Lanka, O warrior. Vanquished have I been by thy prowess, thou shalt also triumph over all the Titans." Meanwhile, I sought for Janaka's daughter all through the night, penetrating into Ravana's inner apartments, but did not find her there. Not finding Sita in Ravana's palace, I was submerged in a sea of sorrow, and in the midst of my distress, I saw an enchanting grove with a mansion surrounded by a lofty golden wall. Having scaled that enclosure, I beheld a grove of Ashoka trees, in the midst of which a great Shimshapa grew. Ascending it, I observed a thicket of golden aspens, and hard by the Shimshapa tree, I beheld that supremely beautiful one, dark blue of hue, whose eyes resembled lotus petals, clad in a single piece of cloth. Emaciated with fasting, her hair soiled with dust, Sita, fixed in devotion to her lord, was surrounded by cruel and hideous Titan women living on blood and flesh, as a doe encircled by tigresses. Wearing a single plate, absorbed in the thought of her lord, lying on the earth, her limbs wasted, she resembled a lotus at the advent of winter. Deprived by Ravana of the object of her desire, she had resolved to die. Beholding that lady, whose eyes resembled a doe's, the illustrious consort of Rama, I remained seated in the Shimshapa tree. Thereafter, I heard a great clamor mixed with the jingling of girdles and anklets issuing from the palace of Ravana, and exceedingly agitated, contracting my body, I concealed myself like a bird in the thick foliage of the Shimshapa tree. Thereupon the mighty Ravana, accompanied by his consorts, came to the place where Sita was, and seeing the lord of the Titans, Janaki of lovely hips shrank into herself, concealing her breasts with her arms, and in great dread and extreme confusion, glancing here and there and finding no refuge, that unfortunate being was seized with violent trembling. Then Dashagriva, inclining his head, bowed to the feet of the princess, who was overcome with extreme grief, and said to her, "O fair one, do thou regard me with favor. If, O Sita, through pride, thou dost refuse to honor me, at the end of 2 months I shall drink thy blood." Hearing these words spoken by the wicked Ravana, Janaki, growing exceedingly wrath, answered with dignity, "O vilest of Titans, having uttered such a speech to the consort of Rama of immeasurable prowess, to me, the daughter-in-law of Dasarata of the Ikshwaku line, why has thy tongue not fallen out? O vile wretch, great indeed was thy valor to bear me hence far from the illustrious Rama in his absence. Thou art not even worthy to be the slave of Raghava, that invincible, loyal, courageous, and illustrious warrior." Thus addressed in harsh terms, Dashagriva blazed up with wrath like a fire onto which a brand has been cast, and rolling his eyes in rage, clenching his right fist, he prepared to strike Mithila's daughter. Then all the Titan women cried out, "Hold, hold!" and from their midst, the wife of that evil wretch, the lovely Mandodari, ran towards him, and with gentle words, inspired by the love she bore him, contrived to pacify him. She said, "Thou whose valor is equal to Mahendra's, what need hast thou for Sita? Divert thyself with me, who am in no way inferior to her, or do thou disport thyself with the daughters of the gods, the Gandharvas or Yakshas. What is Sita to thee?" Thereafter that company of women raised up that powerful ranger of the night and conducted him back to his residence. Ravana having departed, those Titan women of hideous aspect railed at Sita in harsh and cruel terms, but Janaki paid no more heed to their speech than to a straw, and their taunts were lost on her. And those Titan women who fed on flesh, failing in their attempts, informed Ravana of Sita's unconquerable resolution, whilst others, tired of tormenting her, giving up hope, exhausted, lay down to rest. And while they slept, Sita, devoted to her lord, gave voice to bitter lamentation in the extremity of her distress. Thereafter, rising in their midst, Trijata spoke, saying, "Devour me this instant if you will, but do not lay hands on the dark-eyed Sita, daughter of Janaka, the virtuous daughter-in-law of King Dasarata. In truth, I have had a fearful dream, causing the hair to stand on end, presaging the destruction of the Titans and the triumph of this one's lord. It is for us to seek the grace of Vaidehi, who alone, I deem, can defend us from Raghava. Let us therefore relate this dream to her, for one who is the object of such a vision, being freed from her distress, will attain the height of felicity. By bowing low in submission, we shall earn the favor of Janaki, who alone can deliver us from this great peril." Thereat, that chaste and youthful woman, on hearing of the coming victory of her lord, rejoicing said, "If Trijata speak truly, then indeed will I protect you all." Observing Sita's unfortunate plight, I became absorbed in thought, and my mind was perturbed. Then I cast about as to how I might find some means of speaking to Janaki, and began to extol the race of Ikshwaku. Hearing the words I uttered embellished with the praises of those Rajarishis, that exalted lady, her eyes suffused with tears, inquiring of me, saying, "Who art thou? How and on whose behest hast thou come hither? From whence comes thine attachment to Rama? It behooveth thee to relate all to me." Listening to her speech, I made answer to her in this wise: "O goddess, Rama, thy consort, hath found an ally endowed with supreme prowess, named Sugriva, who is the redoubtable and powerful king of the monkeys. Know me to be his servant Hanuman, who has come hither to thee, dispatched by thy lord of imperishable exploits. O illustrious lady, that highly effulgent son of Dasaratha, foremost of men, hath sent this ring as a token to thee. O queen, what is thy behest? Shall I bring thee back to Rama and Lakshmana on the northern shore of the ocean?" Hearing this, Sita, the delight of Janaka, reflected within herself a while and said, "Suffer Raghava to destroy Ravana, and himself carry me hence." Inclining my head to that noble and irreproachable lady, I requested some token from her which might enhance the delight of Raghava, whereupon Sita said to me, "Take this excellent jewel for which thou shalt be highly regarded by that one of mighty arms." Thereupon that princess of lovely limbs gave me a marvelous jewel, and in a voice strangled with sobs bade me farewell. I bowed to that daughter of a king with deep respect, and circumambulating her, began to consider returning home. But she, having searched her heart, addressed me once again, saying, "O Hanuman, do thou relate my story to Raghava in such wise that those two heroes, Rama and Lakshmana, will come here instantly accompanied by Sugriva, or else, having but 2 months to live, Kakusta will see me no more, like one without a protector." Hearing these dreadful words, a wave of anger surged over me, and I instantly resolved on what I should do. Thereupon, expanding my body to the size of a mountain, burning to fight, I laid waste to the grove. Then all the beasts and birds began to flee away in fear, and those terrible Titan women awoke and beheld the devastation. Observing me, they all assembled and instantly ran in haste to inform Ravana, saying, "O valiant sovereign, this thine inviolable grove has been destroyed by a wretched monkey who sets thy prowess at naught. Slay that perverse creature instantly who thus affronts thee, lest he escape." On this, the king of the Titans, Ravana, sent out innumerable warriors called Kinkaras, and 80,000 of those Titans, armed with spears and maces, were slain by me in the grove with an iron bar. Then a few who survived quickly went to Ravana to inform him of the destruction of his troops. Thereupon I resolved to destroy the marvelous palace with its monument and slew the guards stationed there. In my fury, I laid this building, the ornament of Lanka, low, whereupon Ravana sent out the son of Prahasta, Jambumalan, with a company of Titans of grim and fearful aspect. With my formidable mace, I slew that mighty and skillful warrior with his retinue, and Ravana, the lord of the Titans, on hearing this, dispatched the highly powerful sons of the ministers, followed by a regiment of infantry, but with my iron bar, I sent them all to the abode of death. Learning that, despite their ardor, I had struck down the sons of his ministers on the field, Ravana quickly ordered 5 of his heroic commanders to set out at the head of their troops, but I slew them all, whereupon Dashagriva sent out his highly powerful son, Aksha, with countless Titans to engage me in combat. Then that youthful son of Mandodari, a skillful warrior, sprang into the air, and I seized him by the feet, whirling him round and throwing him on the earth. Thereat the 10-necked Ravana, full of ire, hearing of the downfall of Aksha, sent his second son, Indrajit, full of courage and martial ardor, against me, and I, rendering the prowess of all those Titans ineffectual, experienced extreme delight. Nevertheless, that long-armed warrior in whom Ravana had supreme confidence, inflamed with wine, continued to fight at the head of his warriors. And he, realizing that I was invincible and seeing his forces routed, made me captive by aid of the Brahma weapon, whereupon the Titans bound me with ropes, and, taking hold of me, brought me before Ravana. Then that one of vicious soul entered into conversation with me, and inquired of me regarding my coming to Lanka, and why I had slain the Titans, whereto I replied, "I have done all this for Sita. To find her I came hither. I am the son of Maruta, the monkey Hanuman. Know me to be Rama's messenger and the minister of Sugriva. It is to carry out Rama's design that I stand before thee. Hear me now, O Lord of the Titans. The king of the monkeys offers thee salutations and inquires as to thy welfare, O mighty hero. He has commissioned me to communicate this message in words that are both fitting and in accord with duty, legitimate pleasure, and profit. While sojourning on the Rishyamukha, that mountain covered with trees, I entered into an alliance with Raghava, that great warrior, invincible in combat, and he spoke to me, saying, O king, my consort has been borne away by a Titan. It behooves thee to assist me in this matter. Thereafter, in the presence of fire, the Lord, Raghava, who was accompanied by Lakshmana, allied himself to me in friendship, who had been deprived of my royal prerogatives by Bali. And he hath made me lord over all the monkeys, after slaying Bali in combat with a single arrow. It is therefore fitting that we should assist him by every means, and by virtue of this contract I have dispatched Hanuman unto thee as envoy. Do thou therefore speedily return Sita to Rama, ere those valiant monkeys overthrow thy forces. Who is not conversant with the monkey's prowess, whose aid has been solicited even by the gods themselves? Speaking thus to Ravana, he bent his furious glances on me as if he would consume me, and that ruthless Titan ordered me to be put to death, being unaware of my power. Meanwhile, his high-souled brother Bibhishana, endowed with great sagacity, interceded for me in the following wise, saying, O thou foremost of the Titans, abandon thy resolve, which is not in accord with the royal code. The death of an envoy is not sanctioned by royal tradition, O Titan. A messenger simply communicates the mandate of his master. O thou of incomparable prowess, there is no warranty for his destruction, yet if his guilt be considerable, he may be mutilated. At these words of Bibhishana, Ravana issued this command to the demons, Set fire to the monkey's tail. On this behest, those Titans wrapped my tail in hemp and cotton rags, and they, in well-wrought armor, struck me with their clenched fists and sticks and set fire to my tail. Bound and fettered with ropes by the Titans, I submitted to it, resolving to set fire to the city. Thus pinioned and enveloped in flames, those warriors, shouting, led me along the royal highway to the gates of the city. There, contracting my body, I assumed a diminutive form, and casting off my bonds, I seized an iron bar and assailed those Titans. Thereafter, with one bound, vaulting the gate, I rapidly burnt down the whole city and its gates and towers with my flaming tail, resembling the fire that consumes all beings at the end of the world. Seeing Lanka in flames, I reflected with anxiety that Janaki must without doubt have perished, since there was no corner of the city that had not been reduced to ashes. Thinking thus, overcome with grief, I overheard the Channaras saying in auspicious accents, Janaki has not perished in the flames. And hearing these wonderful words proclaimed by their enchanting voices, I regained my courage. I was thereafter reassured by many auspicious signs that Janaki had been saved from the flames, and though my tail was on fire, I had not been consumed. My heart was filled with joy, and the wind spread its delicious perfumes. By virtue of these propitious manifestations, by my confidence in Rama's prowess, and in Sita and the words pronounced by the great sages, felicity filled my soul. Then, revisiting Vaidehi once again, I took leave of her, and scaling the Mount Arishta, leapt in this direction in order to see you all once more. Following the path of the wind, sun, moon, and the Siddhas and Gandharvas, I found you here. By the grace of Rama and your prowess, I have carried out Sugriva's charge to the uttermost. I have related all to you in detail, and now it remains for you to accomplish what is still to be done. Chapter 59. Hanuman appeals to the monkeys to rescue Sita. Having completed his narrative, Hanuman, born of Maruta, added these significant words. Fruitful have been the endeavors of Rama and Sugriva. Having witnessed Sita's constancy, I am happy at heart. By the power of her penances, the most illustrious Sita is able to uphold the earth or consume it with her ire, O monkeys. The power of Ravana also, created by austerities, is great, and it is because of this that he was not destroyed when he laid hands on Sita. Nay, the flame to which one reaches out is not so greatly to be feared as is Sita's wrath. It now behooveth all the mighty monkeys and others, with Jambavan at their head, to take part in this expedition, the purpose of which is now known to you, in order to behold Vaidehi reunited with those two princes. Alone I was able to enter Lanka, inhabited by Titans, and have afflicted that city by my prowess, as also Ravana and his people. What more could I not do, therefore, with the courageous and powerful Plavagas, endowed with heroism and martial prowess, strong and eager for victory? I shall destroy Ravana with his entire army, his sons, brothers, and followers in combat. I shall destroy all the Titans and circumvent those invisible weapons and other missiles bestowed on Indrajita by Brahma, Rudra, Vayu, Varuna, scattering them and slaying the Titans. With your sanction, my prowess will bring them under restraint. Hills and mountains torn up by me will I discharge continuously, which even the gods themselves cannot withstand, how much less those rangers of the night. Were the sea to overflow or Mount Mandara move from its place, Jambavan will never be daunted by an enemy host in conflict, and that heroic monkey, the son of Bali, is alone able to destroy the entire host of Rakshasas. With the movement of his vigorous thighs, the powerful Nila could overthrow Mount Mandara itself, how much more the Titans on the field of battle. Amongst the celestials, the Titans, Yakshas, Gandharvas, serpents or birds, show me any who could withstand Devivida. Nor do I know any who could resist those two sons of the Ashwins, endowed with supreme energy, the foremost of monkeys in the arena. Single-handed, I have laid Lanka low, and setting it on fire have reduced it to ashes. On every highway I proclaimed aloud, may victory crown the invincible Rama and Lakshmana. May the king Sugriva, whose support is Raghava, prosper. I am the servant of the king of Koshala, the offspring of Pavana. I am Hanuman. I have announced this everywhere. In the center of the Ashoka Grove of the vicious-souled Ravana, the virtuous Sita waits forlornly at the foot of the Shimshapa tree, surrounded by Titan women, emaciated with sorrow and suffering, resembling the orb of the moon bereft of its splendor in the midst of cloud. Spurning Ravana, whose powers have rendered him arrogant, Vaidehi, the daughter of Janaka of fair limbs, remains undeviatingly faithful to her lord. Wholly devoted to Rama, the lovely Vaidehi thinks of him alone as Pulomi Purandara. Clad in a single garment, soiled with dust, I beheld her in the grove surrounded by Titan women who were heaping insults upon her. Her hair dressed in a single braid, that unfortunate being was absorbed in the thought of her lord. Lying on the earth, pale as a lotus, at the approach of winter, separated by Ravana from the object of her love, she had resolved to yield up her life. With difficulty I was able to rekindle Sita's hopes by addressing that damsel whose eyes resemble a doe's and relating all to her. And she, hearing of the alliance between Rama and Sugriva, became happy, and fixed in her devotion, her conjugal affection reached its zenith. Fortunate is that ten-necked demon that she has not destroyed him due to the boon he received from Brahma, but it is for Rama that the destruction of that monster is reserved. Already greatly reduced, Janaki grows frailer every day in Rama's absence, as learning wanes that is prosecuted on the first day of the lunar fortnight. Thus liveth Sita, worn out by grief. It is for you to take counsel as to what is proper to do in the matter. Chapter 60. Jambavan rejects Angada's project. Hearing these words, the son of Bali, Angada, said, "The sons of the Ashwins are exceedingly powerful, and proud of the boon conferred on them by the grandsire of the world, who, in order to honor the Ashwi, rendered those two monkeys incapable of being slain by any. This unique privilege inflamed their pride, and those two powerful warriors, having overcome the mighty celestial host, drank up the nectar of immortality. These two, inflamed with ire, are able to destroy the entire city of Lanka with its horses, chariots, and elephants. What of other monkeys? I myself am capable of destroying the city with its titans and the mighty Ravana. How much more so if I am accompanied by powerful warriors, masters of themselves, well-armed, skillful, and desirous of victory. We have heard that the courageous son of Vayu alone set fire to Lanka. He has seen the divine Sita, but has not brought her back. I deem it unfitting that warriors as renowned as you are acquaint Rama of this. There are none in leaping and in prowess whose skill and bravery equal yours in the worlds of the immortals, or amongst the Daityas, O foremost of monkeys. Few have escaped the carnage wrought by Hanuman. Therefore it only remains for us to slay Ravana and the rest of the Titans and bring back the daughter of Janaka, placing her between Rama and Lakshmana. What need have we to trouble those other residents of Kishkinda? It is for us to proceed to Lanka, and having slain the Titans, return to Rama, Lakshmana, and Sugriva. Such was the project of Angada, whereupon Jambavan, the foremost of monkeys, in his wisdom, cheerfully made answer in words fraught with good sense, saying, O great monkey, O thou of supreme understanding, we have received a mandate from the king of the monkeys and the virtuous Rama to explore the southern region to its utmost confines, but we have not been commanded to bring back Sita, nor would it find favor with that line among monarchs, Rama, if we did so. For he, proud of his lineage, has vowed before all the leading monkeys that he will himself deliver her. How should his words be rendered null and void? What is the use of undertaking that which is not conducive to his pleasure? This display of our prowess will prove fruitless, O foremost of monkeys. Let us therefore return to where Rama, with Lakshmana and the illustrious Sugriva, can be found and inform them of the result of our quest. What thou hast proposed finds favor with us, O Prince, yet it is by adhering to Rama's design that thou shouldest look for success. Chapter 61. The Devastation of Madhuvana. All the heroic monkeys headed by Angada and the great ape Hanuman highly approved Jambavan's words, and those foremost of monkeys led by the son of Vayu, leaping down from the summit of the Mahendra mountain, bounded forward. Resembling the mountains Meru and Mandara, they appeared like elephants maddened with ichor, covering the whole of space as it were with their shadow, their eyes fixed on the highly powerful Hanuman, gifted with velocity, having control of his senses and honored by the Siddhas. Resolved on bringing about the success of Rama's design, proud of the results obtained, desirous of communicating their auspicious tidings, all those virtuous inhabitants of the forest, eager to assist Rama and avid for combat, jumping and frisking, reached Madhuvana. And they came to that celestial grove protected by Sugriva, planted with countless trees, enchanting to look upon, where none might enter. And Sugriva's maternal uncle, the mighty monkey Dadamukha, guarded that picturesque and spacious garden belonging to the Lord of Monkeys. Extremely anxious to partake of the fruits of that beautiful orchard, those tawny-colored monkeys, greatly delighted, craved permission of the prince to taste the honey, yellow as they. Then he graciously allowed those venerable monkeys, headed by Jambavan, to drink of the honey. Thereupon, under Angada's command, authorized by that youthful son of Bali, those monkeys ascended the trees, swarming with bees, feasting on the fruit and roots, and in an access of intoxication began to frolic here and there. Singing, laughing, dancing, bowing, declaiming, running, capering and clapping their hands, some supported others, some quarreled and some talked at random, some leapt from tree to tree, springing down from the highest branches, some bounded into the air or chased each other round the trees from rock to rock, responding to each other's songs and laughter, groans and lamentations, exchanging blow for blow. Then a general confusion arose amongst that host of monkeys, and there were none who were not inebriated or inflamed with excitement. Seeing the wood laid waste, the trees stripped of their leaves and flowers, Dadamukha was filled with anger and sought to restrain them. But that heroic and elderly monkey, the protector of the wood, was in turn upbraided by those insolent monkeys, whereupon he grew even more determined to defend the forest that was entrusted to his care against them. Thereafter, he spoke to some in harsh terms without fear or forethought, and struck others with the palm of his hands, approaching some threateningly and others with soothing words. They, however, excited with liquor, restrained by Dadamukha, began to ill-treat him brazenly without reflecting that the fault lay with them, scratching him with their nails, biting him with their teeth, assailing him with blows of their hands and feet, and knocking him senseless laid waste to the whole of Madhuvana. Chapter 62. The Fight Between Dadamukha and the Intruders. Then Hanuman said to those monkeys, "O monkeys, gather honey undisturbed. I will drive away anyone who hinders you." Hearing these words, Angada, that prince of monkeys, gaily echoed his advice, saying, "Do you all drink honey? We should be guided by all that Hanuman does, who has accomplished his purpose. Even if it be improper, I am in accord with it." Listening to Angada, those foremost of monkeys all cried out, "Excellent! Excellent!" praising the prince again and again. Thereafter they surged into the Malin wood with the violence of a torrent, and having penetrated into those orchards, they drove away the guards by force. Happy in the thought that Hanuman had discovered Maithili, and having had tidings of her, with the consent of Angada, they drank the honey and feasted on the fruits. Hurling themselves on the guardians of that orchard, who approached them in hundreds, they overwhelmed them with blows and beat them off. Collecting honeycombs, a drona in size with their hands, those monkeys, yellow as honey themselves, drank the nectar and threw away the combs. Some in frolic pelted each other with wax, or piling up the branches, sat down under the trees. Some, heavy with drink, heaped leaves on the earth and lay down exhausted, whilst others, stimulated by the intoxicating nectar, reeling, struck out at their companions wildly. Singing at the top of their voices, some imitated the roar of lions, and some whistled like birds. Others, drunk with honey, slept on the ground. Some roared with laughter or burst into tears. Some babbled wildly, whilst others tried to interpret their utterances. Meanwhile, the guards of the forest, the servants of Dadamukha, set upon by those terrible monkeys, crushed between their knees, fled in all directions. Wrought up with fear, they approached Dadamukha and said, "Empowered by Hanuman, those terrible monkeys have, despite us, laid waste to Madhuvana, and crushed between their knees, we all but gave up our lives." Highly incensed, Dadamukha, beholding the destruction in the Madhu wood, which had been entrusted to his guards, consoled his subordinates, saying, "Proceed to that place, and fall upon those insolent monkeys. I myself shall soon follow and drive away by force those who are drinking the honey." Hearing the words of their master, those valiant monkeys returned to Madhuvana, and Dadamukha in their midst accompanied them with great speed, bearing huge trees. Arming themselves with rocks, trees, and stones, all those monkeys, highly incensed, proceeded to where the Plavangamas were to be found, where, biting their lips in anger, they remonstrated with them again and again, seeking to suppress them by force. Then all those monkeys, headed by Hanuman, beholding Dadamukha greatly enraged, drove him back with violence, and as the mighty Dadamukha of huge arms advanced bearing a tree in his hands, the powerful Angada, incensed, intercepted him with his hands, and beside himself with inebriation, without showing the least mercy, though he merited it being his great uncle, threw him to the ground with violence. Then that monkey, his arms and thighs broken and his face mutilated, bathed in blood, fell senseless for a space. Thereafter, disengaging himself with difficulty, that foremost of monkeys withdrew to a distance and addressed his attendants, saying, "Let us all proceed with haste to where the thick-necked Sugriva resides with Rama. I shall relate all Prince Angada's misdeeds to him, and filled with ire that sovereign will punish all the monkeys. The enchanting Madhu wood, enjoyed by his forefathers, inviolate even to the gods, is greatly beloved by Sugriva, and he will mete out heavy punishment to those perverse wretches avid for honey, and will slay those who have disobeyed their sovereign, with their friends and kinsfolk. Then shall my wrath, which I am unable to restrain, be appeased." Speaking thus to the guards of the forest, Dadamukha, their leader, departed with them with all speed, and in the twinkling of an eye reached the place where that sagacious offspring of the sun, Sugriva, was. Beholding Rama, Lakshmana, and Sugriva, that great and heroic monkey, Dadamukha, descending from the sky, alighted on the ground, and, with a sorrowful mien, placing his joined palms to his forehead, touched Sugriva's feet. Chapter 63. Dadamukha relates how Madhuvana has been laid to waste. Seeing that monkey prostrating himself, his forehead touching the earth, Sugriva, his heart moved, said to him, "Rise, rise, why art thou lying prostrate at my feet? Speak without fear. Why hast thou come hither? It behooveth thee to make thy purpose plain. Is all well in Madhuvana? I wish to know everything, O monkey." Thus reassured by the magnanimous Sugriva, the highly sagacious Dadamukha rose and spoke as follows. "O Lord, that wood which neither thou nor Bali suffered to be enjoyed by the monkeys has been laid waste by them. Seeking to drive them away with my attendants, they, disregarding me, continued to feast there merrily. I resisted their depredations with the assistance of my guards, but without showing any consideration for me, O Prince, those savages continued their orgy. These attendants of mine, assaulted by them, were driven from the wood, and those countless powerful monkeys, their eyes inflamed with anger, broke their arms and feet, and, crushing them between their thighs, flung them into the air. Thou art the living lord of these warriors who have been assaulted by those monkeys, who even now are pillaging Madhuvana and quaffing the honey." While Sugriva listened to these tidings, the sagacious Lakshmana, slayer of his foes, inquired of him, saying, "O king, who is this monkey, the guard over the forest who has come to thee, and what distress has led him to speak thus?" Being thus addressed by the high-souled Lakshmana, Sugriva, skilled in converse, answered, "O noble Lakshmana, this is Dadamukha, and this heroic monkey informs me that those warlike forest dwellers, led by Angada, have drunk the honey and eaten the fruits of the orchard. Such an escapade would not have been indulged in by those who had failed in their mission. Assuredly, they have been successful since they have devastated the wood. It is for this reason that they have been beaten with their knees, those who have obstructed their revelry and have disregarded the valiant Dadamukha, whom I myself appointed as guardian to my orchard. In sooth, Hanuman and none other must have discovered the divine Sita. Hanuman alone could accomplish such a feat. The success of that enterprise depended on the sagacity of that foremost of monkeys, endowed with courage, strength, and learning. Where Jambavan and Angada are the leaders, and Hanuman the moving spirit, success is assured. Assuredly, Madhuvana has been laid waste by those heroic monkeys led by Angada. Having explored the southern region, on their return, this orchard excited their cupidity, whereupon they plundered it and drank the honey, assaulting the guards and beating them with their knees. This monkey, the gentle-voiced Dadamukha, renowned for his prowess, has come to communicate these tidings to me. O mighty Saumitri, undoubtedly Sita must have been found, else these monkeys would never have destroyed the wood bestowed on us by the gods." Hearing these words, pleasant to the ear, falling from Sugriva's lips, the virtuous Lakshmana and Raghava were overcome with joy, and the illustrious Sugriva, exultant on receiving these tidings from Dadamukha, answered that guardian of the forest, saying, "Highly gratified am I that those warriors, being successful, have eaten the honey and fruit. One should bear with the arrogance of those who have been victorious. Return to the Madhu wood immediately and send all those monkeys with Hanuman at their head here. With these two descendants of Raghu, I wish to interrogate those deer of the branches without delay, who, with the boldness of lions, have fulfilled their task, in order to learn if they have discovered Sita." Beholding those two princes, their eyes dilated with joy in the height of felicity, the king of the monkeys, realizing the success of his enterprise was near, experienced extreme satisfaction. Chapter 64. Sugriva consoles Rama. Thus addressed by Sugriva, the monkey Dadamukha cheerfully offered obeisance to him and gave salutations to Raghava and Lakshmana. Thereafter, having honored Sugriva and those powerful sons of the house of Raghu, escorted by his attendants, he sprang into the air. Departing with the same speed by which he had come, he descended from the sky and, alighting on the earth, entered the Madhu wood. There he beheld those foremost of monkeys, now sober, spending the hours happily, having relieved themselves the outcome of drinking honey, and approaching them, that hero with joined palms addressed Angada in the following words: "O noble prince, do not harbor any ill feeling towards the guards, who, enraged, sought to drive thee away by force. May peace attend thee. O thou of great strength, do thou partake of the honey freely which is thine by right, since thou art the heir apparent and the owner of the wood. It behooveth thee to pardon us for our wrath arising out of ignorance. Like unto thy sire formerly, and Sugriva, so art thou lord of the monkey host. O irreproachable prince, I have related all unto thine uncle, who, hearing of the presence of the monkeys here, of thine arrival, and also of the devastation of the forest, was not the least incensed, rather was he gratified. Highly pleased, thy paternal uncle, Sugriva, king of the monkeys, said, 'Send them all here without delay.'" Hearing those words of Dadamukha, Angada, prince of the monkeys, skilled in speech, addressed all his companions, saying, "O you leaders of the monkey host, undoubtedly all these events have been related to Rama. This may be inferred by Dadamukha's tidings. It does not behoove us to linger here further, our mission having been accomplished, O slayers of your foes. You have all drunk honey in full measure, O heroic forest dwellers. Nothing remains for us but to rejoin Sugriva. Whatever all of you counsel me to do, I shall put into effect. I am your servant, and though the heir apparent, it is not for me to issue orders to you. You have all accomplished your task. It would therefore be unfitting for me to treat you arbitrarily." Hearing these admirable words of Angada, those monkeys, full of delight, spoke thus: "Who of thy status, O foremost of monkeys, would speak thus? Drunk with power, each says, 'I am the leader.' None but thee would utter words of such felicity. Thine humility augurs well for us. We are all ready to return to Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, without delay, but without thy word of command, none among us is able to advance a single step." On this, Angada answered them, saying, "It is well. Let us go." Whereupon all those warriors sprang into the air, and the space was entirely filled as if by stones shot from a mortar. Preceded by Angada, who was followed by Hanuman, those Plavangamas bounded tempestuously into the air with a great clamor, like clouds driven before the wind. Angada, having arrived near to Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, addressed the lotus-eyed Rama, who was consumed with grief, and said, "Be of good courage. Rest assured the divine Sita has been found. These monkeys would not have returned otherwise, the time fixed by me being already past. I infer this from Angada's joy. Had the long-armed Angada, the foremost of monkeys, not been successful, he would not have come back to me. If they had not succeeded in their enterprise after such an escapade, that youthful prince, with his mind troubled, would have appeared dejected. Without having seen the daughter of Janaka, they would not have dared to destroy Madhuvana, which was obtained from my forebears, or attacked that venerable monkey who guards it. O noble son of Kaushalya, O thou fixed in thy vow and faithful to thine obligations, in sooth, Hanuman and none else has discovered Sita. No other is qualified to encompass this end. O thou, the foremost of the virtuous, the means to success are intelligence, resolution, valor, and knowledge, and Hanuman is endowed with all these. Where Jambavan with Angada leads, and Hanuman directs the work, there can be but one outcome. O thou of immeasurable prowess, have no anxiety. Those dwellers of the wood, having reached the height of insolence, would not have entered into an escapade of this kind had they failed in their mission. They have laid waste Madhuvana and taken the honey. I infer, therefore, that they have been successful." At that instant, cries of "Killa Killa!" resounded in the sky from those inhabitants of the woods, who, proud of Hanuman's exploit, were proceeding towards Kishkinda, thus proclaiming their triumph. Hearing that tremendous clamor, the king of the monkeys, curling and uncurling his tail, became greatly excited, whilst those monkeys, eager to see Rama, with Angada at their head and Hanuman before them, drunk with joy, alighted from the sky in front of their sovereign and Raghava. Thereafter, the mighty armed Hanuman, inclining his head in salutations, informed Rama of Sita's physical and spiritual well-being, and hearing from Hanuman the auspicious words, sweet as Amrita, "I have seen Sita." The joy of Rama and Lakshmana was extreme, and Lakshmana gazed on Sugriva, who had placed the matter in the hands of the son of Pavana, with profound respect, whilst Raghava, the destroyer of his foes, in extreme felicity, looked on Hanuman with veneration. Chapter 65. Hanuman tells Rama of his meeting with Sita. Having reached the Mount Prasravana with its many woods, Hanuman paid obeisance to the mighty Rama and Lakshmana. Preceded by the heir apparent, Angada, and bowing to Sugriva and the monkeys, he began to recount the story of Sita and her confinement in Ravana's harem, of the threats of the female titans, of her unflinching devotion to Rama, and the time fixed for her execution. All this did the monkey relate in Rama's presence. And hearing of Vaidehi's well-being, Rama said, "O monkeys, where is the illustrious Sita to be found, and what are her feelings towards me? Do ye relate everything unto me." Hearing Rama's words, the monkeys requested Hanuman, conversant with the matter, to describe all in detail, and he, versed in the art of speech, acquiescing in their desire, inclining his head in salutation to the divine Sita, turning to the south, described his meeting with her, and bestowed on Rama the heavenly jewel, blazing in its own effulgence. Then the son of Maruta offered obeisance to him and said, "Anxious to behold Sita, I crossed the ocean 400 miles in extent, and after a time reached Lanka, that city belonging to the wicked Ravana, which is situated on the southern shore of the sea. There I beheld Sita in the inner apartments of Ravana, and there she dwells, O Rama, centering all her thoughts on thee. I observed her reviled by hideous Titan women who are guarding her in the grove, and that noble lady, accustomed by thee to felicity, is now stricken with grief in thine absence, O hero. Imprisoned in Ravana's inner apartments under the strict surveillance of those female demons, wearing a single plate, forlorn, that unfortunate being is absorbed in the thought of thee. Lying on the earth, emaciated, resembling a lotus on the approach of winter, spurning Ravana, she is resolved to yield up her life. O Kakusta, O guileless prince, with considerable difficulty, I discovered that princess of whom thou art in some sort the very soul, and, narrating the glories of the Ikshwaku race, I succeeded in gaining her confidence, whereupon I told her all. Hearing of the alliance between thee and King Sugriva, she was greatly delighted, and she remains constant to thee in faith and love. O foremost of men, it was in this condition that I discovered her, engaged in severe penances with her heart fixed on thee. Bestowing this jewel upon me, she requested me to relate to thee what happened on Chitrakuta concerning the crow, O sagacious one, and addressing me thus, she said, O son of Vayu, do thou describe all that thou hast seen here to Rama, and present him with this jewel, which has been preserved by me with care. Do thou remind him of the mark traced with red powder on my countenance. Say, O sinless one, seeing this unique pearl formed by the waters that I send to thee, meseems I see thee before me, and I rejoice in the midst of my distress. O son of Dasarata, I shall live but for a month, after which, being in the power of the Titans, I shall die. Such were the words addressed to me by Sita of emaciated limbs, whose eyes resemble a doe's, imprisoned in Ravana's apartments. I have related all faithfully to thee, O Raghava. Now take counsel in order to bridge the ocean." Seeing those two princes filled with renewed hope, the son of Vayu, having presented the jewel as a token of recognition to Raghava, described everything to him from beginning to end. Chapter 66. Rama's Grief. At these words of Hanuman, Rama, born of Dasarata, pressing the jewel to his heart, wept with Lakshmana. And beholding that marvelous gem, Raghava, stricken with grief, his eyes suffused with tears, said to Sugriva, "As milk flows from the udders of a cow on beholding its calf, so does my heart brim over on beholding this jewel. This pearl was conferred on Sita by my father-in-law on the occasion of our nuptials, and she wore it on her brow, thus enhancing her beauty. Obtained from the waters and reverenced by the gods, it was conferred on Janaka by the sagacious Shakra, gratified by his adoration at a sacrifice. Seeing this magnificent gem, I recall the presence of my sire and my father-in-law, the king of Videha. This lovely ornament appeared beautiful on the forehead of my beloved, and seeing it, it seems as if she herself were present here, as if sprinkling water on one who has lost consciousness. Do thou relate to me what Vaidehi hath said again and again, O friend. What could be more poignant, O Saumitri, than seeing this pearl obtained from the waters without Vaidehi? If she survive 1 month more, she will live long, but it is hard for me to exist an instant without Sita. Do thou lead me to where thou hast seen my beloved. After hearing these tidings, I cannot brook a moment's delay. How can that lady of lovely hips, who is ever timorous, endure life amidst those grim and fearful demons? As the autumnal moon, enveloped in cloud, is unable to shine forth, so Sita's countenance is no longer resplendent. O Hanuman, do thou relate unto me again and again what Sita said to thee. These words will revive me as the sick are cured by medicine. O Hanuman, what did my gentle, sweet-spoken, and beautiful lady, who is separated from me, say to thee? How is that daughter of Janaka able to survive in her dire misfortune? Chapter 67. Hanuman describes his interview with Sita. Being thus addressed by the high-souled Raghava, Hanuman began to relate all that Sita had said to him. O Lion among men, in order to give credence to my report, the divine Sita described what took place on Mount Chitrakuta. Sleeping happily at thy side, Janaki one day was the first to wake, when suddenly a crow wounded her breast with its beak. O Rama, thou wert then asleep on Sita's lap, and that crow again attacked her, pecking her cruelly, and being bathed in blood and suffering, she did arouse thee. O slayer of thy foes, seeing her breast wounded, thou, like an angry serpent, didst inquire, saying, Who, O timid one, hath with his claws wounded thee? Who hath dared to play with a five-headed snake? Then, looking here and there, thou didst perceive the crow with its talons sharp and bloody standing before thee, and that foremost of birds was Indra's son, who, with the speed of the wind, disappeared into the earth. Then thou, O mighty armed one, didst roll thine eyes furiously and resolved to destroy that crow. Taking a tuft of kusha grass from where thou hadst lain, pronouncing the Brahma mantra, thou didst hurl the blade that blazed up like the fire at the dissolution of the world at the bird, and that flaming grass followed in its wake. Forsaken by the gods who were terrified, that crow traversed the three worlds without finding a protector, and returned to thee, O subduer of thy foes, seeking refuge in thee, and falling on the earth before thee. Thereupon, Kakusta, thou in thy compassion didst pardon it, albeit it merited death. But thinking it improper that the purpose of the weapon should be rendered void, thou didst destroy the right eye of that crow, O Raghava. Then paying homage to thee and to King Dasarata, that bird, thus delivered, returned to its abode. Sita said, O Raghava, thou art the foremost of those skilled in weapons, mighty and full of integrity. Why dost thou not discharge thy shafts against the Titans? Neither the gods, Gandharvas, Asuras, or Maruta can withstand thee in battle. If thou in thy magnanimity hast any regard for me, then with thy well-directed shafts destroy Ravana without delay. Under the behest of his brother, why does not Lakshmana, the scourge of his foes and the foremost of men, fly to my defense? How is it that those two mighty lions among men, the equals of Vayu and Agni in valor, whom the gods themselves are unable to overcome, have forgotten me? Assuredly, I have committed a great sin, since those two scourges of their foes, who are able to do so, do not unite to deliver me. To those plaintive and gentle words of the noble Vaidehi, I answered, O illustrious lady, Rama is sorely stricken on account of thine absence, and seeing his brother a prey to sorrow, Lakshmana too is suffering, I swear it. Since I have found thee at last, the time for lamentation is past. In an instant thou shalt see the end of thy woes, O lovely princess. Those two sons of a king, the foremost of men and subduers of their foes, eager to see thee once more, will reduce Lanka to ashes. Having slain the cruel Ravana with his kinsfolk in battle, Raghava will take thee back to his capital, O charming one. O irreproachable lady, do thou bestow some token on me that is known to Rama, and will bring him delight. Thereat, Sita, glancing round on every side, drew from her robe an excellent jewel, which had fastened her locks, and bestowed it on me, O mighty one. Then I, inclining my head in salutation, took the gem into my hands, and made ready to depart, O beloved of the Raghu race. Whereupon, seeing me about to take my leave, expanding my body, Sita, the beautiful and unfortunate daughter of Janaka, her face bathed in tears, addressed me in a voice strangled with sobs, and in the intensity of distress at my departure, said to me, Happy art thou, O monkey, since thou shalt behold the mighty Rama, whose eyes resemble lotuses, and the long-armed Lakshmana, my illustrious brother-in-law. To these words of Maithili, I made answer, Climb on my back without delay, O noble lady, and this very day I will show thee Sugriva, Lakshmana, and thy consort Rama, O fortunate dark-eyed princess. Then that goddess answered me, saying, It is not proper for me to climb on thy back of mine own accord, O great monkey. Although before this I was touched by the demon, it was on account of my helplessness, subject as I was to destiny. Do thou thyself repair to where those two princes are. After this, she added, O Hanuman, do thou greet those two lions among men, with Sugriva and his ministers. Do thou describe unto Rama and Lakshmana of immeasurable prowess the intensity of my despair, and the insults heaped on me by the Titans. May thy journey be prosperous, O foremost of monkeys. Thus did that illustrious princess speak to me in the midst of her grief. Reflecting on my narrative, have faith in the integrity of the virtuous Sita. Chapter 68. He repeats his words of consolation to Sita. O foremost of men, that goddess then addressed me in the midst of her grief out of love for thee and solicitude on my account, saying, Do thou repeat all this to the son of Dasaratha, so that he may come with all speed, and having slain Ravana in combat, take me hence. O hero, subduer of thy foes, if it find approval with thee, rest concealed here in some secret spot for one more day, to relieve thy fatigue, and tomorrow thou canst make ready to depart. O Hanuman, in thy company I am able to forget my sufferings a while. O thou gifted with great prowess, I shall await thy return, but doubt if I shall be living then. Beholding thee no more, I shall be consumed with fear, unfortunate creature that I am, overwhelmed with affliction. Moreover, I am filled with doubt regarding thy companions, the bears and monkeys, and how, in effect, they and those two princes will be able to cross the impassable ocean. O irreproachable warrior, there are only 3 creatures qualified to traverse the sea: Garuda, Vayu, and thyself. In view of this insurmountable obstacle, what possibility of success dost thou see, O thou foremost of those skilled in the art of converse? True it is that thou art able to accomplish this work single-handed, O subduer of thy foes, but such a manifestation of prowess would benefit thee alone. If Rama, however, with his forces, slaying Ravana in fight, were to bring me back in triumph to his capital, it would redound to his glory. It would not be worthy of Raghava to capture me by stealth, as did Ravana, who under a disguise bore me away from the forest. Truly, it would prove a feat of signal excellence worthy of him, if Kakusta, the conqueror of his foes, should destroy Lanka and deliver me. Do thou so act that that high-souled hero may display his prowess." Hearing these words, full of good sense, reasonable and affectionate, I replied for the last time, "O goddess, Sugriva, the leader of the bears and monkeys, gifted with valor, has resolved to deliver thee. He hath under his command innumerable, powerful, and courageous monkeys gifted with prowess, who are as swift as thought, able to go upwards or downwards, and to every side, whom nothing can impede, nor may they be daunted by the hardest tasks. Moreover, those great and powerful monkeys, endowed with vigor, have circled the earth again and again, coursing through the air. Sugriva has many monkeys equal to me, and greater, none are inferior. If I am able to cross the sea, how much more these heroes? The great ones are never sent out on a mission, but those of inferior merit only. O lady, now abandon grief. In one bound, those leaders of the monkey hosts will reach Lanka, and those 2 lions among men, like unto the sun and moon, will present themselves to thee, O princess. Soon shalt thou see at Lanka's gate Raghava resembling a lion, and Lakshmana bow in hand. And thou shalt soon behold those monkey warriors endowed with the strength of lions and tigers, whose weapons are their nails and teeth, resembling the lords of the elephants, hastening here without delay. Ere long thou shalt hear the roaring of those leaders of monkeys on the summit of the Mount Malaya, resembling the rumbling of clouds. Soon thou shalt see Raghava, the slayer of his foes, returning from his exile in the forest, installed on the throne with thee in Ayodhya. Thereafter, the daughter of the king of Mithila, though profoundly afflicted by thine absence, was comforted by these auspicious words and experienced great peace. End of Sundara-Kanda.